1. The Secret of Mrs. Kuai. At night, everything is silent. There was heavy snow falling outside, and only the sound of the cold wind echoed in the air. In his sleep, Zhen Qiuzhou, who was sleeping on the floor, heard a faint sound coming from his ears. As he stood up, the quilt slid to the side. My body suddenly felt the chill from the night. Is it the direction of the bathroom? It's past midnight now. Even if it's easy to get up at night, the sound just now is very wrong, right? Looking at the warm yellow light coming from the direction of the bathroom, Zhen Qiuzhou thought to himself. Curiosity got the better of him, and he was no longer sleepy at this time. He carefully got out of bed and walked quietly to the bathroom door. He held his breath and pressed his ear to the door. I want to hear clearly what's going on inside. However, the sound in the bathroom suddenly disappeared, leaving only the faint sound of splashing water drops. After hesitating for a while, he finally decided to open the bathroom door and take a look. Slowly hold the door handle and push it inward. The bathroom was dimly lit and foggy. However, when his eyes fell on the wooden bathtub, he was stunned. Mrs. Kuai was sitting by the bathtub. Her long hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, and her skin exuded a light fragrance after bathing. In dim light, her face looked even more charming. After a brief period of confusion, Zhen Qiuzhou chose to leave quietly and carefully closed the bathroom door. It's better to pretend you didn't see this. This is unexpected and reasonable behavior. Understandable. After all, it's not easy for Mrs. Kuai. But, although it was only a brief encounter, Mrs. Kuai's voice and smile were deeply engraved in his mind, making him unforgettable. That night, he lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep for a long time. 3 days ago. Zhen Qiuzhou, there are only 2 roads before you. 1. Accept my control and surrender to me. 2. Die, and then be devoured by us. In the ruins of a dilapidated city, the once bustling high-rise buildings have now been reduced to ruins, with broken rubble and twisted metal everywhere. Zhen Qiuzhou's demon body. It was nailed to the cement wall by thick steel bars. A slender red-haired woman with braids walked slowly over with an elegant gait. She was dressed simply and elegantly, with a white shirt tied into black trousers, and her waist looked increasingly slender. He just said those words to Zhen Qiuzhou in a tone that sounded like a reward. It was this beautiful and charming woman in front of me. Look up. Zhen Qiuzhou saw a dozen huge demonic bodies blocking the sun's rays. All the powerful demons in this world are here. Previous life. A large truck brought him to this world again. The extremely rapid growth rate attracted the covetation of the woman in front of him and other demons. She organized the demons in this world to launch a sneak attack on herself when she was about to advance. Then now I gave myself 2 paths. Don't be a slave. Want to eat? I won't choose any of them. Bang! As Zhen Qiuzhou's unwilling voice fell, his body was surrounded by a layer of light black mist. Moment. A powerful dark energy erupted from his body like a raging wave, converging into a pillar reaching the sky. On the ground, a complex and mysterious magic array gradually appeared, shining with awe-inspiring light. Zhen Qiuzhou, who was nailed to the cement wall, slowly rose into the air at this moment. The beautiful face of the woman in the white shirt suddenly frowned. Hurry and shout to your fellow demons in the sky. Not good. Stop him quickly. That's reincarnation magic. Other demons heard the woman's voice. He also reacted immediately. Reincarnation magic is the ability to activate at the cost of all one's own power. The initiator will be reincarnated into other worlds. This ability is unparalleled. Therefore, not all living things can activate it. Being able to activate this ability means that Zhen Qiuzhou is only 1 step away from the devil. With such terrifying strength, if it hadn't been for this joint sneak attack, it would have been impossible to push him to this point. Therefore, this guy is too threatening. He must not be allowed to reincarnate successfully, otherwise he will definitely come back for revenge. Gen Kyujo on his deathbed, looking at these demons with panic in their eyes. An expression of urgency to stop himself. A humane disdainful sneer appeared on the demon's face. Just you. Once the magic of reincarnation is activated, it belongs to the power of law. You guys haven't even touched the threshold of the demon god realm. You actually want to stop it out of the blue. Ha 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 ha. The last look in this world, Gen Kyujo's eyes were left on the woman wearing a white shirt. Makama. I will definitely come back. At that time, the tie around your neck will become a dog leash and you will hum songs with your back to me. P.S. Major changes and re-release, please support. 2. Is it cold at night? Cloud takes the mountain. Early morning. The sky is grey and covered with dark clouds. The sun shines through the clouds and shines on the snow, reflecting a silvery white light. The surrounding peaks are shrouded in white snow, looking mysterious and magnificent. The Komatsu family's cabin of 7 is located at the foot of the mountain. Snowflakes fell like goose feathers, shrouding the hut and the mountains in a white world. Hiss! Gen Kyujo pushed open the door of the hut and was greeted by a gust of cold wind, which made him shiver. He breathed out hot breath. In an instant, it condensed into a white mist in the air and gradually dissipated in the cold wind. Staring into the distance, Gen Kyujo enters a state of relaxation. 3 days ago, he came to the Demon Slayer world because of reincarnation magic. He turned into a naked boy and appeared in Komatsu's yard. After figuring out the situation, he recalled stories about the world. That's probably what it's about. Tanjiro, a kind-hearted young man selling charcoal, lived an ordinary and happy daily life until a drastic change occurred the day his family was attacked by an evil spirit. My mother and 4 younger siblings were brutally murdered, but my sister Nezuko who survived with him mutated into a violent ghost. Under the guidance of the ghost hunter Tomioka Jiyu, in order to turn his sister Nezuko back into a human, and in order to defeat the evil spirits who killed his family, he started a story of non-stop battles with evil spirits. The current time is before Kibutsuji Muzan came to destroy the family. Tanjiro's father died of illness half a year ago, leaving his wife Komatsu to raise 6 children alone. In order to repay the Komatsu family for saving their lives, he chose to pretend to have amnesia and planned to save this kind family from Muzan. Until last night, I discovered Mrs. Kuiji's secret. Let Gen Kyujo think. Staying at Komatsu's house is a bit awkward. Xian, are you up? Mrs. Koieda pushed open the kitchen window and saw Gen Kyujo in the yard. Gen Kyujo looked over subconsciously. Today, Komatsu Aoi is wearing a bright plaid kimono and a clean white apron, which outlines her elegant figure. Her hair was neatly combed and elegantly pulled into a bun, giving her a unique charm. Her appearance is dignified and beautiful, with an oval face, a straight nose, and plump lips like cherries. Her gentle smile makes people feel warm and happy. Good morning, Mrs. Kuiji. Gen Kyujo greeted. Good morning. Is Mrs. Kuiji preparing breakfast? Let me come over and help you light the fire. Say it. Gen Kyujo was about to walk towards the kitchen. Ah. That's really troublesome for you. A hint of unexpected joy flashed in Mrs. Kuiji's eyes. In the kitchen. After handing over the task of lighting the fire to Gen Kyujo, Mrs. Kuiji began to clean the stove. The temperature has cooled down in the past few days. Xian, did you sleep well at night? Behind the stove. Mrs. Kuiji's sudden words of concern. Gen Kyujo immediately lost his expression management. Could it be that Mrs. Kuiji meant something? Fine. That's good. You have just recovered, you can't catch a cold anymore. Mrs. Kuiji said still caringly. There aren't many flaws in the vocal line. But if Gen Kyujo is in front of the stove, you will see it. At this time, Mrs. Kuiji's neck tightened, and a wave of heat instantly spread from her cheeks to her ears. Fortunately, there was a stove covering it, otherwise the two of them would have looked at each other and seen each other's expressions. Definitely another embarrassing situation. Later, the two of them chose to skip the topic in a tacit understanding. 6th Mrs., you have to be good. Eat more to grow stronger. No, 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 I want to go out and have a snowball fight. Brother Zhu, you touch around under the quilt every morning. Have you wet the bed? Originally, it was quite crowded for a family of 7 to sit at the table and eat. Now there's another Gen Quzhou. The space for the dining table is naturally not enough. Kamadu, the youngest in the family, is dishonest when it comes to eating and always needs NEZUKO to coax her to finish her meal. Takeo and Shigeru always like to quarrel with each other. Therefore, the progress of eating has not been fast. So Gen Quzhou would eat faster every time, and then take 2 steps to the yard to eat. This makes the dining table more spacious. Yard. The snow had been simply swept away. The mottled ground is exposed. Gen Quzhou found a wooden pillar in the center of the courtyard and sat down. Meditate with eyes closed. When the magic of reincarnation first brought him to this world, all the demonic abilities from the previous life disappeared. This situation, Gen Quzhou is all too familiar. In his previous life, when he first traveled to the demon world, he was in the same condition as he is now. They only need to pass the opportunity again to awaken the demonic abilities one by one, and then swallow the powerful soul to strengthen the ability. He can slowly regain his previous strength. Think of this. The hatred in Gen Quzhou's eyes could no longer be concealed. Makama. No matter how far apart we are, I will go back to take revenge on you. Otherwise, the anger in my heart is unkind. It doesn't go my way. If I don't achieve a clear mind, I will never be able to enter the realm of the devil. 3 demon abilities, self-healing, charm. Put away your hatred. Gen Quzhou began to take stock of his current situation. Come to the world of Demon Slayer for 3 days. 2 abilities have been awakened. The first one is self-healing. Because the opportunity for awakening is when the body is on the verge of life and death, it will awaken when it regains health. So cross over. The body is frozen. After being taken care of by the Kamadu family, then he woke up. The initial level of awakened skills is level 1. Level 1 self-healing, the body recovery speed is 10 times that of ordinary people. There are 2 ways to upgrade. Keep repeating to put self-healing in a state of repairing the body. But this is slow. The second type is to devour powerful souls. Self-healing level improvement is undoubtedly important. Previous life. Having level 5 self-healing is equivalent to immortality. Is it okay that the first improvement method is too slow? Then we can only find the powerful soul of the dead. In the world of Demon Slayer, this doesn't seem to be difficult. The second ability. I just woke up after eating. Level 1 charm. By looking into each other's eyes, one can briefly manipulate other people's thoughts. The stronger the person, the higher the probability of resistance. The effect on the opposite sex is doubled. There are 2 ways to level up. The first type, swallowing desire. The second type is to devour powerful souls. Devour powerful souls, as the name suggests. Same as above. As for devouring desire, it's also very simple, everyone has desires. Just let the other person's desires continue to expand. In his previous life, Gen Quzhou did this kind of thing a lot. 2 abilities. The awakening of self-healing is a matter of course. Just this charm is. If Gen Quzhou remembers correctly, the opportunity for charm to awaken is when other living beings have desire for themselves. Previous life. An opportunity for awakening. It's because a man fought hard from 996 to 007. After learning his identity as a demon. When you can help him realize his wish, He developed a desire to seek benefits from Gen Kyujo. Therefore charm awakens. And this life. In fact, it is not difficult to think where this desire comes from. Come into this world. I am completely destitute. The Komatsu family lives in the mountains. I have never gone down the mountain. The only people who have desires for him are the Komatsu family members. I am completely destitute. The only valuable thing is this handsome ascetic face. This way, the men in the family will definitely not have desire for him. There are only 3 women in the Komatsu family. The 4th sister, Hanako Komatsu, is still very young and can pass. NEZUKO is not yet old enough for a girl to have a child, so it is naturally impossible. Mrs. Koizi is already a mother of 6 children, and she would never have had such an idea before. But after what happened last night, Gen Kyujo always thought that his movements were small enough. Mrs. Koizi probably didn't notice. Can be found in the kitchen this morning. And while eating, Mrs. Koizi peeked at her little movements intentionally or unintentionally. Now the level 1 charm is awakened. Summarized in many ways. This is enough explanation. Last night, Mrs. Koizi didn't discover anything. Originally, even if found, Mrs. Koizi, as a womanly woman, would not have much influence. But charm woke up. In addition to taking the initiative to display it yourself. This ability also has a passive, which is to exude your charm all the time. Men see inferiority complex. Women salivate at the sight. What should I do? Am I the kind of person who goes to see Mrs. Koizi in order to improve my strength? No, no. Anyway, the Komatsu family saved my life. Do this. I'm so sorry, Tanjiro. Xian, you have just recovered. If you catch a cold again, you'll be in trouble. Come inside quickly. Mrs. Koizi carried the finished bowls and prepared to go to the kitchen. I happened to see Gen Kyujo sitting in the courtyard. Reminded out of concern. There is no cold wind. Gen Kyujo's body trembled unconsciously. The real owner suddenly appeared behind him. It gave him the illusion of being caught. Okay, I'll go back to the house right now. Gen Kyujo bent over and walked back to the room. Mrs. Koizi watched carefully. The eyes of those who passed by were watching. A knowing smile. Winter. Generally, the days are short and the nights are long, which is a common rule in every world. Although the Komatsu family also gets up as soon as the sun comes up, it is actually already 8 or 9 o'clock at that time. By the time we had breakfast, it was almost 10 o'clock. So there is no such thing as lunch at Komatsu's house. Usually after breakfast, Tanjiro will start loading the charcoal into a backpack and go down the mountain to sell it in the town. In the warehouse, the Komatsu children gathered around Tanjiro, who was carrying a basket full of charcoal. Brother, I want to go down the mountain too. Komatsu Rokuta hugged Tanjiro's thigh and begged. Brother, I want to go with you too. I can help. I can too. Komatsu Takeo and Komatsu Shigeru clenched their fists to show off their muscles. Nezuko and Hanako, though, didn't speak. But his eyes also showed desire. Tanjiro scratched the back of his head. In trouble. He was going to sell charcoal, and his younger brother and sister promised to go together to help. But if I really go, I can follow myself honestly. He asked for blessings. Since you are going down the mountain, why don't you wear so little? Mrs. Koizi walked to the warehouse. I heard my mother say that. The children's eyes lit up. By saying this, mother agreed to let them go down the mountain. Komatsu Shigeru was the first to rush back to the room. Brother, please wait for me for a while. I'll put on my cotton clothes and tiger hat and come over. Brother, wait for me too. I'm quick. The other children also ran back to the room one after another. Gen Kyujo stood at the window. He heard clearly what was said in the warehouse. Then this way. Aren't Mrs. Kuei Ji and me the only ones left at home? For everyone needs it. Mother. Tanjiro hesitated to speak. I took my younger brothers and sisters to sell charcoal. It's really inconvenient. Tanjiro, after your father passed away, your brothers and sisters were very clinging to you. Just think of it as helping mother. Okay. Mrs. Aoichi gently wiped off the charcoal stain on Tanjiro's forehead and said. Thinking of my father. Tanjiro's originally embarrassed expression instantly replaced by strength. Mother, don't worry. I will take good care of my brothers and sisters. Komatsu smiled happily. Yeah, I believe Tanjiro can do a good job. After Mrs. Koizi finished speaking, she walked towards the room. She had to supervise the children to wear clothes, otherwise they would be frozen in the cold during the trip down the mountain. In the room, children are extremely self-conscious. I think I can go out now, so I want to behave well. Otherwise, if the mother regrets it, they will really regret it. Brother Xian, if we all go down the mountain, no one will accompany you. Do you want to go down the mountain with us? Komatsu Shigeru asked Gen Kyujo. As for Xian, you can't. He had just recovered, but the wind was too strong on the way down the mountain. It's very possible that he could get the cold again. Gen Kyujo has not spoken yet. Mrs. Kuei Ji walked in and had already made the decision for him. Komatsu Mo gave Gen Kyujo a helpless look. It's not that I don't want to speak for Brother Xian. I'm afraid I've said too much. My mother thinks I am disobedient. They won't let me go down the mountain to play. Gen Kyujo responded with a smile to Komatsu Shigeru's little expression. At the same time, he smiled bitterly inwardly. He looked at Mrs. Kuei Ji who was supervising the children's dressing. Can't help but sigh. You really arranged yourself clearly. Just at this moment, Mrs. Kuei's eyes met Gen Kyujo's. But it was quickly avoided. Gen Kyujo saw it. Mrs. Kuei Ji, who was almost 30 years old, now had the shyness of a little girl on her newly rosy cheeks. In this river? Goodbye, mother. Lying on the tatami in the room, Gen Kyujo can be heard outside. The sound of children saying goodbye. At this moment, Gen Kyujo's heart jumped loudly. He was actually nervous. Before reincarnation, being cornered, his heartbeat wasn't even that fast. Scratch. The screen door was gently pushed open. Mrs. Kuei walked in with a calm face. Click. The next second, the door was carefully closed and locked at the same time. Komatsu Aoi walked up to Gen Kyujo. She slowly knelt down half-kneeling. Perhaps because of her accelerated heartbeat, the outline of her chest was trembling. What are you doing here now, Mrs. Kuei Ji? Gen Kyujo naturally understands. He looked at Komatsu Aoi with anxiety. However, he found that Mrs. Kuei was lowering her head and not looking at her. She held her apron with both hands, looking a little nervous. The fingertips were slightly pale due to exertion, but they also revealed a strange charm. Mysterious. The kids are coming down the mountain. Right now, it's just the two of us in the house. Mrs. Kuei Ji whispered. Gen Kyujo looked up and their eyes met. Mrs. Kuei Ji, do you have something to say to me? Gen Kyujo didn't break it all at once. He asked in as relaxed a tone as possible. Last night. Mrs. Kuei Ji hesitated to speak. She bit her lower lip gently, as if trying to calm her inner nerves. Say this unspeakable thing directly. She still couldn't do it. At the moment, Gen Kyujo talks about this whenever he sees it. It would be rude to pretend not to know. Last night. I'm really sorry, Mrs. Kuei Ji. I didn't mean to peep. Gen Kyujo lowered his head and said with sincere apology in his voice. There was silence for a while. It's a joke for you, Tanjiro has only left for less than half a year, and I'm like a DF. Gen Kyujo, who lowered his head, felt very uncomfortable. He could see a few tears splashing on the tatami. This represents Mrs. Kuiji is crying. He breathed a sigh of relief. Gen Kyujo could only bite the bullet and comfort him. Mrs. Kuiji, this kind of thing is understandable and everyone needs it. Everyone will need. Mrs. Kuiji murmured to herself. Would Xian also need it? This. I am hesitating how to respond to Mrs. Kuiji's words. Gen Kyujo's buried head. But he was lifted up by a pair of warm hands. There was a soft and smooth touch on the cheek, as if touching a piece of precious silk. The owner of the hand is naturally Komato Aoi. Mrs. Kuiji. Mysterious. There was a hint of shyness and a hint of determination in the corners of Mrs. Kuiji's tearful eyes. She slowly straightened up and gently put her arms on Gen Kyujo's shoulders. The atmosphere in the room gradually heated up, like a hot flame, warm and charming. 5. There is something wrong with my mother. I admit that it was all caused by the charm ability. Tanjiro, I'm sorry. After finishing, Mrs. Kuiji got up and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Gen Kyujo was the only one left in the room. After he got dressed, enter a meditative state. Just now he clearly felt that after swallowing up a lot of Mrs. Kuiji's desire, charm broke through. When you open your eyes again, he was sure. Charm has indeed been upgraded to level 2. The ability has naturally been strengthened. After making eye contact, the other person will enter a brief fantasy. Level 2 charm will be an irresistible skill. It will no longer be weakened because the opponent's mental will is too strong. On the contrary, the stronger a person is, the greater his inner desires and pursuits will be. It's easier to fall for this trick. In addition to the charm upgrade, Gen Kyujo made another big discovery. The energy that the body has just consumed, self-healing, is actually undergoing rapid repair. This kind of repair speed is more than 100 times faster than the repair after injury. It seems that I have unlocked a new way to upgrade. In his previous life, he only focused on improving his strength. I haven't found a way to quickly upgrade. What a pity. According to the current upgrade speed, come again a few times. Self-healing should be able to be upgraded to level 2. No wonder Komato Tanjiro has been bedridden for many years due to physical reasons. But the Komato family has 6 children. The next day, at noon, Komato home. Warehouse. Tanjiro had just filled up the charcoal and planned to sneak down the mountain quietly. As a result, he was surrounded by his younger brothers and sisters again. Mrs. Kuiji stood aside, smiling lovingly. Mother, please say a few words to them. Yesterday, because a few of them were disobedient, the charcoal was sold out just before dark. Today, we really can't take them down the mountain. Thinking of myself who was tortured yesterday. Tanjiro cried silently in his heart. Tanjiro, your brothers and sisters are very attached to you. Just take them with you for one more day. Okay. Tanjiro wondered if his ears were broken. What did mother just say? Something's wrong. Something is wrong. In the past, my mother would obviously stop my younger brothers and sisters, but in the past 2 days, why did she seem to be eager for us to go down the mountain? Being stared at by Tanjiro, Komato Kuiji also felt a little guilty in his heart. She knew how to do it. For a mother, this is really a dereliction of duty. But Xian's charm is really irresistible. Before the showdown with Xian, it's very uncomfortable. I thought that after yesterday, I should be able to recover. Unexpectedly, he became increasingly unable to restrain himself and wanted to get closer to Xian. I can't stop. Brother, I will be good today. Komato Rokuta promised while holding Tanjiro's calf. Tanjiro's forehead turned black. Your assurance has no credibility. You were the most disobedient person yesterday. Charcoal is sold out. On the way back, I actually had to sit in a bamboo basket. I carried you all the way back, and it was heavier than the charcoal going down the mountain. Komatsu Takeo, brother, we must be obedient today. Komatsu Hanako, yes, you must be obedient today. I won't wander around again. Nezuko, brother, just trust me once. I will take care of my younger brothers and sisters today. Komatsu, staying at home will be really boring. Brother, are you really willing to leave me at home? Okay, I'm afraid of you. Come down the mountain. Tanjiro was annoyed and could only take them down the mountain. Thank you for your hard work, Tanjiro. Mrs. Kuei watched Tanjiro leave with the children. It does not matter. Tanjiro replied insincerely. But he had made up his mind. When I come back tonight, I must have a showdown with my mother. Tomorrow, I will definitely not take my brothers and sisters down the mountain. The children gradually walked away. Mrs. Kuei couldn't wait to return to the room. Gen Kyujo sat on the tatami and waited for a long time. Mrs. Kuei. Mysterious. The two ran towards each other. Gen Kyujo took Koizi into his arms. He held her tightly, as if he wanted to integrate her into his own flesh and blood. The two hugged each other tightly, and time seemed to stand still. In this romantic space, their heartbeats and breathing blend with each other. A long time. Xian's hug is warm and solid, giving people an indescribable sense of security. Mrs. Kuei's eyes were full of love. He stared dreamily at Gen Kyujo above, as if his whole world was focused on him. A blush came to her cheeks. A satisfied smile hung on her lips. Said shyly. Gen Kyujo also had a smile on his face. He gently combed Mrs. Koizi's hair, which was damp with sweat. The next second, his smile froze. The pupils suddenly shrank. Another demonic ability awakens? Cow. So it's so easy to awaken and upgrade demonic abilities? You should have been a happy devil in your last life. P.S. Asking for flowers and comments. 6 children cannot live without their father. The newly awakened demonic ability is called slave. The role of a first-level servant is to sign a contract with a living body. Control the life and death of this life form. It is best to make a contract with someone who is loyal to you or who will be defeated by you. Because if the living body strongly resists, the contract will most likely fail. Awakening new abilities is certainly a joyful thing. But Gen Kyujo is happiest. But there is another reason. The opportunity for slave to awaken is to have someone's loyalty. This can be explained. Just 2 days. Mrs. Kuei has been completely loyal to herself from body to soul. He looked excitedly at the nephrite in his arms. My heart was filled with excitement again. Mrs. Kuei. Xian, hurry up, the children will be back soon. Late at night. Strings of crystal clear ice hung on the windows. The cold wind was howling outside, but the kitchen was as warm as spring. Firewood burned in the earthen stove. The firelight illuminated the kitchen a charming orange-yellow color. The fire crackled. It seems to be telling an ancient story. Mom, you must stop your younger brothers and sisters tomorrow. You can't indulge them anymore. When we arrived in town today, they started to act dishonest. Nezuko and Hanako stopped walking when they saw the hairpin and rouge. Mao and Lu Tai, when they smell something delicious, they clamor for it, especially Lu Tai. If they don't buy it for him, he will sit on the ground and cry. Takeo is better. It's really not okay to do this. It will affect my ability to sell charcoal. Mother, are you listening? Tanjiro was sitting behind the stove making a fire. I complained for a long time, but my mother didn't respond to me. So he stood up. Who knew but saw it? Mother was busy preparing dinner on the stove, but her eyes were blank. It's like he's remembering something. There was a happy smile on her lips. Then he said that he had just been talking for a long time, but his mother didn't hear anything? Mother! Tanjiro shouted. Ah? Ah? What's wrong, Tanjiro? I was just thinking about something. Tanjiro looked helpless and repeated what he had just complained about. Oh, okay. After listening, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Komato's face. This is if the kids stay home. It's inconvenient during the day. Mother's expression. Tanjiro couldn't help but frown. It shouldn't be. According to what I know about my mother. If I had said this kind of thing in private before, my mother will definitely support me immediately. What happened in the past 2 days? I always feel that my mother has changed. Mom, the Chinese New Year is almost here. I spent a lot of money on medicine to save Brother Xian. If you don't sell more charcoal and save money during the Chinese New Year, my family has no money to buy New Year's goods. I can only eat wild vegetables and mushrooms from the mountains. In that case, everyone will not have a good year. Tanjiro told the family about their current embarrassment. Mrs. KUI cried, Tanjiro, thank you for your hard work after your father passed away. You sell charcoal every day to make money, and you are asked to take care of your younger brothers and sisters. It's your mother's fault. Mother, I'm sorry for you. Seeing his mother crying, Tanjiro's serious face immediately relaxed. She blamed herself, Mom, please stop crying. As the eldest brother in the family, it is natural for me to make money by selling charcoal. It's all my fault for complaining too much. KUI looked at his obedient son, feeling more and more guilty, and hugged Tanjiro into his arms. Genkujo hides outside the door. He has been here a long time ago. Conversation between two people. He heard it all too. After saving yourself, buy yourself medicine. This has indeed worsened the economic situation of the already struggling Komato family. A big man like myself, a devil. You can't let children feed you. Ahem. Genkujo coughed deliberately and walked in. Sensing Genkujo coming in, Tanjiro separated from his mother first. He is a man. I don't like the fragile side of crying to be seen by others. Tanjiro, I heard everything you just said. You don't have to worry about money. I'll help you find a way. Genkujo finished speaking. Mrs. Kui's expression was slightly moved, thinking that Genkujo had a psychological burden because of what he just said. After all, she is now loyal to the man in front of her. I really want to open my mouth to comfort him. But my son Tanjiro is here, and what I want to say is inappropriate. I could only look at him with tender and distressed eyes. Brother Xian, I was just complaining, don't take it too seriously. It's up to me to make money. Tomorrow I will push a cart of charcoal and go down the mountain to sell it. Then I will not come back at night and find a place to live. This way we can sell more charcoal. Genkujo shook his head and said, I'm not lying. Last time, didn't you say that a grain and oil store owner wanted to buy your charcoal? Please tell me specifically. Tanjiro saw Genkujo looking serious. I could only relax and say, okay, here's the thing. Tanjiro was about to continue talking. But Mrs. KUI interrupted, there's nothing to do here. You can go to the room and talk. I plated the dinner and brought it over. Okay, mother. The two left. Arrived at the kitchen door. Genkujo did not forget to give Kuai a relaxing look. No reason. Kuai actually felt safe enough because of this look. Genkujo is in front. Tanjiro is behind. The latter told the former the details of the matter. Staring at that mature and handsome face from afar, he was analyzing the problem seriously. Kuai shed tears of happiness. Children cannot live without their father. Even if it's not in name only, that's okay. P.S. Asking for flowers, collections, recommendation votes. 7 C's less? Bully honest people. That boss is a black-hearted guy. He actually wanted to buy my 150-pound charcoal for 5 cents. It's just an insult to my charcoal. Tanjiro finished speaking through gritted teeth. I think of the treacherous face of the owner of the grain and oil store. He can't get over it when he's angry. Talk for a moment. The two of them had already reached the door of the room. Inside the house, the children's laughter were extremely clear. Genkyujo patted Tanjiro on the shoulder and comforted, "Don't be angry. Take me over tomorrow and I'll talk to him. When the time comes, I'll give you a good vent." Okay. Tanjiro also did not question Genkyujo's words. The two entered the house. Let's not discuss this matter again. Noon the next day. After lunch, Tanjiro and Genkyujo carried 2 baskets of charcoal down the mountain. With the protection of Mrs. Kuiji, the children did not notice that the two had gone down the mountain. Half an hour later, Yuntori Town. At the entrance of the grain and oil store. Ah, is it Tanjiro? I told you last time that I wanted to buy a large amount of your charcoal. Have you figured it out? A middle-aged man who had just seen off a guest greeted Tanjiro warmly. There was a flattering smile on his face. Eyes narrowed into slits. Looks very treacherous. The grey kimono almost squeezed him into a ball when he was wearing it. Tanjiro needs no introduction. Genkyujo also recognized it. This is the black-hearted boss he calls. Genkyujo took a serious look at the goods sold in this grain and oil store. In addition to rice and various seasonings, he also has some kitchen supplies. For example, spatulas and various porcelain bowls with beautiful patterns. It's really suitable if you sell some charcoal on the way. Hello boss, I will talk to you about the charcoal acquisition today. Genkyujo blocked the grain and oil store owner from looking at Tanjiro. Reach out in a friendly way. The owner of the grain and oil store shook hands subconsciously. But his eyes instantly became alert. Although this boy looks young, his shrewd face cannot escape the eyes of a businessman. Then please come in first and we'll talk inside. Back room. The 3 of them sat down. The yellow tea in the water cup is filled with white mist. This was just served by the owner of the grain and oil store. The purchase price of charcoal mentioned last time was 5 cents per caddy. This time I can increase it to 6 cents. Genkyujo didn't mention the charcoal thing for a long time, and the owner of the grain and oil store took the initiative to say it. Hearing the quotation from the owner of the grain and oil store, Genkyujo shook his head pretending to be disappointed. Boss, it seems you haven't figured out the situation yet. What's the meaning? We came here today to give you one last chance, but I didn't expect you to be so insincere. Give me a chance? What chance? Of course this is an opportunity for us to sell charcoal to you. If the business cannot be negotiated today, I think you will not be able to continue doing business on this street in the future. The owner of the grain and oil store narrowed his eyes. He felt that he had just been threatened and intimidated. Young man, look at me, am I scared? Boss, you seem to have misunderstood me. What I mean is, if you don't buy our charcoal, we will sell it to other stores on this street. I believe you are not the only one selling grains and oils on this street, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't sell spatulas, bowls, etc. in addition to grains and oils. You sell these to increase the floating population and at the same time let everyone form a consumption habit. Charcoal is also a daily necessity. If I give the charcoal business to other stores, the customer flow will go to other stores. When customers buy charcoal, they also buy grain and oil. It is normal for them not to come to your store. So, purchasing our charcoal is to make your grain and oil store business more stable. If you don't acquire it, your store will gradually lose its competitiveness compared with other stores over time. Think about it, is this true? Although the owner of the grain and oil store looks rough, but the heart is actually delicate. The idea of the young man in front of him was obviously the same as when he wanted to buy Tanjiro from Tanjiro. My initial judgment about this young man was indeed correct. This young man is a smart man. After thinking about it, the owner of the grain and oil store also put down his arrogance. He said loosely, "Young man, tell me what you think. What do you plan to do in this charcoal business?" The done deal is that this young man is not as easy to fool as Tanjiro. I have lost the initiative. How to do this business later can only be based on the other party's ideas. The corner of Gen Kyujo's mouth raised. As a demon in his previous life, he played with people's hearts clearly. He held up 3 fingers. Cut to the chase. Charcoal, I'll sell it to you for 30 cents a pound. What? Seize the young master. The owner of the grain and oil store suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. You sell 151 pounds of charcoal. I bought it without asking you for any less. Instead, you sit down and raise your price. Doubled. You wouldn't dare to bully an honest person like this, right? 8. The big sword rises. The owner of the grain and oil store has a fat body. He sat up excitedly. He thought that he might not make any money and bought the charcoal at the original price. But he could endure it for the sake of customer flow. But for this 30-cent pound, I certainly can't sell it for 15 cents, right? Neighbors all know that Tanjiro's charcoal costs 15 cents, but he sells it for 30 cents. Not to mention stabilizing the passenger flow. It's hard to say whether the business can continue. So he has to sell it at 1.5 cents, and he loses 1.5 cents per pound of charcoal. Impossible. Aren't you making me lose money? Tanjiro's charcoal costs only 150 kilograms. Everyone in Untori town knows that if I buy it and sell it, it will definitely not exceed this price. If I sell it at 15 cents per caddy, I will lose 15 cents for 1 caddy, $1.50 for 10 caddies, and 15 cents for 100 caddies. According to my customer flow here, I can sell about 2,000 kilograms a month, which means I will lose 300 yuan a month. Do you know what 300 yuan is? This is enough for an average family to spend for a year. During the Taisho period, according to what the owner of the grain and oil store said, 300 yuan was the annual expense of an ordinary family, which was indeed not excessive. And it's a family like Tanjiro with several children at home. But what does this have to do with me? Gen Kyujo said calmly without changing his expression. Boss, I thought you had enough foresight. I didn't expect that people would be blinded by immediate interests. Are you losing 300 yuan a month? You bought our charcoal. In the long run, all the grain and oil business in this street will belong to you. Are the returns in the future comparable to the little money we have now? The owner of the grain and oil store naturally understood what Gen Kyujo meant. After all, that was his original intention. But San Mao went too far. How could this young man have such a big appetite? 3 cents per pound is impossible, I can give you 2 cents. Make a deal. Gen Kyujo agreed without any hesitation and looked at Tanjiro as quickly as possible. Tanjiro, bring the pen and paper from the boss's cabinet. We want to write a purchase agreement. Tanjiro. Brother Xian is faster than I thought. Grain and oil store owner. Did I cut less? All it takes is 1p. Gen Kyujo then wrote the purchase agreement. The owner of the grain and oil store had not yet come out of his regretful mood, and read the agreement again with an unhappy look on his face. But you can't sign stupidly just because you're angry. Then the overlord clause was ignored. That will only make things worse. This, you still have to pay for charcoal in advance every month. The owner of the grain and oil store pointed to a clause in the agreement. Ask a question. Gen Kyujo shrugged. Yes, that's right. This is for the benefit of both of us. The agreement is very clear. We will only supply charcoal to your family in the east town of Untori town. In return, you will pay 1 month's money in advance. Is there anything wrong? The boy's smile was all over his face, unusually sincere. Faced with Gen Kyujo, who had greed written all over his face, the owner of the grain and oil store did not want to continue arguing. I have suffered too much at the hands of this young man today, and I can't play with him. It would be better to send him away early. After pondering, signed the agreement and pressed the fingerprint. 400 yuan bills were handed to Gen Kyujo with heartache. Street. Tanjiro followed Gen Kyujo and completely transformed into a little fanboy. Brother Xian, are you too powerful? In just a short time, I got 400 yuan. I can't earn this much even if I sell charcoal for a year. Gen Kyujo said casually, that's because your method is not working correctly. I just asked you to study next to me, have you mastered it? Tanjiro nodded confidently. Okay, then I will leave it to you to negotiate the North Town, South Town, and West Town of Yuntori Town. Is there no problem? No problem, Brother Xian. Just now at the Dongzhen Grain and Oil Store, Gen Kyujo only poured out half a basket and let the grain and oil store sell it temporarily. Promise to supply him tomorrow. As for the remaining 3/4, it is used as capital to discuss cooperation with the other 3 companies. Time is like a 30-year-old man. The older you get, the faster you get. One afternoon, Tanjiro followed Gen Kyujo's method and successfully obtained deposits from 3 other grain and oil stores. A total of 1,600 yuan. This was definitely a huge sum of money during the Taisho period. It's great. We are only 8,400 yuan away from being able to live in a household worth 10,000 yuan. Seeing Tanjiro being so excited, Gen Kyujo shook his head in disgust. Saving money is the stupidest way to accumulate wealth. Let's go. I will tell you today that only men who can spend money will make money. Where are you going, Brother Xian? Big sword. 9. I can also get a massage. Come at home. The cabin was brightly lit, like a bright star dotting the dark sky. Thick snow covered the roof and courtyard, and the silence was a bit mysterious. Inside the house, the fire was blazing, the warm air was surging, and the firelight reflected on the wall, giving off a light orange-red color. The aroma of roasted chestnuts, roasted sweet potatoes and warm apple pie fills the air. These were purchased by Gen Kyujo and Tanjiro from the town. Brother, the apple pie you bought is so delicious. Kamadu Rokuta, with apple pie juice still remaining in the corner of her mouth, said with unfinished meaning. It's not my fault that you can buy so many delicious food today. As Tanjiro spoke, he carefully pulled out a piece of blue rag from the middle of his trousers. The rag is spread out. Inside were 100 yuan notes and several 10 yuan and 5 yuan notes. That's a lot of money. Is this a $100 bill? I've never seen it before. Brother, you are too powerful. I told you all, it's not my fault, it's all thanks to Brother Xian that you make so much money. Brother Xian. This is incredible. Brother Xian, are you so powerful? Brother, please tell me how you earned this money. Yes, brother, tell me quickly. I'm also curious about how Brother Xian made so much money all at once. Tanjiro looked at Kyujo-gen. Brother Xian, can I tell you? Can. With permission from Gen Kyujo. Gen Kyujo started talking. After I came down from the mountain with Brother Xian today, we first went to the grain and oil store in Dongzhen. Brother Xian said that saving money is the stupidest way to accumulate wealth. You must be able to spend money to make money. So I listened to Brother Xian and bought this big table of food. After listening to Tanjiro's story, Hanako looked like she could see the sun through the clouds. It turns out that today's meal was chosen by Brother Xian. I was wondering why Brother Tanjiro's taste has suddenly improved. Tanjiro, straight face, Ha 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 ha. Tanjiro, I just saw what you brought back. It only costs 3 yuan at most. Why did you spend more than 5 yuan? Kuai has always been in charge of the family's money. She had just seen the children chatting happily, so she originally wanted to collect the money first. As a result, she found that the number was wrong. She didn't mind how much money she spent today. What she was worried about was whether she would be tricked by others because she saw that Tanjiro was a child when she was shopping today. Or lost it on the way back. Tanjiro rolled on the tatami and came to Komato Aoi. Then, I took a look at the money figures. I found the same as when I came back. Mom, it's no problem. When you come back, you will have so much money. It did cost more than 2 yuan to buy something, but Brother Xian and I went to the hot springs and spent more than 1 yuan. After hearing this, Koizi frowned and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Just taking a shower. We originally went in to soak in the hot springs, but then some big sisters came in and said they could give us massages. Then, you pressed it. The corners of Kuei Ji's lips curved slightly, showing a sullen look. I. Gen Kujo looked on, holding his forehead and sighing. Aoi-eda must have misunderstood something, but Tanjiro's hesitant look will only make the misunderstanding deeper. Mrs. Koizi, please stop making things difficult for Tanjiro. I suggested going to the hot springs. He didn't press the button, so I did. The hot spring bath only cost 40 cents, and the rest was spent on my massage. Gen Kujo finished explaining. The frost on Mrs. Komato's face gradually dissipated. Yeah, that's it. That doesn't matter. Mrs. Kuei Ji's expression softened visibly, shimmering with warmth. How unfair. Brother Xian can press it, but I can't. The contrast between seeing my mother before and after was so great. Tanjiro complained in frustration. Does the massage cost 1 yuan? Then Brother Xian, you can call me for massages from now on. I only need 50 cents. Komato Shigeru rolled his eyes at Takeo. Forget it, Brother Zhu, haven't you heard from my eldest brother that all the massages in the hot springs are done by girls? Why would you want me to massage you as a boy? Then I'm a girl, okay? Brother Xian, I only need a dime. Hanako, don't be so ignorant. Nezuko looked at the fourth sister Hanako angrily. Brother Xian is a great contributor to our family. How can we ask Brother Xian for money when we give him a massage? Brother Xian, if you need a massage in the future, call me and I can massage it for you. Then Hanako, you can do it for free. The two women each held one of Gen Kujo's arms. Gen Kujo's mouth almost turned into a pout after hearing this. His first reaction was to refuse. But listen to this sweet sound like a silver bell. Looking at the tender cheeks full of youthful girlish air. And the soft touch coming from the arm. The word no cannot be said out loud. Kuei Ji, a mother on the side, couldn't stand it anymore. Her cheeks were flushed and her lips were pursed. My chest was rising and falling due to the impact of my emotions. Hanako, Nezuko, don't be ridiculous. Don't think of massage as that simple. This is not what you should do at your age. After scolding the two daughters, Kuei Ji looked at Gen Kujo tenderly. Xian, I can also massage. If you need a massage in the future, you can come to me. The outside is not clean. 10 Mother, why are you here? Zzz. Late at night. With the help of Nezuko and Tanjiro, the children have all fallen into sweet dreams. Komato Ueda slept next door when Komato Tanjiro was still there. Komato Tanjiro continued to be like this even after his death. Otherwise, where would there be so many children? There was silence all around, except for the ticking of the clock on the wall. Moonlight poured in through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating a corner of the room. In the dark, the sound of pushing the door came to my ears. Gen Kujo opened his eyes warily. Just in time to see a bumpy figure walking in. Her steps were light and made no sound, like a cat jumping in the dark. Besides Kuei Ji, who else could have such a figure? What are you doing here, Kuei Ji? Of course he is very clear. But what's the starting point? In the end, it was because we were not together during the day. It was because she went to Dabao Sword today that she was jealous. This all remains to be investigated. It only takes a moment. Countless thoughts appeared in Gen Kyujo's mind. Until the abdomen was squeezed by a soft mass. He turned his head and met Mrs. Kuei Ji's eyes. See Gen Kyujo awake. Mrs. Kuei Ji was not too surprised. She slowly approached Gen Kyujo with graceful and charming movements, like a beautiful swan. The unique aroma exuding from the body. Gen Kyujo couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster. Gen Kyujo turned his head and looked at the sleeping child. Aiming. Look at the sunflower branch again. Eyes convey meaning. Very simple. Isn't this appropriate? The children are all around. Kuei Ji had no intention of stopping. He gently placed his hand on Gen Kyujo's shoulder and shook his head gently. Smiling, she put her fingers on her pretty red lips. Make a shush sound to remind him to keep quiet. I miss the sun so much. At this point, Gen Kyujo comes from instinct. He gently held Kuei Ji's hand. The gentle touch of your fingertips feels like a heart-to-heart connection. The two's breathing becoming urgent in this silent space. The ambiguous atmosphere between them became more and more intense. Mother, why are you here? Nezuko's voice was like a basin of cold water, pouring down from head to toe. The ambiguous movements between the two came to an abrupt end. In the room, the tatami floor is divided into two areas. Gen Kyujo lay at one end with the boys of his family. Nezuko and Hanako lay on the opposite side. Because Rokuta was still young, Nezuko always took care of her. So Komatsu Rokuta also fell asleep on the girl's side. Nezuko happens to sleep across from Gen Kyujo. I don't know if Mrs. Kuei Ji made too much noise just now, or if the little girl woke up on her own. After she found her mother, she sat up from the bed. With confusion, he asked Kuei Ji in as low a voice as possible. Nezuko's problem did not faze Komatsu Aoi. She didn't panic. He moved naturally and gently covered Gen Kyujo with the quilt. Gen Kyujo simply pretended to be asleep and did not get up. At the same time, I was secretly glad that I didn't do anything. If this was really done, there would be no place to hide. I just came over and saw Mao's quilt kicked off by him, so I covered him up. Then I saw that Xian's quilt was not covered properly, so I covered him up by the way. It's okay now, go to sleep, Nezuko. Kuei Ji stood up and left. But judging from the frequency of steps, Gen Kyujo heard the hint of dissatisfaction. Okay, mother. Nezuko responded. Look to the other side. Fifth brother Mao is indeed dishonest when sleeping, and sometimes he likes to grab Takeo's quilt when there is no quilt. Therefore, Mao's quilt will be kicked off, which is normal. It's just brother Xian. In her impression, brother Xian is very honest when sleeping. Can he also lift the quilt? Do not care. From now on, if you wake up in the middle of the night, it's not a big deal to cover brother Xian with a quilt. The room fell silent again. But it hurts some people. Kuei Ji's room. Under the quilt, there seemed to be something squirming, as soft as a snake, or like ripples in a dream, rippling gently. I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 1 storage. Choose a gift. The next day, sunlight poured into the hut through the window, and the room suddenly became brighter. The sunlight on the quilt looks extremely warm, making people want to embrace this ray of sunshine. Gen Kyujo rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened them. It looks like the weather is good today. Brother Xian, morning. Nezuko was helping Mrs. Six get dressed. When she saw Gen Kyujo getting up, she greeted him warmly. Brother Xian, can you bring back another piece of apple pie today? I still want to eat it. Lu Tai licked his lips like a greedy kitten. Then you have to be good. Tanjiro and I will go down the mountain today to deliver charcoal. When we come back, we will bring you gifts. Gen Kyujo's temptation works. Nezuko was okay, but his eyes showed joy. The other kids are just. Brother Xian, I want a nice hairpin. Brother Xian, I want a tiger head hat. I want. In the courtyard of Kamatu's house, 2 small carts were filled with charcoal. This is all the Kamatu family's charcoal reserves. Send these to 4 grain and oil stores on average. In the following days, you will have to make charcoal every day. It was about to go down the mountain. The children clung to Gen Kyujo and kept talking about the gifts they wanted. I am deeply afraid that Gen Kyujo will forget. Kui Ji stood nearby and joked, you all should stop pushing for gifts. If you don't get out of the way, I won't give the money to Xian. When I saw it, what did he buy you as a gift? The children immediately got out of the way obediently. Xian, take these. Kui Ji delivers a money bag to Gen Kyujo. The children stared with envy, wondering how much money was inside. Enough to buy yourself a gift. The moment Gen Kyujo took over, he looked at Koizi with doubtful eyes. The money bag is embroidered from fabric. So you can tell how much it is by just touching it. If Gen Kyujo's guess was correct, KI gave himself all the money Tanjiro and himself brought back yesterday. Without answering Gen Kyujo's confused look, Kui Ji just smiled as gently as before. Of course you will be happy when you get money. Gen Kyujo is the devil. The greed for money is more than a little stronger than ordinary people. As it should be. Another demonic ability storage has awakened. Level 1 storage triggers conditions and gets money. Before, the money has always belonged to the Kamatu family. Now that Kui Ji hands it to himself, he truly owns the money. That's why storage was awakened. The storage ability, as the name suggests, is to obtain a storage space unique to Gen Kyujo. Level 1 storage, 1 square meter of space. Each level up increases the volume tenfold. Time came to dusk in the blink of an eye. Charcoal has been delivered to the owners of grain and oil stores. After delivery, a group of workers were found. I'll go to Kamatu's house to work tomorrow. 8,000 pounds of charcoal a month. Just a few members of the Kamatu family cannot create it. Then, the two came to the market. Fresh roasted chestnuts with sugar. Candied haws on a stick, candied haws on a stick. Guest, the Chinese New Year is coming soon, would you like to buy a lantern? Winter is coming, but the biting cold wind still cannot resist the enthusiasm of the vendors. The snow had been cleared from the streets, revealing patchy ground. Various stalls are set up along the street, with fresh fruits and vegetables neatly stacked, attracting the attention of passers-by. The vendors, wearing thick cotton coats, hats, and gloves, stood behind the stalls and shouted loudly, trying their best to promote their products. Customers carry backpacks full of New Year's goods and walk along the narrow streets. Red scarves and hats sway in the snow, like balls of flames, lighting up the cold winter. Some were carefully selecting in front of the stalls, and some were bargaining with vendors, which was very lively. My father used to say he would bring me gifts, but he always lied to me. I didn't expect that, Brother Xian, you would actually do what you said. Brothers and sisters, you will be so happy when you go back. Walking in the crowd, Tanjiro said to Gen Kyujo. You can also choose something you like, and I will give it to you as a gift. Gen Kyujo's words made Tanjiro feel warm inexplicably. When my younger siblings are happy, I am actually very happy. In fact, he has never asked for gifts, but Brother Xian can still remember him. Spent about half an hour. Before going out, I bought everything the children mentioned and needed to buy. Rokuta's apple pie. Mao's tiger head hat. Hanako's hairpin. Takeo's sleigh. Nezuko's rouge. All the gifts have been bought, let's go back, brother Xian. Tanjiro, you seem to have forgotten someone, right? Ah, yes. Tanjiro reacted and patted his head. But, what should I buy for my mother's gift? Gen Kyujo is also in trouble. Mrs. Kuei Ji worked hard all her life and dedicated her best years to her family. Women all like rouge, but this one has been bought for Nezuko. Buying the same one seems so insincere. Just when thinking, Gen Kyujo just spotted a vegetable stall. The eggplants and cucumbers on the stall caught Gen Kyujo's eye. But soon, he shook his head. If you buy these two, it will be even more insincere. 1-2 Gen Kyujo's gift. At night, the cold is driven away by the warmth of the cabin. The fire was burning brightly in the fireplace in the center of the room, and the wood was crackling. The Komatsu children and Gen Kyujo sit around on the tatami. In the middle is the gift box purchased today. The gifts have all been opened. The children held their own gifts in their hands. A smile on his face. Thank you, brother Xian. This wooden hairpin is so beautiful. Hanako likes it very much. Brother Zhu, can you lend me your sled tomorrow? I'll lend you my tiger head hat to wear, so your ears won't be cold. No, you little bean, let's wait until you grow taller. Brother Xian, I tried on the rouge you bought. Does it look good? Of course she's good looking. Nezuko will definitely be a beauty when she grows up. Gen Kyujo couldn't help but touched Nezuko's head. Words of pampering. Nezuko's bright eyes, as clear as water, shone with shyness. That's right. We also prepared a gift for brother Xian today. After a reminder from Nezuko, everyone else also reacted. Yes, yes, brother Xian, please cover your eyes first, and we will take you to see the gifts. Hanako handed a white strip of cloth to Gen Kyujo. Motioned for him to take it. The other little guys also looked at Gen Kyujo with excitement. Do I have a gift too? Yes. This is what my mother decided after discussing it with us. Gen Kyujo was somewhat surprised. But he didn't say anything more, and honestly covered his eyes with a piece of cloth. With the help of Nezuko and Hanako, Gen Kyujo feels like he has walked a short distance. He must have left the bedroom anyway. Brother Xian, look! The strips of cloth were untied. Gen Kyujo looked around carefully and realized that he was in Koizi's room. The familiar aroma from last night still lingers in the clean and tidy house. But didn't you say there was a gift? Could it be that Kuei Ji and I were asked to sleep in the same bed at night? Mrs. Kuei Ji shows off her cards? I saw the word puzzled written all over Gen Kyujo's face. Nezuko smiled and explained, my mother told us during the day that you are now the great hero of our family. It's really unfair for you to be squeezed into the same room with us. That's why I let you come and sleep in this house. What about Mrs. Kuei Ji? Gen Kyujo almost blurted it out. Don't worry about me, I'll sleep with the kids. Just at this time, Mrs. Kuei Ji, who had just been preparing dinner in the kitchen, walked in. Meet Kuei Ji's soft gaze. Gen Kyujo reacted instantly. Koizi, you really have good intentions. Late at night. The children are asleep. Mrs. Kuei Ji arrived as promised. Tonight, Kuei Ji was wearing a soft white nightgown that hugged her undulating figure. Her long black hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing the collar of her pajamas. She usually plays the role of a loving mother. Half kneeling opposite Gen Kyujo. As shy as a girl. Her eyes were full of tenderness and expectation, as if she was sending a silent invitation to him. After a brief moment of tranquility, the two of them seemed to have pressed the accelerator button. Their breaths mingle with each other, becoming a harmonious melody. Gen Kyujo hugged Kuei Ji tightly, and their bodies fit closely together, as if they had become one whole body. Xian, I miss you so much. Me too. I want. The moonlight outside the window spilled into the house, illuminating the figures of Gen Kyujo and Mrs. Koizi embracing each other. Moon on the branches. Everything is calm. The wind outside the window blew gently, bringing a bit of coolness. The moonlight shines on the faces of Koizi and Gen Kyujo, illuminating the expression full of happiness and contentment. Gen Kyujo wrapped his arms around Koizi's waist. The other hand gently stroked Mrs. Kui's hair, combing her fingers gently through her hair. Koizi leaned lightly on his chest. Listen to Gen Kyujo's steady and powerful heartbeat. Do you still like the gift I bought for you? Should I ask you this question? Mrs. Koizi's voice was filled with anger. She raised her beautiful eyes, full of complaints. Said it was a gift to myself. It's not you who enjoys it. The pajamas are all off. I still have to sew tomorrow. The corners of Gen Kyujo's mouth raised slightly. To him, this seemed like nothing more than coquettishness. P.S. Please give me flowers, please collect, and please recommend votes. 1-3 Plan. Xian, has your memory recovered? Koizi seemed to be very determined. Only then did he stutter and ask this question. Through her observations over the past 2 days, she speculated that Gen Kyujo's identity must not be simple. How could ordinary people earn such a huge amount of money just by going to the mountains? Although she is a womanly person. But that doesn't mean she doesn't understand anything. Asked so anxiously. It is because of worries about where Gen Kyujo will stay after he regains his memory. What if he has a huge fortune to inherit? What if he got married early? All these will lead to him finally leaving himself. Actually, I don't have amnesia. I deliberately pretended to have amnesia and wanted to stay. Gen Kyujo thought for a while and decided to have a showdown with Koizi. Koizi is loyal to himself. Secondly, telling her the truth will help him save her and the children from Muzan. I heard the news that Gen Kyujo said that he had no memory loss. Koizi raised his head. A pair of tender eyes looked at him in confusion. Gen Kyujo gently pressed her head to his chest. He slowly said, "Let's agree first. I'll tell you everything. You have to be mentally prepared. What I'm going to say next is a bit unimaginable." Gen Kyujo identifies himself as a time traveler. And in the future, the Komatsu family will be wiped out. Tanjiro will become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Everything was told about Nezuko turning into a ghost. After hearing this, Koizi's pupils were filled with shock. After digesting for a while. Although she still doesn't understand what time travel means. But in the future, he will die, his 4 young children will also die, and Nezuko will become a ghost. She immediately grasped the point. He firmly believes in what Gen Kyujo said. So Xian, that Muzan will come and kill our family, so let's move from here. Wouldn't it be okay if we move away? Koizi's idea. Gen Kyujo naturally had it. But after analysis, he felt it was not feasible. Through the clues of the first life story, Muzan's visit is not a random event. But do it out of initiative. During the Warring States period, Anikatsu Koko used the breath of the sun to split a corpse into 1,800 pieces. Just escaped. It gave him enough fear. So after the death of Kuno Yuan, Muzan slaughtered all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who could potentially become Sun Breath. The Komatsu family is the only Sun Breath inheritance he left behind. Muzan is not merciful because he has not visited her for so many years. But he was afraid of Yuan Yi and Sun's breath. After that lesson of 1,800 yuan, especially the Nichiren earrings on the Komatsu family master's ears made him afraid to act rashly. The other side. Naturally, the Demon Slayer Corps also knew that the Komatsu family still had the breath of the sun inheritance. Otherwise, later, when Muzan came to visit, how could Tomioka Jiyuo arrive just in time? He must have received an order to come. Thus, it can be concluded. The Komatsu family has been under Musen's surveillance. Moving is a no-go. You will be found wherever you move. The solution is obvious. One is to defeat him, and the other is to trick Musen by faking his own death. Defeating Musen is not easy for Gen Kyujo at this stage. Then the only way to go is to fake death. This is also what Gen Kyujo now thinks is the optimal solution. Musen injects blood into the human body. People will become ghosts. In the final analysis, it is a process of rapid genetic evolution. If the person injected with blood can survive it, he will become stronger. If you fail, you will explode and die. Then as long as the body of the person who is injected with blood becomes stronger as a whole, then when it is injected with Musen's blood, it will naturally be able to survive. Gen Kyujo's second-level servant has the ability to bestow its power upon those who make the contract. Assume that KUI signs a slave contract with himself. Then you can give him the power of self-healing. Others still do. Right now, the only problem is that the levels of self-healing and servant are too low. Slave needs to be upgraded to level 2. The second-level servant can grant power, but its limit is that it can only share 50%. This is true no matter how many people there are. So to make sure nothing goes wrong, the level of self-healing should also be higher. Stay at Komatsu's house. It is certainly unrealistic to quickly upgrade capabilities. Therefore, only KUI, I may have to leave you for a while. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets and collections. 142 strong. Xian, do you want to leave? I saw the reluctance in KUI's eyes. Gen Kyujo comforted him patiently, don't worry, I left just to improve my strength and protect you. But before that, we need to sign a contract. KUI, contract. Yes, that's what I planned. But after the contract, your life and death are completely in my hands. Gen Kyujo told KUI about his plan to fake his own death. And there are no reservations. Tell the disadvantages of the slave contract. After hearing this, KUI naturally agreed. But I don't have a problem. But didn't you say that there shouldn't be too much resistance in this process? What should I say to the children? KUI finished speaking about his concerns. Gen Kyujo thought for a moment. It's better not to tell the truth to the children. You mix my blood in the food and let them take it. Even if a child resists mentally and willfully, it shouldn't be a big problem. But you have to remember, Nezuko and Tanjiro don't let them take it. Tanjiro will not be turned into a ghost by Musen, and will become a member of the Demon Slayer team. Nezuko successfully turned into a ghost, and will not explode and die like you. These two children of yours are the protagonists of this world. If you forcefully influence the storyline, I'm worried that a chain reaction will occur and cause unexpected consequences. Gen Kyujo is a being who is one step closer to entering the realm of demon god. Understand the causality of the weight of fate. Some people work hard all day long, but they can't make any waves. Some people turn their world upside down just because of a single thought. Tanjiro and Nezuko naturally belong to the latter in the Demon Slayer world. So Gen Kyujo will not interfere with the main storyline. Okay. Mrs. KUI nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Now Gen Kyujo's image in her eyes is even taller. How lucky I am! With such a support. So Xian, how do we make a contract? As soon as Mrs. KUI reminded him, Gen Kyujo reacted immediately. He used his arm slightly to signal KUI to sit up. Then he stood up himself. The contract requires you to take my blood essence. Don't resist whatever I ask you to do later. That way there won't be any backlash. Underscore. Seeing that everything was in order, Gen Kyujo bit his finger cruelly. The fingertips suddenly turned bright red. Suck it. ZHI. KUI didn't hesitate. The head came over and sucked Gen Kyujo's finger. Con. My blood, you are too strong. Ah! Is this so? Kui Ji stopped like a child who made a mistake. Is the contract completed now? Zhen Quzhou closed his eyes and meditated. In his conscious space, Zhen Quzhou saw a white and transparent figure, which was Kui's soul. That's it. Ah, that's great. Kui's Hixiao is full of charm. Seeing this, Zhen Quzhou felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Kui Ji, you sucked very hard just now. Woo, ugh. Omega. 3 days later. Cloud takes the mountain. In the dense forest, the ground is covered with white snow, and the snow crunches under your feet. Under a huge pine tree. The lumberjacks were working hard in the forest. They wore thick cotton jackets, warm hats, and gloves to resist the severe cold. Chopping with saws and axes. The saw teeth made a harsh friction sound on the tree trunk, sawdust flew everywhere, and after a while, a deep saw mark appeared on the tree trunk. Mr. Kimura, the foreman, stood aside. While rubbing his hands, which were red from the cold, he observed the work of the workers. Guys, our task today is to knock down this pine tree. Everyone, please work harder and finish the job early and go home early. I understand, Mr. Kimura, don't worry. Uncles, do you want some water? Nezuko and Hanako came over. Nezuko is carrying a kettle. Hanako held a basket in both hands, and the basket contained porcelain bowls. Drinking water for the workers. This group of workers was exactly what Zhen Quzhou and Tanjiro recruited last time in Yuntori town. Here comes the addition of the lumberjack. Charcoal production speed has been greatly improved. Everyone come over for a drink of water. I'm coming. As soon as Mr. Kimura greeted him, the loggers came over to drink water. Nezuko, that young man named Zhen Quzhou is not your brother or sister, right? He is so handsome, he cannot be the little man raised by your mother, right? Mr. Kimura finished drinking the water and put the bowl back into the basket. It's hard not to notice Zhen Quzhou's appearance and temperament. He deliberately teased Nezuko, firstly to see how cute she is, and secondly because he wanted to gossip. P.S. Please give me flowers, please vote, and please collect. Related to the original version. 1-5 strike target, Nation Spider Mountain. You are not allowed to talk nonsense. My mother and brother Xian are innocent. Nezuko's little face was red from the cold, and he puffed up his cheeks and said fiercely. Ha ha ha, that's it. Uncle, I was just joking. When Kimura saw how cute the little girl was, he wanted to scratch her head with his hands. Then comfort yourself. As a result, I had to give up when I saw that my hands were dirty. Foreman, I'm talking about you. I really have no vision. Look at Nezuko being so angry. It's obvious that the boy is the child nanny prepared by Mrs. Aoi Branch for Nezuko. The lumberjack who just walked over made fun of him. Nezuko's bulging cheeks suddenly looked like deflated rubber balls, and a blush spread from his neck to his ears. Although the face is shy, but she was secretly happy inside. She thought about whether her mother would let her marry brother Xian when she grew up. After all, brother Xian is good-looking and capable. But, how can you say this kind of thing casually? Just thinking about how to refute. Mother is indeed right. She said you grown men are not serious and asked us not to talk to you casually. My sister is not old enough to get married yet, and you guys make such a joke casually. The fourth sister Hanako's voice came out as she defended herself against the injustice. Kimura was stunned. Is the image of myself and others in Mrs. Kui Ji's mind so bad? This is not okay. They are all hard-working workers. The salary at Kamadu's house is much higher than that at other houses. In case the master is unhappy, being fired would be the end of it. So he scolded the worker who had just made a joke. You boy, don't talk nonsense to the little girl. Yes yes yes. Nezuko, Hanako, I'm sorry, I just did it for a bad reason. The loggers have been following Kimura, so they naturally know the stakes. If these two little girls go back to complain, they will be in big trouble. A large group of brothers rely on this job to support their families. Humph. That's pretty much it. Hanako held her waist like a little adult, and then wiped the snot on her red nose. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. My mother loves me the most. If you want to find a fiancé, you must find it for me. Child bride husband. Child bride husband. It means a husband who has been raised since childhood. Sister Nezuko, you are obviously older. Forward. Hanako's eloquent talk ended. Those who should be silent and those who should not be silent are silent. Nezuko looked at his sister in surprise. No. This is a love rival. However, while all this was happening in the snow, the other side, in the kitchen, smoke and dust filled the air, making it difficult to breathe. The heat waves emitted by the boiler make people feel like they are in a sauna. The walls were blackened with smoke. The corners of the wall were covered with spider webs. The sunlight shining through the window can only bring a faint light and cannot dispel the darkness in the kitchen. Gen Kyujo's clothes were soaked with sweat and clung to his back. Sweat dripped from his forehead, sliding across his face. Caught up in his busy schedule, Kui Ji's face was full of exhaustion. Sweat dampened her hair, keeping them tight against her neck. Her clothes were soaked with sweat and clung to her back, making her figure even more frail. The kitchen is different from the kitchen. This place is closed. It is the Komatsu family's room specially used for burning charcoal. In this dilapidated kitchen, Gen Kyujo and Kui Ji have been working hard for 3 days. Lumberjacks cut wood in the cold wind. Tanjiro and his younger siblings perform a simple charcoal-making process. This step is a secret recipe passed down from generation to generation in the Komatsu family. Of course you have to do it yourself. It can't be taught to lumberjacks. The final task of burning charcoal can only be left to Gen Kyujo and Mrs. Kui Ji. Gen Kyujo placed Mrs. Kui Ji on the low stool. They both relaxed. So, Xian, are you leaving tomorrow for Nation Spider Mountain? Kui Ji sat on a low stool, arranging her clothes and stroking her wet hair. Look at the man. Gen Kyujo nodded. Yes, I thought about it, and Nation Spider Mountain is the most suitable place for me to attack at the moment. I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 16 Scheming Bitch. Spider Sister. Head to Nation Spider Mountain. It was decided by Gen Kyujo after careful consideration. I want to save the Komatsu family. There is no doubt about the importance of self-healing and slave level improvement. I rely on Mrs. Koizi these days. Self-healing has been upgraded to level 2. It has a recovery speed that is 20 times faster than ordinary people. But it is too unrealistic to continue to rely on Mrs. Kui Ji to reach level 3. Level 3 self-healing will master the power of regeneration. A broken arm can grow back. This shows how big the difference is between level 2 and level 3. In addition, the upgrade of slave requires contracting with a powerful life form or devouring souls. Like the contract with Mrs. Koizi and the Komatsu children, slaves cannot be upgraded at all. Therefore, finding a powerful life form and devouring souls to increase strength is a step that must be taken. When Gen Kyujo considered this, there are only 2 forces that can be thought of as targets. One side is a ghost. One side is the Demon Slayer squad. He ruled out the Demon Slayers first. Unless you are unaware of it. Otherwise, they would hate evil and know that they had devoured the souls of members of the Demon Slayer Corps. He will inevitably treat himself as equal to Muzan. Then he can only target Muzan's men. Ordinary imps are pitifully weak. Devouring their souls is such a waste of time. So Gen Kyujo directly chose 12 Kizuki. 12 Kizuki is the 12 strongest ghosts under Muzan. Muzan gave them numbers and ranked them by strength. 12 Kizuki is divided into upper 6 strings and lower 6 strings. The numbers 1 to 6 on the upper 6 strings are ranked from high to low in terms of strength. The same goes for the lower 6th string. The difference in strength can be seen from the names. Shang Liuxuan himself did not have the strength to deal with it. Then you can only choose to play the 6th string. In the lower 6 strings, Gen Kyujo only knows their address, Xiaxianwu Spider Lei. Let's talk about why Gen Kyujo is confident about conquering Nada Spider Mountain. Thanks to this spider tired. When he was still a human, Spider Lei was very envious of other people's family ties, but because of his frailty, he was turned into a ghost queen and cannibal by Muzan. His parents until later. The intention was to kill him and then die together, but in the end as a ghost, Lei killed his parents. After hearing his mother's last words, he realized that he had severed the real bond with his own hands, but in the end he continued to live as a ghost because of Muzan's words. This also leads to Spider Lei's twisted obsession with family ties. He took in a group of ghosts who gathered together because they were afraid of ghost hunters. Then share your abilities with them. These ghosts need to play roles like mother, father, sister, and brother. Spider Tired himself plays the youngest brother. Anyone who violates the rules set by him or is unwilling to play house game, all will be brutally abused. Some were cut into pieces with silk thread. Some were robbed of their wisdom. Some were hung up and left to die in the sun. So, those ghosts who playing house with Spider Lei were just succumbing to his lustful power. It seems that there are a lot of ghosts gathered in Nation Spider Mountain. In fact, it is a complete mess. After all, the only one Gen Kyujo has to deal with is Spider Tire. And this guy, Gen Kyujo, is not afraid at all. Because of his psychological distortion. He thinks that his parents, sisters, and brothers should protect him. So, if there are enemies, he's never the first to strike. Instead, let mom, dad, older brothers and sisters fight against the enemy. Gen Kyujo would still be scared if it was a group fight. This kind of behavior makes the ghosts under him die one by one. It's not too late for Gen Kyujo to be happy. If Gen Kyujo remembers correctly, among these ghosts is Spider's sister. She's a scheming bitch. The acting skills are just above average. After using Slave to control her, let him work as an undercover agent. Then there is the second Spider sister, the eldest Spider sister, the Spider mother, and turns them into his slaves. These ghosts all inherited tired strength. Not that kind of weakling. Slave in addition to devouring souls. The second way to upgrade is to contract with a powerful life form. After contracting those ghosts, it is not a big problem to upgrade the slaves to the second level. At that time, the strength sharing of the second level servant can be used. Give away your power to those slaves. Finally, take down Spider Tired. Perfect plan. The next day, Gen Kyujo reluctantly said goodbye to the Komato family. Embark on a journey to Nation Spider Mountain. Yard. Lu Tai wiped her tears with her little hands. Forget about mother. Mother, will brother Xian really come back? She slowly squatted down. The children also gathered around. The sunlight lengthens their silhouettes. In the snow, the man's figure had disappeared. But she still looked in that direction. Don't worry, he told me where he went. At the same time, he also told me that if he doesn't come back, let us go find him. P.S. Please give me evaluation votes, please give me flowers, and please give me monthly votes. 17 Kocho Kane. Still alive. Old train station. In a corner of the platform, a vendor was anxiously greeting customers. His stall is filled with a variety of snacks and drinks, attracting passengers waiting for their trains. On the other side, a newsboy was holding a stack of newspapers and loudly selling the latest news. Beside him, several tourists were reading newspapers attentively and paying attention to the major and minor affairs of the country. The clock is ticking, as if reminding people of the passage of time. Buzz. The car with a dark green body and a flaming body slowly drove into the platform, spraying steam and making a huge roar. "Sir, do you need a cigarette? The train leaves in half an hour, everyone hurry up and get on the train. Don't crowd, don't crowd. That man's clothes are too good. The slim-fitting black pants, the stiff black trench coat with a stand-up collar, and the black top hat make me feel like a spy in the movie. Wow, that man looks so handsome, I can't help but want to say hello to him. Silly girl, why would anyone like you? That's right, little girl, don't be too crazy. That man is obviously more suitable for me." A fashionably dressed woman with a curvy front and back attacks the girl's fantasy. "I'm really convinced by you nymphomaniac women. If you want to be nymphomaniac, get out of the way. I have to get in the car, so don't block the way. That's right, you have to look at the pretty boy." Displeased voices from the men followed. "Tch, he's not a gentleman at all. You deserve to be disliked by women." "That's right. The man who makes these women drool is naturally ZHI." Before leaving Untori town, he arranged a complete outfit for himself. During the Taisho period, many people still wore kimonos. "When I traveled back in time, I was naked, so naturally I was wearing clothes from the Komatua family." He was tired of wearing kimonos. He bought himself a pair of black trousers, a white shirt and a black windbreaker. This avant-garde outfit, coupled with ZHI's ascetic face, made him the most eye-catching presence as soon as he entered the station. "Sir, please leave your contact information. I have a phone number at home. Are you on this train too? What car number are you in? I'll go find you in a moment." "Young man, are you married yet? My daughter likes you very much." Women surround ZHI. The male passengers stood aside. An expression that says the grapes are sour. It is not difficult to see from their eyes that they are whispering bad things about themselves. "Husband! Why are you here? I have a baby in my belly and you don't even know how to help me." A gentle voice reached ZHI's ears. The next second, he then found that his arm was being held by someone. He looked puzzled. He looked at the girl holding his arm. Wei Wei was startled. The little girl is a head shorter than herself. The figure is slim and well-proportioned, and the slender legs are tight and beautiful. Set off by the Demon Slayer uniform, her figure appeared more elegant. Seeing this, ZHI confirmed the identity of the opponent's Demon Slayer team member. In the world of Demon Slayer, it is normal to have members of the killing team. What really made him stunned? It's because of the colorful butterfly-patterned haori that the girl wears. Isn't this Butterfly House's exclusive service? Thus, ZHI became curious about the girl's appearance. His eyes met the girl's. The girl's face gives people a fresh and refined feeling. The skin is fair and translucent and seems to reflect light. It looks even brighter and more beautiful in the sun, and people can't help but look at it more. Her eyebrows are long and slightly curved, and her eyes are a mysterious purple, shining with a unique light. Wearing an emerald green kochu hairpin with pink edges on each side of her long black hair, she added a touch of vitality to her fresh beauty. Can't be wrong. You can't go wrong. He can't tell the difference between Kocho Shinobu and Kocho Kane. But there is this long hair. No doubt. The girl in front of me is Kocho Kane. In the original plot, she was supposed to die, but was killed by Doma in the second episode. Before leaving, I asked Aoichi, Tanjiro's age. 11 years old. After the Komatua family was wiped out, Tanjiro trained with Urokodaka Seikanji, the former Demon Slayer of the Demon Slayer Corps, for 2 years in Mount Sajiru. Just joined the Demon Slayer squad. He was 15 years old at that time. So the Komatsu family was annihilated when he was 13 years old, and now Tanjiro is 11 years old. I traveled through time 2 years in advance. At this time, Kocho Kane is still alive. P.S. The one on the far right is Kocho Kane. 1/8 style. Anthomaniac? Demon Slayer, there are hundreds of members, but the Demon Slayer is an organization that has not been officially recognized by the government. Its members are often called ghost hunters. The organization's purpose is to kill Kibutsuji Musen, the ancestor of the Oni Pillar, the code names of the 9 highest-ranking swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps. On the platform, the passengers were momentarily distracted. A jealous man. The first to react. What? It turns out that I have a wife, and she is still talking and laughing with other women. It's so unruly. I'm not responsible at all. My wife has children, so I don't know how to take care of them. It's really disgusting. Why is his wife so beautiful? Sure enough, all the handsome guys have their wives long ago. Hey, what a pity. Your wife is so beautiful, she is a perfect match for you. Bless all of you. The crowd dispersed. Thank you for bailing me out. Gen Kyujo walks away from everyone he sees. Thanks to Kocho Kane. Thank me for what? The girl's lips were slightly raised with a hint of smile. Is there a possibility that, like them, I am also attracted by your appearance? But... She bent down, tilted her forehead forward, and pointed at her head playfully. I'm a lot smarter than them, so I use this method to drive them all away. 3 major misconceptions of men. This woman likes me? Take a joke seriously. Gen Kyujo certainly wouldn't make such a stupid mistake. So he chose silence. Staring at her with serious eyes. Really? The girl couldn't stand it any longer. Okay, I was joking just now, don't look at me with such unexpected eyes. Say it. It glanced at the platform. There are far fewer people than before. Goodbye by fate. I'm going to get in the car. Otherwise, I won't be able to come. She held the ticket in her hand and raised her hand, waving vigorously towards Gen Kyujo. The sun shone on her face, reflecting her bright smile. Colorful butterfly pattern feathers flutter gently in the breeze. Sharp-eyed Gen Kyujo. He was also able to quickly discover the key information on the ticket. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Wow, there are so many people on this train. I can't help it, the Chinese New Year is almost here. Sorry, give me a moment. Sorry, this seat seems to be mine. Uncle, can you help me put this luggage on the shelf? Yes, visiting a friend far away. Conversations like this happen from time to time on crowded trains. Gen Kyujo went through some twists and turns. Finally found my seat. Not surprisingly. Opposite Gen Kyujo's seat, a girl sat. Her movements were graceful. The back is straight and the shoulders droop naturally, showing a dignified temperament. Keep your legs together and tilt them slightly. Showing a subtle beauty. Put your hands naturally on your knees, with your fingertips lightly resting on them, appearing calm and leisurely. Her legs are gracefully curved, with natural lines that outline a perfect silhouette. Under the light from the train window, it seems to give off a light sheen. After Gen Kyujo sat down, Kocho Kane looked at it subconsciously. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. But there was no sound. The same goes for Gen Kyujo. The tacit understanding between the two. It's on full display in this moment. Time passes minute by minute. It was getting dark. The lights in the carriage were dim, and the windows reflected the light from the platform, forming beams of light. Gen Kyujo closed his eyes after getting in the car. Not that he was sleeping. Instead, enter a meditative state and absorb your desires. With so many people in the carriage, people will have desires. After absorbing these desires, they can become experience points for upgrading charm. Gen Kyujo naturally does not waste. Kocho Kane on the opposite side, holding Demon Slayer's Nichiren blades in his arms, leaning against the train window. From this angle, I could just see the man opposite me through the glass. She wouldn't be like the woman sitting next to him, staring all the way with her nymphomaniac eyes. I'm the flower head of the Demon Slayer squad. A wise woman. P.S. Please recommend votes, please monthly tickets, please flowers. 19 Contract Kane. Maximize the benefits. Food and sex. Kocho Kane never denies this. Demon Slayer is a dangerous profession. As a pillar, she faces an extremely high mortality rate. So she believes in living in the present. Although everything she said to Gen Kyujo during the day was a joke, that was the most real version of her. If you don't have to live a day without seeing the sun tomorrow. She really wants to boldly pursue the person she likes. Have a good relationship. Why? Just a fantasy. I heard from my lord that the guy I faced this time was very powerful, and he was still on the string. It's hard to say whether he can survive this battle. When will these days end? Kocho Shinobu. My little sister. You have always said that you want to be an outstanding pillar like your sister. But I have long been used to such precarious days. How I wish you could leave the Demon Slayer Corps. When Kocho Kane has a sad face. Gen Kyujo's closed eyes narrowed. Just happened to see this scene. Are you going to fight Doma? Gen Kyujo guessed in his mind. But my heart is actually more inclined to think that it will happen with a high probability. So what should you do? Stop her and save her life. Let's not talk about whether she will listen to what I say. Is this good for me? No. If I am strong enough. Maybe he would help her kill Doma together, and then devour Doma's soul to ascend. But now. Gen Kyujo remembered the information about Doma, the second string of the upper string. Weapon, 2 golden iron fans, the edges of the fans are as sharp as blades, and they will scatter ice crystals when they are swung. Vampire art, frozen blood turns into mist like ice crystals and is spread with a fan. Human skin will be frozen when it comes into contact with ice crystals. If the ice crystals are inhaled into the lungs of the opponent, it can make it difficult for them to breathe, and then causing alveolar necrosis. The abilities I can use in combat now include charm and self-healing, and there are no other methods. Helping this woman deal with Doma is a total loss of life. That will only wrong you, Kocho Kane. If you are willing to sign a slave contract with me before you die. And self-healing happens to be upgraded to level 2, if the shared ability is activated. I can share my self-healing ability with you. That way you might still survive. Otherwise, I have no choice but to devour your soul to improve my own abilities. That's right. There is no doubt about the improvement that Demon Slayer Danzu's soul can bring. This is to maximize benefits. The train slowly entered the old train station. The interior of the station. The wooden pillars and brick walls tell the vicissitudes of time. On the platform, ancient traffic lights and signs reveal its past glory. On the platform, people came and went, some in a hurry, and some reluctant to say goodbye to relatives and friends, just like scenes in old movies. Hello, Grandma, I'm getting off the bus. Kane said politely to the woman sitting outside. The old woman stood up slowly. The last second of getting off the car. As if reluctant to give up, she turned to look at the man. As a result, this guy was still sleeping soundly without understanding the charm. Hey, forget it. Just think of it as a beautiful encounter. Tokyo is still brightly lit at night. Neon lights have become the protagonist of the city. They illuminate the dark streets and outline the city even more charmingly. Gen Kyujo followed Kocho Kane to a single-family villa. There was a flash of light in his hand. Gen Kyujo is secretly glad that having the ability to storage is convenient. The items you need can be summoned at any time. With the activation of abilities, a long and thick iron rod appeared in his hand. The heavy weight and cold touch gave him some confidence. In front of the iron fence, he stopped moving forward. The perception of ghosts is extremely keen. Not to mention the second string. He didn't want to start an unnecessary fight. His eyes fell on the roof of a tall building opposite. Gen Kujo as a demon. Although he has lost his demonic powers, he is still agile. Between several jumps, he had jumped to the roof with ease. Looking from here, the villa opposite was brightly lit, with dark shadows moving on the windows. The battle inside must have begun. Although there is a distance, the faint smell of blood can also be smelled in the cold wind. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes. 20 Become one with me. The moment Kane stepped into the villa, a strong smell of blood hit his nostrils. She frowned and looked around. The eye is eventually drawn to a hill in the center of the room. The hill is made up of several female corpses. The scene is gruesome. At the top of the hill, sat a young man. There was a strange and cruel smile on his face, as if he was enjoying this killing feast. The young man held a female body in his arms. At the same time, he was chewing the limbs of another corpse in his mouth. That's his favorite food. Kane's heart tightened. But she had seen countless scenes of ghosts killing people and killing people tragically. Today's scene is undoubtedly the most shocking. However, as a flower pole, he was not intimidated by the horrific sight in front of him. But he quickly calmed down. Observe everything in front of you. That young man exuded evil energy. It's chilling. The tattoo on his head, the hat of his godfather, and the carefree smile on his lips made him look even weirder. He didn't seem to notice his arrival. Still immersed in his own bloodthirsty world. Just when Kane thought so, the young man suddenly raised his head, staring at Kane with those eyes full of murderous desire. Woman! An evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he seemed to be very interested in Kane, the uninvited guest. Did you also come to me to bring you happiness? But it's too much. I can't eat any more. Kane tried to calm herself down and pulled out the Nichiren blades. Do you regard killing as a blessing? People are born stupid. I listen to them talk about their pain and then help them get rid of it. Of course it is a blessing. Doma spread his hands as he should. Do you also want to tell me your pain? I will also bring you happiness. Kane frowned. Stop talking to this pervert. Nichiren Blades takes his stance. Flower breath 6 forms. Uzumaki. Kane jumped into the air. Strengthen the waist. Drive the body to turn sideways in mid-air. The hands holding the Nichiren blades quickly spread out to both sides, drawing a graceful arc. Wherever the Nichiren blades pass, there are flower petals. The air seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. This blow was not only incredibly fast, but also very powerful, as if it was going to split the enemy in front of him in half. Doma became even more excited when he saw this. He laughed loudly and jumped down from the hill. He rushed towards Kane. Vampire art, lotus leaf ice. Doma took out the fan from his waist and waved it casually. A large number of ice crystals like lotus leaves blocked Kane's offensive movements. Ding! 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 Suddenly, Kane Nichiren blades shine with dazzling light. Split the lotus leaf ice crystals apart. Like ripples caused by sunlight shining on clear water. After one move, make a judgment. Kane held Nichiren Blade's hand and couldn't help but tremble. On the other hand, Doma. He actually had an excited smile on his face. Marvelous! Marvelous! Such a powerful woman, if she becomes one with me, I will definitely be able to greatly enhance my strength. The perverted voice ends. Doma's next move, the vampire technique, is ready to go. Vampire art by G of Cold Lie. Fans waved. White frost spreads. 2 ice lotuses in the form of girls condensed. Immediately afterwards, the ice lotus girl blew out a lot of freezing air from her mouth. Ice spread across the floor of the house. When Kane saw this, her heart trembled. Back away quickly. She looked at her feet with lingering fear. 1 step later. I will definitely turn into an ice sculpture. She raised her head warily. Look at the number 2 on the upper end of the boy's pupils opposite. This ghost is too strong. He wasn't even using his full strength yet. And he was already in such a mess. Even if I fight with him with my life, don't chop his head off. His body can also recover quickly. I am completely the weak side in this battle. There is no chance of winning. But I can't lose. Even if you die in the end. Also drag it until the sun rises. I will never let this ghost eat me. On the roof, Gen Kyujo chose a comfortable position and simply lay down. On the far side of the roof, there is a bell tower standing there quietly, shining with golden light. Moonlight and neon lights intertwined. Bring light to the dark night. Let Gen Kyujo clearly see the position of the hands on the clock tower. The hour hand stopped at 3. The minute hand stops at 1. The sun in winter always comes late. The earliest is 8 o'clock. So Kane will have to fight for at least 5 hours. Gen Kyujo can certainly do other things during this time. But if you think about it carefully, it's better to be more stable. This kind of free opportunity. Just wait patiently. Kocho Shinobu, Kane's younger sister and one of the future 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer squad. On the way over. If you don't come back in time. Censored by Kocho Shinobu. It's hard to do it yourself. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes. To one another pervert. Bang. Kane fought hard. Finally the retro door was broken. She seizes the moment. Quickly move the battlefield to an open courtyard. When the sun rises. This winding ghost has nothing to do with himself. But do it all. This also came at a great cost. At this time, her long hair was messy and spread over her shoulders. Legs trembling slightly. His breathing was heavy and rapid, his chest heaved violently, and every gasp was accompanied by pain. Once the ice crystals produced by my vampire technique are inhaled into the lungs, it will make it difficult for the opponent to breathe, causing the alveoli to become necrotic. You and I have been fighting until now, and you have been using flower breath. I must have felt that I was about to suffocate and die. Doma's voice became clearer as he walked out of the villa. Why put yourself in such pain? Send Nichiren blades. Isn't it good to let yourself die happily? Doma stepped on the debris of the gate and walked slowly. Spread your hands. A pious look. Invite Kane to die. The latter gritted his teeth. This guy. He really didn't even give him a chance to breathe. Dragging her tense body, she adjusted her breathing to the best condition. Entered combat mode again. Doma saw that the woman opposite was still struggling. Far from being angry. Instead, he was extremely excited. The woman from before died instantly. This food resists so desperately. Interesting and interesting. Then let me see how long you can last. Vampire art, snow in the dry garden. Domas took out another fan. Wave 2 controlled fans at the same time. The actual ice blades dilated in Kane's pupils. Flower breath 2 types. Mikage. Kane looked stern and adjusted her breathing method again. The muscles all over her body tensed instantly, and the Nichiren blades in her hands shone with dazzling light. With the operation of the breathing method, Kane's body burst out with unimaginable power. Every movement she made was full of power and skill, and the blade in her hand was swung like a storm. Countless arc-shaped slashes were instantly released around the body. Like a gorgeous meteor shower. The trajectories of these slashes are like the petals of plum blossoms, full of beauty and deadly lethality. Ding! 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 Vampire art, scattered lotus flowers. Flower breath 4 types. Hung Huayi. Vampire art winter icicle. Flower breath 5 forms. Fruitless peony. Vampire art manlian. With Doma shouting, countless ice-condensed vines broke out of the ground and wrapped around Kane. At this time, Kane's body was at the end of its strength. Even if you want to dodge, you don't have the strength. He could only let the vines wrap around his right leg. The vines became tighter and tighter, causing Kane to feel a sharp pain. She gritted her teeth to endure the pain and tried desperately to break free from the vines, but in vain. The girl's eyes gradually lost their sparkle. Doma saw this and smiled proudly. It's over. He slowly approached Kane, preparing to give her the final blow. When the foul wind soaked with putrid stench lifted up the corpses of the dead. In gloomy times, the bell tolls low and the crows scatter, ringing in the ears. Letting her eyes wander, Kane came back to her senses again. Calculate the time. Is it 6 o'clock? Kane, what are you doing? Hold on to. You cannot die before the sun rises. Doma started struggling again when he saw the food in front of him. The perverted psychology becomes more and more exciting. At the moment, this woman simply has no ability to resist anymore. It's just the end of a powerful crossbow. Flower breath final form. The other shore's red eyes. Doma is just beginning to feel proud. Next moment, the smile froze. Tonight's battle from start to finish. For the first time, he felt that he needed to deal with it seriously. At this time, Kane who has opened her final form. Pupils dilate to twice the size. Low momentum. It is rising steadily at the moment. In this state, it will cause the user of flower breath to pressurize the eyeballs to increase dynamic vision to the limit, and the movement of surrounding objects in the field of vision will appear sluggish. Due to overload operation during use, bleeding in the eyeball can cause the sclera to become red, leading to the risk of blindness. But this disadvantage is no longer considered. Food, you're really getting on my nerves. Doma gritted his teeth in displeasure. Vampire art misty ice water lily bodhisattva. The words fell. Doma's strongest vampire technique was unleashed. The cold air creates an ice bodhisattva in the shape of hands clasped together. Base hang high. The hands of ice bodhisattva form the seal of wisdom, symbolizing endless wisdom and compassion. There are thousands of blades suspended behind the ice bodhisattva, exuding a biting cold air. The sun penetrates the clouds and shines on the vast land. The whole world seemed to be awakened, full of life and vitality. In the quiet courtyard, Kane lay in the messy ruins. Her hair was unkempt, her body was covered in wounds, and her clothes were stained red with blood, but there was a smile on her lips. Her breathing was weak and rapid, and the rising and falling of her chest showed that she still had her last breath left. It's daybreak. Just when she wanted to sigh that she was not eaten by a ghost, a man wearing a black trench coat suddenly appeared in her sight. He blocks the sun. Kane was in a daze. Only a blurry black shadow could be seen. Be my slave and I can save you. The man's voice was low and magnetic, with a condescending attitude. Ahem, ahem. Kane coughed twice weakly. Try to keep your eyes open. Trying to see the face of the man in front of me. Such a request to a dying girl. She would like to see it. A pervert just passed away, what does this pervert look like now? P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation votes. 2 Ability Awakening, Demonization, Elements. It's you. When Kane saw clearly the appearance of the man in front of her. For a second, I doubted myself, whether it was a flashback on my deathbed. What you just said? He was actually that handsome man on the train? Is it just that he has a pretty face? He actually said that he was going to save himself? What's going on with your body? She knew it all too well. Not to mention the trauma. Necrosis of the internal organs. In this case, how can we save him? Never mind. I see you don't have the energy to speak anymore. Next, if anything happens, don't think about resisting. Maybe you still have a chance to survive. No matter if Kane agrees or not. Genkyujo will try it once. If it succeeds, maybe the slave can be promoted to level 2 and Kane can survive. It doesn't matter if it doesn't succeed, this woman's soul can still be devoured. So, Genkyujo was too lazy to wait for Kane to respond. There was a flash of light. An ancient syringe appeared in his hand. This was what Genkyujo bought at a medical clinic before leaving Untori town. Slave contract must be signed with blood. Genkyujo doesn't want to bite his fingers every time he makes a contract. Squat down next to the woman. Genkyujo brought a small blood spot from his index finger to Kane's mouth. Now she is a docile kitten. She couldn't resist whatever she wanted to do. Kane frowned slightly when she tasted blood. She felt like something was actually affecting her will. This indescribable feeling. Although she could detect it, she couldn't resist it. Don't have any thoughts of resistance. Otherwise the contract will be invalid. Sensing something strange about Kane, Kyujo warned sharply. At the same time, a purple light flashed across his eyes. Charm activates. The stronger the concentration, the harder it is to control. The current Kane is obviously lacking in concentration. Kane, who heard Genkyujo's voice clearly. A sense of shame arose in my heart. Hateful. Why do I actually have the idea of being obedient? It lasted about 30 seconds. The contract is completed. The meditating Genkyujo has seen in the spiritual world, Kane's white transparent soul body. In a moment, the life and death of the other party will be completely controlled by you. Only. Slave, didn't you upgrade? It seems that this woman is still a bit weak. Genkyujo opened his eyes. I found that Kane actually opened it one step ahead of me. Maybe he used up his last bit of strength. The pupils were bloodshot. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly but made no sound. As if to express. You liar. Genkyujo stood up and looked down at the woman who was about to die, feeling pity in his heart. Why? Etc. Genkyujo's eyes suddenly looked towards the villa. I just saw the hill piled up in the house out of the corner of my eye. Feel carefully now. Only then did I realize that there were so many souls here that had not yet dissipated. Say nothing. Genkyujo walked into the apartment. Absorb all these pure souls at once. The souls that demons like generally fall into two categories. One is the ultimate evil, the other is the ultimate purity. Only these two can be transformed into more pure demonic power. Doma's food is basically young girls. Therefore, these souls are devoured. Genkyujo finally gave birth to demonic power within his body. This is an opportunity for another ability to be achieved, devouring souls. Level 1 demonization is awakened. Demonization will temporarily transform Genkyujo into a demonic form, with all attributes increased tenfold. Because the level is still too low, demonization can only last 3 minutes. Next. Genkyujo then began to circulate the demonic power in his body, specifying to strengthen his slave ability. Level 2 slave upgrade completed. The contractor can grant the contractee up to 50% of his or her abilities. Level 2 self-healing has a recovery speed 20 times that of ordinary people. So what can be shared with Kane is only 10 times. The black demonic energy is like a swirling smoke. Slowly flew into Kane's body. Kane's body twitched. Visible recovery from trauma. Then her breathing became even. Seeing that the repair was almost done, Genkyujo regained 9 times the recovery capacity. Then she can recover slowly. The reason why this woman was not allowed to recover immediately. He was also worried that she might not be able to accept him becoming a slave and would force him to do so. So, it's better to let her calm down while recovering. Now he has other things to do. This yard is because of fighting. Filled with the energy of ice and wood elements, the demonic ability level 1 element was awakened as soon as he entered the yard. He now wants to absorb all the power of these elements. 2-3 Then I don't have to pretend to be a gentleman. Element. As the name suggests, it is the power to control the elements. Level 1 element can control the power of each attribute element, but can only simply release the ability of each attribute, but cannot use it to attack. For example, the fire element can only be used to make a fire, the water element can only condense a small ball of water, the wind element can only blow a breeze. The opportunity for awakening is naturally to encounter the power of elements that can be absorbed. The only way to upgrade is to devour souls. It is to absorb the power of each element and enhance the affinity of each element. Elements are mutually reinforcing, so by absorbing the power of one element, the power of other elements can also be enhanced. Over time, Kane's beautiful eyes trembled, and she woke up faintly. I happened to see Gen Kyujo picking up elements in the yard. However, Kane couldn't understand what Gen Kyujo was doing. I saw him squatting down for a while and standing up again. Extremely obscene. Yes, this man now gave her a very bad impression. He was almost dead. He actually said such shameless words that he wanted to be her slave. Etc. Am I not dead? Kane raised her slender hand, and the blood on her hand disappeared. What's even more incredible is, his hand that had been holding the knife for many years had already developed calluses, and now it became as smooth as warm jade. Well, the idea just came up. Pain in the internal organs followed. I really survived. Are you awake? It's best not to move now. Your internal organs have been severely injured and need to recover slowly. Heard movement. Gen Kyujo took the initiative to speak. After finishing the work of picking up elements, he walked towards the girl. You, who are you? What exactly did you do to me? My identity is not important. You just need to remember that from today on, I am your master. As for why you recovered, of course I saved you. Master, master. Why. Gen Kyujo responded appropriately. Kane's cheeks twitched in anger. I didn't call you master. Okay. How shameless. Take advantage of me again. Let's go. No matter what method you use to save me, I will repay you through other things in the future. I will never be your servant. The corners of Gen Kyujo's mouth raised. It's ruthless, right? It seems that you haven't figured out the current situation yet. Let me explain it to you. Because you signed a slave contract with me when you were dying. Gen Kyujo told her in detail how he rescued her, the ability of the slave contract, and the shortcomings of the contractee. Under the girl's humiliating gaze, he said the last words that made her completely collapse, so, your life and death now depend on my thoughts. How is this possible? Kane questioned with eyes. Sudden. An idea flashed through her beautiful eyes. Are you a ghost? Yes. This is a way of signing a contract with oneself, then controlling oneself, and sharing abilities with oneself. It looks so much like a ghost. No, this is just my ability. Gen Kyujo points to the sun. Ghosts can't survive in the sun. The girl's brows widened. His parents died at the hands of ghosts. If she was resurrected due to the power of ghosts, she would rather die. What a shameless ability! After thinking about it, Kane found that this kind of ability was even stronger than ghosts in some aspects. But thinking that he had now become this person's slave, he gritted his teeth and complained angrily. What's so shameless about this ability? It saved your life. Gen Kyujo asked with an unhappy expression. Kane said coldly, how can I not be shameless? Don't think that I don't know what it means to become your slave. Turns out you understand everything. Genkyujo immediately relaxed, then I don't have to pretend to be a gentleman. Kane. P.S. Please give me flowers, review votes, and monthly votes. Also, I want to ask, is the rhythm okay? If it's fast or slow, you can post it in the comment area. 24 Sister is here. What? No more pretending? Kane gritted her silver teeth. Relying on Nichiren blades for support, I reluctantly sat up. I want to terminate that contract. Don't even think about it. Besides, once the contract is made, it cannot be cancelled. Then I'd rather die. Genkyujo looked at the knife in the girl's hand. The knife is in your hand, you can use it at any time. Cancel the contract for me. Kane broke down and cried. It can't be lifted. Then I'd rather die. Are you going to die or not? Kane recognized the reality. This man seems to really not care about his life or death. The melons that are forced are not sweet. You're pretty good looking. If you pursue me well, I won't be able to be with you. But not like now. Seeing that the other party could not move, Kane could only settle for the next best thing. After all, my life was saved by the other party. It is not impossible to repay the promise with one's own body. But by violent means, she really doesn't like it. Genkyujo rubbed his eyes. After staring at it all night, he was really sleepy. Although I am not very energetic right now. But he could tell that what the girl just said was not perfunctory. He is a demon, and a high-level demon. Naturally, they don't like bloody violence like low-level demons. What he desires more is to play with people's hearts and lead them to fall into his trap. Since the other party wants to play couple games, he is naturally happy to do so. So he gave her a reassurance, I never like to force others to make things difficult for me. What you just said is very useful to me. I can take my time as you said. Anyway, the slave contract is there. Even if she ran away, she couldn't escape from his grasp. Then this slave contract. Don't hit your face with your nose. What's so bad about it? With help from Genkyujo, Kane leaned into the former's arms and stood up. I just wanted to leave this villa. Today. Their ears caught the sound of rapid footsteps coming from outside the door. The sound was too clear to ignore. Immediately afterwards, a girl wearing the same Demon Slayer uniform as Kane rushed in. The girl looks a little childish, but there is determination and courage in her eyes. Her skin is fair and translucent, like the morning light of early spring. The eyebrows are long and slender, outlining an elegant arc. The eyes are deep and charming. Like a black gemstone, it shines with wisdom and mystery. A straight nose bridge, perfectly outlining her face. The neck is elegant and slender, showing a seductive temperament. A breeze blew by. Her hair swayed in the wind, making her look even more feminine and charming. The person coming is not someone else. None other than Kocho Shinobu, Kane's sister. Before, Genkyujo could only tell the difference between the sisters by their long and short hair. But after meeting the real person, Genkyujo just wants to say that he was careless. Although the two sisters look very similar, but the difference in body shape is still huge. Kocho Shinobu is a head shorter than Kane, but plumper than Kane. The nutrients have grown where they should. The petite and exquisite figure exudes a youthful vitality. The shoulders are slender. Soft waist. Outline an elegant curve. The legs are straight and slender, like new bamboo shoots. The Demon Slayer uniform was cut close to the body and fit perfectly, and it perfectly outlined her bulging figure. Except that the metal button on the chest is in danger of collapsing at any time. Simply perfect. Childlike giant. After Kocho Shinobu enters the yard, he quickly looked at Kane, anxiety and worry welling up in his heart. Eyes shift to the right. A look of sullenness flashed across his face. Because she saw her sister who had always been strong and independent and didn't like to be touched by others. He was actually being supported by a strange man. It seemed like he might collapse at any moment. His sister is still a young girl who has not yet left the court. No matter what the reason is, she must not be touched by men casually. Not even if you are handsome. She rushed over quickly. Take away the support from that man's arms. Sister, what happened? I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 5 Eyes He brother-in-law? Crow, a magical creature of the Demon Slayer Corps, a bird, capable of human speech, and a communication tool between the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Miss, these are the items you keep here. Please take them. Okay, thanks. In front of the post office. The staff handed Kocho Shinobu an iron box. Inside was a villa key. After a member of the Demon Slayer squad rescued a family that was persecuted by ghosts. The descendants will provide the Demon Slayer Corps with food, clothing, housing, and transportation for generations. Kocho Shinobu took this key. It was a wealthy businessman who had been rescued by the Demon Slayer Corps and provided it to the Demon Slayer Corps specifically for rest. In front of a villa in Tokyo. Kocho Shinobu opened the door of the villa with the key he took from the post office. Then he turned his head angrily. Staring at Gen Kyujo. Hey, since you are my sister's savior, I didn't say anything the whole time. Now that we have arrived at the place where we live, do you still want to follow us? Gen Kyujo didn't react for a while. Now Kocho Shinobu still has this warm harbor of sister that he can rely on. Still a grumpy little pepper. She didn't turn into the poisonous Black Lotus in the future who forced herself to mature because of her sister's death. But it's also fun. He ignored Kocho Shinobu's words. Instead, he looked at Kane. When are you going to tell your sister? Kocho Shinobu frowned and looked at his sister. Explain? There is nothing to say. What secret did my sister have that she didn't tell me? I just went on a mission. In just one day, I got a brother-in-law, right? Xia Ren, I will tell you the details later. Let him in. Kocho Shinobu looked like a mute-eating cactus. He watched helplessly as the man walked into the house. What can I do? Stop it. My sister has spoken. Why should she, a younger sister, stop her? Entered the house. Gen Kyujo chose a master bedroom with good backlight and spaciousness under the gaze of Kocho Shinobu who wanted to use a knife. I'm too sleepy, let's go to bed first. Bang. A hard knock on the door. The door is closed. Kocho Shinobu. Hateful. It's so abominable. My sister couldn't really choose this person to be her brother-in-law, right? 2 girls are here. He actually chose the best room. Not gentlemanly at all. Besides, this room can nominally belong to the 2 sisters. So they are the masters. At most he is a guest. But look at how he completely treats it as his own home. Do you think of yourself as an outsider? Second bedroom. Kane with help from Kocho Shinobu. Lie down. The body and mind are also completely relaxed. It feels so good to be alive. She slowly closed her eyes, and then had a good sleep. Elder sister. Kocho Shinobu shouted. Kane looked at her sister. Sister, I know you need to rest now, but I really can't hold it in. Why are you being so polite to that man? Kane thought for a moment. He still planned to confess to his sister, Xia Ren, this is what happened. Kane told in detail how she was supposed to die, but was revived by Gen Kyujo's ability. At the same time, it was emphasized that Gen Kyujo's abilities are not those of ghosts. Listen to Kane's story. Kocho Shinobu bit his red lips, tears welling up in his eyes. It turned out that he didn't know it. I almost lost my sister. Sister, we of you. The sisters hugged each other and cried. Kane gently patted Kocho Shinobu's back and said dotingly, okay, okay, I'm still alive. Alive. Kocho Shinobu murmured these two words. Yes. My sister is alive. But freedom seems to be missing. But sister, you have become that person's slave. Kocho Shinobu's expression is complicated. She didn't know whether she should hate the man named Gen Kyujo or thank her. But now all she could think about was her sister becoming a servant. Lost freedom. No. I want to help my sister. The little girl didn't know that these were just wishful thinking on her part. When she was thinking about how to help her sister escape from that man's clutches, Kane's neck began to turn slightly red. The blush spread from her cheeks to her ears. Like petals blown by the breeze. There is a hint of tenderness and charm. P.S. Be brave and ask for another wave of monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and flowers. Stand up and help pull up. If the flowers reach 4,000 before noon tomorrow, I will update 10 chapters. 26 I will be your slave. He saved my life. If you are a slave, then you should be a slave. You should repay him for saving my life. No. Hearing my sister's resigned tone, she pressed against Kane's shoulder. The two ended their embrace. Sister, you can't be her slave, and you can't make fun of your future happiness. Xiao Ren. Kane wanted to say. I kind of want to be Gen Kyujo's slave. But such shameful words. To the mouth. Who would have the audacity to say it? Kocho Shinobu takes care of Kane and lies down. Gently cover her with the quilt. Just now, my sister had been acting like she was in trouble and couldn't express her pain, and she couldn't hold back a fart for a long time. It must be very tangled in my heart. Want to tell me? And I'm worried that expressing it will make me sad. The little girl glanced at her sleeping sister, a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. Sister, don't worry. I will definitely help you terminate this contract. After thinking about it, Kocho Shinobu quietly left the room. The next second the room closed. Kane opened her eyes. Stare in the direction of the door. He sighed helplessly. If I had known earlier, it would be better not to tell Xia Ren. Villa Master Bedroom. Gen Kyujo is in large font. Lie leisurely on the soft and comfortable bed. He had just taken a shower and was ready to have a good sleep. Although self-healing is there, he won't have any problem even if he doesn't sleep for 10 days and 10 nights. But rice can make you full, so why do people still need to eat meat and vegetables? This is a truth. Just closed my eyes. Click. The bedroom door was slammed open. Gen Kyujo frowned slightly when he heard the sudden opening of the door, and displeasure flashed across his eyes. He didn't like this behavior of not knocking. He adjusted his sitting position. He looked at the uninvited guest in front of him. Kocho Shinobu was staring at him sharply. The girl's steps were firm and full of anger, each step exuding a strong sense of dissatisfaction. The corners of his mouth were slightly depressed. Anger was furrowed between his brows. Clearly very unhappy about something. This posture. It seemed that Kane told her everything that needed to be said. The girl walked straight to the big bed in the center of the room. He put his hands on his hips and said with sharp eyes. I won't talk nonsense to you. I'll cancel the slave contract with my sister. Gen Kyujo's head tilted slightly. Stretched his muscles. Is this your attitude towards asking people to do things? Let me take my sister's place. I will be your slave and you will give my sister her freedom. There was a wry smile on the girl's lips. There was unconcealable sadness in his eyes. The pain and despair on her face were intertwined, making her original beautiful face eclipsed. The shoulders are also due to inner decisions. Causes slight trembling due to emotional impact. I heard the girl's decision. Gen Kyujo nodded silently. Well, I am very satisfied with this attitude. The girl naturally caught the other person's smile keenly. He pursed his lips tightly, his eyes filled with contempt. Are you sure? Do you know what it means to be my slave? After the girl's mental activity of rubbing the corners of her clothes, with a firm expression on her face and a hint of determination in her eyes, she took a deep breath. Elder sister, I can finally help you, and I am no longer the Kocho Shinobu who needs to be taken under your wing. I am sure. I would give anything for my sister. Okay. Okay. Very good. Kane. You can't blame me for this, it was your sister who brought it to your door. Gen Kyujo climbed out of bed. Stand up slowly. Taking a leisurely step, he walked towards the girl. Kocho Shinobu felt Gen Kyujo approaching, and a hint of nervousness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Come closer. He looked at her condescendingly. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes. He reached out his hand and pinched the girl's chin, forcing her to raise her head, and their eyes met. Call the master first and come and listen. Owner. The little girl whispered, with a hint of humiliation in her voice. But she knew. This was the price she had to pay to save her sister. Ha 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 ha. Very well, from today on, you are my slave. His voice was cold and commanding, leaving no room for doubt. Gen Kyujo let go. The girl slowly lowered her head. P.S. Big revision and rewrite, so I won't offend everyone who supports me. 2-7 Use all your energy. Then my sister's contract. When can it be lifted? Kocho Shinobu asked, controlling his dissatisfaction. It's simple. You contract to be my slave first, and then I will release it for your sister. Men's words. A hint of emotion flashed in the girl's eyes. Do not believe. No. Believe it or not is not that important anymore. If this man does not take the initiative to terminate the contract, my sister will be his slave for the rest of her life. And the sister said that this man warned her. Don't try to kill him to break the contract. If he dies, the slave will die too. And now, the way to regain my sister's freedom is here. If this man keeps his word, my sister is free. What he says doesn't count. At worst, I and my sister share the joys and sorrows. Anyway, she couldn't do it while watching her sister live in humiliation alone. It can be said that she is gambling now. You're betting on yourself. At this moment, Kocho Shinobu was thinking a lot. Gen Kyujo has used the storage ability to take out the old syringe. And a small hole has been pierced in the finger. A little bright red spreads on the fingertips. This step, Kocho Shinobu also knows. My sister told her. The way this man is an indentured servant is the same way Musen adds new ghosts. Need to swallow his blood yourself. Kane, I should have told you everything, right? The girl nodded dully. Open your lips slightly. Biting his finger. Hiss. Gen Kyujo doubts. This girl is taking revenge on herself. Bite so hard. Fortunately, there is self-healing. Otherwise, she would bite her tongue. Can I do it now? The girl looked up at the man. Gen Kyujo put his big hand on the girl's forehead. Meditate with eyes closed. Let me take a look first. Search in the spiritual world. Gen Kyujo opened his eyes with a strange expression and stared at the girl in front of him. Is it okay? You wasted my blood. What? You have no chance of succeeding in your contract at all. When the person being contracted is conscious and has a firm will to resist the contract, the slave contract will immediately become invalid. Be obedient in words and actions. But deep down in her heart, this girl probably doesn't know what kind of smear she is being made into. I see that you don't want to help your sister at all. Kocho Shinobu took Gen Kyujo's hand and hurriedly explained, I didn't, let's try again, it will definitely work. It's useless to try 100 times, it will only waste my blood. Try again, I can really do it. I didn't lose my mind just now, but this time I will. Gen Kyujo suspected that there must be something wrong with his brain. He actually tried it again with her. Fuck. You waste of my blood. Let's do it again. Gen Kyujo gave a warning look. Girl, shut up. Actually, there is another way. You say. The man sat back on the bed. He closed his eyes and talked. The success rate of a slave contract is related to the loyalty and the strength of the contractee's will. Loyalty is a dead end. We can start by weakening your will. The human will only becomes weak when it is close to death. Of course, we don't need to go to such extremes. All you need to do is consume all your energy and get close to a coma. So, you want to beat me up? Gen Kyujo shook his head. There are many ways to consume physical energy. We can take the gentle route. Kocho Shinobu squeezed his collar tightly with both hands. Although she pretended to be calm on the surface, she already understood the other party's intentions. This kind of thing. She was mentally prepared before she made up her mind to replace her sister. But now is the time to really face it. How could she remain calm? The little girl took a deep breath and tried to control her emotions. Her heartbeat quickened and her cheeks flushed. She knew the other person had noticed her reaction. He approached her slowly, his eyes fixed on her, leaving her with nowhere to escape. She felt as if she was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He can only be captured without hesitation. The man reached out his hand and gently lifted her chin, forcing her to look directly into his eyes. She felt the warmth of his palm. He leaned closer to her. His breath caressed her cheek, making her shiver. Lips touched lightly. Kocho Shinobu felt as if he was hit by electricity, and a shiver spread throughout his body. She closed her eyes. Let your feelings flow freely. The kiss gradually deepened. Their bodies became closer and closer. Ding! Metal buttons fell onto the top panel. Makes a crisp sound. The girl's tears rolled down her cheeks and fell on the soft white pillow, slowly fainting. P.S. Big revision and rewrite, so I won't offend everyone who supports me. Why did you come out of his room? The girl's slender waist is as soft as a weeping willow, and you can feel its toughness with a gentle grip. The sun shone on her body. It was as if she was covered with a layer of golden gauze. Make her look particularly charming. Don't you need any rest? Didn't you sleep all night? Don't be sleepy. Hurry up and get into your position. I still have to cook, my sister will be up soon. Does this meal have to be cooked? Yes. And don't tell my sister about the deal between us. Do your current task well first. We of you. Lie on your side. The time came in the evening. The light of sunset spilled into the bedroom, shrouding the entire room in a soft and warm atmosphere. Kane slowly woke up from the bed. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched. Slept for so long. She just had to be a little thirsty. I plan to go downstairs for a drink of water. Just arrived at the door. I happened to see Kocho Shinobu passing by. Hey, Shinobu-chan. She looked towards where her sister was walking. Is it the master bedroom? She wouldn't trouble Gen Kyujo while she was asleep, right? Why are you coming from Gen Kyujo's room? Being stared at by my sister. She, who was already uncomfortable, became even more uncomfortable. Don't I have to prepare dinner? I just asked him what he likes to eat. Since when did you two have such a good relationship? After all, he is also my sister's savior. I can't regard him as my enemy. Moreover, he has signed a contract with you. It will be good for Ji to fawn over him. Kane showed a pleased smile. Xia Ren, you have really grown up, and you are not as impulsive as before. Out of habit, she touched her sister's head. Hey, this is... Xiao Xian, why is there something sticky in your hair? Kane rubbed her fingers. Then he put it to his nose and smelled it. What a strange smell! He looked at his sister carefully again. Why is your hair a mess? Kocho Shinobu wanted to die. This is too embarrassing. But he still pretended to be calm and didn't let his expression get out of hand. Sister, please stop smelling. I just took a walk in the yard. It may be that the mucus secreted by some insect on the tree happened to be on me. Is this so? Seeing that Kane was still dubious, Kocho Shinobu quickly changed the subject. Sister, I'm going to buy groceries. Is there anything you want to eat? Kane thought for a moment. Buy a chicken. Zyren likes to eat chicken. I can just drink chicken soup to replenish my health. Okay, I'll take a shower and go out. Don't you need me to accompany you? No, you have a good rest. Etc. What's wrong, sister? Kocho Shinobu naturally knew what his sister had discovered. I can only pretend to be impatient and try to fool him. What happened to your feet? I twisted it while practicing breathing techniques in the yard. You're a little weird today, Shinobu-chan. What's weird? Can't tell. Hey, my good sister, please stop thinking nonsense. You must have just recovered, so you should go and have a good rest. Kocho Shinobu ended the topic forcefully. He pushed his sister, who knew him well enough, into the room. Kocho Shinobu is gone. But Kane still stared at her back uneasily. Can you twist your hip bones when practicing breathing techniques? It's like walking like an ostrich. P.S. Big revision and rewrite, so I won't offend everyone who supports me. 29 Not in the kitchen. 8 p.m. Gen Kyujo coming down from upstairs. Smell the aroma of dishes in the kitchen. Let me tell you, this little girl Kocho Shinobu is pretty good at cooking. Kaneheya Gen Kyujo went downstairs in one step. Currently preparing dinner with Kocho Shinobu. It stands to reason. Kane has just recovered and should not move too much. However, she couldn't stand her sister's awkward pace, so she came over to help with the work. Kyujo-san, are you down? Kane took the initiative to say hello, and Gen Kyujo simply agreed. The latter's eyes were directed towards Kocho Shinobu. But he saw this girl turning her head away stiffly, not meeting his gaze. It's ready to go. Come on, little Shinobu, eat the chicken legs. Kane put a chicken drumstick in Kocho Shinobu's bowl. Kyujo-san, come here too. I don't need it, you can eat it. I don't like chickens, but Xiaoren likes them, so I asked her to buy one today. I just drink chicken soup to replenish it. While talking, the chicken drumsticks held by Kane have been delivered to Gen Kyujo's bowl. The man didn't refuse any more. She is really good at eating chicken. Ah! When Kane heard Gen Kyujo's words, she looked at Gen Kyujo in confusion. As for Kocho Shinobu, hearing that his scandal was exposed in public, the girl's neck and ears instantly turned red. He noticed that his sister's scrutinizing eyes were looking at him. She did it subconsciously, rubbing her legs together, trying to relieve her inner anxiety. She wanted to escape this embarrassing situation, but was unable to do so. He could only sit there helplessly. Endure every second of this suffering. Gen Kyujo, what do you want? The farce just now, with Gen Kyujo's deception, successfully dispelled Kane's doubts. Dinner, over. Things like putting away the dishes. Gen Kyujo is a man. How could it be expected? Kane's body has not recovered yet. As it should be. This job was left to Kocho Shinobu. At this time, in the kitchen, the dishes have been washed. There is only one person, Kocho Shinobu. The little girl is wearing a floral apron. Make her figure look better. Maybe it's because the apron makes her waist look slimmer. This makes her overall body proportions more coordinated. How did you come? The visitor was none other than Gen Kyujo. Don't you love eating chicken? A blush suddenly appeared on the girl's cheeks. She realized what he meant. Not here. Second bedroom. Because her body was too tired in the morning, Kane didn't care about the dirt on her body. I simply changed my clothes and went to bed. As a girl with mysophobia, how can I do it when my body is always dirty? So after going upstairs for a while, Kane gave herself a full body bath. The girl changed into her nightgown. Her dewy skin was looming under the wet nightgown. The slender waist, graceful hip curves, and slender legs all exude youthful vitality and beauty. The hem of her nightgown brushed lightly against the ground. It adds an elegant charm. Ready for work before going to bed. She pulled back the quilt and prepared to have a good sleep again. Sudden. Her movements are forbidden. As one of the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer squad. It's because of the samurai. Her hearing is naturally different from ordinary people. I was just taking a shower, so I didn't pay attention. Listen carefully now. But she found movement downstairs and it reached her ears. Her first reaction was that a thief had come in. Probably rummaging through boxes and cabinets. The two of them were still trying their best to control their voices. But how could this possibly escape his hearing? Little thief, meet me. You are unlucky today. Think so? Kane tightened the belt of her bath towel and went downstairs carrying Nichiren blades. Xiao Ren, you. I heard my sister's familiar voice. Kane's first reaction was that her sister had been kidnapped by gangsters. Worried, Kane quickly followed the sound to the restaurant. But she saw a scene that made her eyes tremble. How can this be a thief? This is P.S. Big revision and rewrite, so I won't offend everyone who supports me. 30 Don't rob him from me. Asshole. I'll fight with you. Kane drew her sword and left her body. The Nichiren blades roared out, cutting through the air and making a sharp hissing sound. Stab in the direction of Gen Kyujo. My sister is still so young. How did he do it? Now she couldn't care less about the slave contract this guy had made for her. If he dies, he will die too, that's all. She only has one thought now. Just to seek justice for my sister who was kneeling on the ground and being humiliated. However, a matter of life and death. Gen Kyujo didn't panic at all. Kocho Shinobu opened his hands wide and blocked them in front of him. The girl lowered her head, her bangs blocking her beautiful eyes. Because of the movement of the arms, the proud granary trembles in the chest. Kane looked at her sister in surprise. Xiao Nin, what are you doing? The woman's voice was almost a roar. Kocho Shinobu raised his head with firm eyes and looked at his sister. I don't allow you to touch him. Are you crazy? You are doing something stupid. Now. Kane suddenly understood all the unusual things that happened in the afternoon. What's the point of being under a tree in the yard and getting your head covered in insect slime? Practice breathing techniques and sprain your feet. This stupid sister is all lying to herself. She must be doing it for me. Think of this. Kane's tears quickly flowed down her cheeks. Her eyes were full of grief and self-blame, and she felt deeply saddened by the pain and helplessness her sister had experienced. Xiao Ren, you are so stupid, you shouldn't do it for. Seeing her sister's sad look, the girl held back tears. Her inner voice told her. Kocho Shinobu, you have to be ruthless. You can't let your sister see that. So, the girl interrupted Kane. Enough. What shouldn't be done? Sister, I think you are overthinking, right? I didn't seek mystery for you. While you were sleeping, the two of us had developed a relationship, so this was all of my own free will. I love the man in front of me very much. He loves me too. Kane was stunned, feeling like her head was still buzzing. I just slept. Why does it feel like the whole world has changed? She didn't believe what her sister said. Right. Shinobu would never do this. Something must be wrong. She brought up the Nichiren blades again, glaring at Gen Kyujo. It's you. You must have controlled my sister through other means, right? Snapped. Gen Kyujo was about to deny it. Kocho Shinobu rushed in front of Kane with a quick step, gave the latter a loud slap in the face. Then, she is a head shorter than her sister. Raise your head vigorously. Looking at each other with her sister Kane, his eyes were filled with unyielding and stubbornness. Look carefully, my sister. I'm not being controlled. I love Xian. Sister, why are you so stubborn? Could it be you also like Xian, and you were secretly happy after being contracted as a slave? Now you realize you have no chance, so you break the defense. In that case, Xian, you love me, right? Cancel my sister's slave contract. I don't want her to have any illusions and rob you from me. Gen Kyujo, a bystander, watched silently from beginning to end. I praised the little girl's acting skills in my heart. Very good at making things up. It would be a pity not to write novels. Kane, come here. I will terminate the slave contract for you. Gen Kyujo's voice could not bring Kane back to her senses. She was still immersed in the slap Kocho Shinobu had just given her. And the paragraph that follows. Falling into deep self-doubt. My sister was right. I do have a crush on Gen Kyujo, and I didn't feel so resistant to being contracted as a slave. On the contrary, I was very happy. So, what I just did was really because I was jealous. Looking at his absent-minded sister, Kocho Shinobu's heart ached. But the situation has come to this, and the acting has to be done in full. Cut the mess with a sharp knife. Sister, just use the freedom I have won for you to live well. She stood up. Lean into the man's arms. In a lazy and gentle voice, he said coquettishly, my dear, quickly terminate my sister's slave contract. I'm sleepy. Let's go to bed, okay? This delicate voice. It is in sharp contrast to Kocho Shinobu's usual arrogant and irritable image. Gen Kyujo's heart trembled unconsciously. An inexplicable joy came to my heart. Okay. He slowly walked up to Kane. At this time, Kane's eyes were still empty, and she seemed to have not recovered from her sister Kocho Shinobu's words. Gen Kyujo pressed his palm on her forehead. She didn't resist. A purple light flashed across the man's pupils. Of course, he couldn't release the slave. But without making any noise, how can Kocho Shinobu believe it? Anyway, as a slave contractor, Kane couldn't notice anything. Gen Kyujo just casts a charm. Fooled for a while. All right. Kocho Shinobu asked. The baby is so nice, let's go upstairs and eat chicken. P.S. Big revision and rewrite, so I won't offend everyone who supports me. 3-1 Kane sheds tears. Kane collapsed on the floor downstairs in despair. Until it's silent upstairs. Only then did she come back to her senses in a daze. The dilated pupils regained their vigor. The time spent alone downstairs. She has been successfully misled by Kocho Shinobu. Now that Xia Ren has found his sweetheart. My slave contract is gone too, it's time for me to leave. Stay again. It would only make Shinobu feel like an eyesore. Where are you going at night? Gen Kyujo came down from upstairs, Mingzi said. Of course he knew where Kane was going and why she left. Fortunately, I got down in time. Otherwise, everyone would run away. My body has almost recovered. I should report back to the Demon Slayer Corps. Outside the house. The biting cold wind blew by, making the girl's thin body shiver. As a master of breathing techniques, he is also one of the 9 pillars of the 9 strongest swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. Will it freeze because of the wind? Kane was obviously lying. Gen Kyujo understood her injuries, even though her body still recovered twice as fast as her self-healing had given her. She also had to stay in bed for at least a month. Is it because of Kocho Shinobu that you want to beat him up? Kane couldn't lie after all, and her expression changed several times. Finally. Don't let me down, Xia Ren, or I won't let you go. This non-threatening warning was not taken seriously by Gen Kyujo. Do you really believe everything your sister just said? If not. Thinking of everything that just happened, Kane gritted her teeth. The truth is, that's not the case. What do you mean? Want to know the truth? The girl stared at the man. He didn't say anything, but the act of returning to the villa and closing the door said everything. She tightened her grip on the Nichiren blades. Because of excessive force, the hand was embedded too deeply, and it had turned slightly red. Kane followed Gen Kyujo to the second floor. Master bedroom. Well, Kocho Shinobu was woken up faintly by Gen Kyujo's push. Gen Kyujo's pupils glowed purple. Charm activates. Kocho Shinobu, are everything you and your sister said tonight true? Gen Kyujo asked. The girl's eyelashes fluttered, as if in rebellion. Stop soon. No. It's not. Then why did you do this? Gen Kyujo asked again. Because I love my sister and I want my sister to be free, I made a deal with Gen Kyujo to let me take my sister's place. However, I know that my sister will definitely be sad if she knows the truth. I can only cruelly say those words to my sister. Kocho Shinobu finished. Gen Kyujo looks at Kane. At this time, the girl covered her mouth with cold hands, and her thin body kept shaking. Her body fell backwards and collapsed to the ground. List of known demon abilities. Self-healing. Level 1, normal people recover 10 times faster. Level 2, recovery speed is 20 times that of ordinary people. Charm. Level 1, make eye contact and briefly control others. Disadvantage, the stronger the will of the person being manipulated, the more likely he is to resist success. Level 2, eye contact makes people fall into a dream of desire. It makes up for the shortcomings of the first level, it is irresistible, but the strength determines the length of time it takes to fall into place. Level 3, on the basis of Level 1 and Level 2. You can control others through your voice. Servant. Level 1, control the life and death of the contractee. Contracts are more likely to succeed when the will is weak. Level 2, sharing 50% of all abilities of the contractor. Storage. Level 1, 1 square meter of independent space. Demonization. Level 1, transform into demon form for 3 minutes. All attributes are improved tenfold. Element. Level 1, full attribute element control, no lethality. PS, big revision and rewrite, so I won't offend everyone who supports me. All changes have been completed. Chapter 29 has been blocked. The changes are under review. If you are anxious, you can read the related work. 3-2 Where did the lipstick mark come from? Why am I so stupid? I actually took my sister's words seriously. Seeing Kane's helpless and regretful expression, Gen Kyujo felt no pity. Instead, he felt that this was not enough. Not crazy, not live. There needs to be something more exciting. Kocho Shinobu, tell me why you screamed so loudly just now when you knew your sister was downstairs. Because only in this way can I make my sister think that you and I are in love, and also make my sister think that I am a slut. I want to force my sister away, and I want to make her completely free. Gen Kyujo nodded with satisfaction. The little girl said it in quite detail. Well, you did a good job. Now you can have a good sleep. Kocho Shinobu lay down obediently. You don't have to hold it in. Your sister is under my spell. She won't hear you if you cry. Gen Kyujo saw Kane biting her lip very hard. I was reminded. The girl gave Gen Kyujo a hard look. This shameless man. Completely ruining her sister's life. No, I'm not much better. As a sister, I actually believed my sister's white lies. I am also very responsible. You shouldn't be kind enough to let me listen to this. Tell me your purpose. Kane is not a fool. Naturally, I understood that Gen Kyujo had other motives for telling him the truth. I just want to tell you one thing. Your slave contract is still there, and your sister has also signed a slave contract with me. You can't escape from my grasp. Kane looked at Kocho Shinobu. Very distressed. Sister, you are still too naive. Now both of us sisters are controlled by his slaves. Can be done. I'm afraid the only option is to survive. Here, or somewhere else. Don't use this expression, isn't this what you want? The girl's rounded heels left her clogs, and she stood on tiptoe, wrapping her arms around Gen Kyujo's neck. Gen Kyujo took advantage of the situation and hugged the light Kane directly. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Brought a touch of warmth. The girl rubbed her sleepy eyes. She had worked hard all day yesterday. After a good sleep, I feel full of energy now. All the energy has been restored. It's all that stinky man's fault. Hey? Look to the other side of the bed. That guy is not here? No, no. What do I want him to do? I don't know if my sister is gone. I went too far yesterday, so it should have an effect. Click. The sound of the door lock turning sounded. Gen Kyujo walked in. With the back of his head facing up, he lay directly on the bed. Why are there lipstick marks on your face? Didn't you kiss me last night? How is that possible? I didn't kiss you at all yesterday. Then maybe you kissed me at night? That's even more impossible. I can sleep well. That might be a mosquito bite. Speechless. Where can there be such a big mosquito? Had a bath. Exit Gen Kyujo's room. The aroma of millet porridge wafted over, and he didn't believe that the man in the room would cook porridge for him. There is only one possibility. It's my sister who cooks the porridge. Why hasn't she left yet? Dragging his lower body, which had not yet recovered, to the first floor. Kane just walked from the kitchen to the dining room carrying an iron pot. Xia Ren is awake, come and have breakfast. Kane served Kocho Shinobu a bowl of porridge and put the chopsticks aside. With a gentle smile on her face. This is completely different from yesterday. My sister was obviously very disappointed with me yesterday. Kocho Shinobu sat across from Kane. Continue to pretend to be cold, sister, why are you still here? Didn't you understand what I meant yesterday? Xian is mine. SHH. Kane's fingers touched Kocho Shinobu's lips. My good sister, I won't compete with you. My sister has found her own happiness, and she will only be happy for you. You, sister. Kane's gentle and heartwarming look. Kocho Shinobu can no longer say anything unpleasant. Directly break the defense. Wow. Cry loudly. 3 tired of playing. The two sisters reconciled. Staying in the room, I talked a lot. Actually, Kocho Shinobu also has selfish motives, and Gen Kyujo is a tired cow. Stay with your sister. He didn't dare to do it blatantly. That's what the little girl thought. In fact, Gen Kyujo never even thought about it. Lying on the bed, he noticed the desire he had absorbed in the Kocho sisters over the past 2 days. Charm breakthrough. Level 3 charm can control other people's thoughts through voice. This is undoubtedly better than the first and second levels. It needs to be stronger through eye contact. Nothing to do. He summarized the current demon abilities. Self-healing. Level 1, normal people recover 10 times faster. Level 2, recovery speed is 20 times that of ordinary people. Charm. Level 1, make eye contact and briefly control others. Disadvantage: the stronger the will of the person being manipulated, the more likely he is to resist success. Level 2, eye contact makes people fall into a dream of desire. It makes up for the shortcomings of the first level, it is irresistible, but the strength determines the length of time it takes to fall into place. Level 3, on the basis of Level 1 and Level 2. You can control others through your voice. Servant. Level 1, control the life and death of the contractee. Contracts are more likely to succeed when the will is weak. Level 2, the person sharing the contract has 50% ability. Storage. Level 1, 1 cubic meter of independent space. Demonization. Level 1, transform into demon form for 3 minutes. All attributes are improved tenfold. Element. Level 1, full attribute element control, no lethality. Biting cold wind howled in the night sky. It seemed like all the warmth was being taken away. The moonlight shines on the ground, covering the earth with a hazy silver gauze. The cold wind is biting. The branches in the night swayed in the darkness, making a creaking sound, like a whine in the cold wind. Withered yellow leaves swirled in the wind, rubbing against each other. Every leaf is like a weathered warrior, resisting tenaciously in the cold wind. Their swaying sound is like a sad song. It tells the ruthlessness and coldness of the cold wind. Fortunately, there is heating in the villa. Don't worry about the cold. At this time, it was late at night. All three returned to their rooms. Kocho Shinobu came out of the room. The destination is naturally Gen Kyujo's room. Tonight, she put on a white nightgown. The soft fabric gently brushed against her skin, creating a hazy beauty. The neckline of the nightgown is slightly open, showing off her graceful collarbones and slender neck. The skirt is slim-fitting at the waist and outlines her graceful figure just right. The skirt is slightly looser, swaying gently with her steps. She put it on specially to make up for that man. After all, I didn't reward him all day today. Dong dong. What? Gen Kyujo opened the door, revealing only one head. Kocho Shinobu subconsciously wanted to look inside, but was blocked by Gen Kyujo's sight. I'm here to accompany you, Asking knowingly. Really annoying. No need, go back quickly. The man's words came out of his mouth. Close the door smoothly. The girl was left alone in front of the door. He was obviously very impatient yesterday, is he tired of it now? Kocho Shinobu caressed his pretty face. Is my charm only for one day? The girl was like a frustrated ball and returned to her room listlessly. In the master bedroom, Kane leaned against the bed. Her long hair cascaded over the pillow, contrasting sharply with her fair skin. The slender neck is slightly curved. Reveal beautiful lines. The black nightgown wrapped her graceful figure. The hem of the skirt just covered her thighs, showing off her charming leg curves. When are you going to tell your sister? Let her discover it slowly. I'm afraid she will understand it all at once and won't be able to stand the excitement. Well, that's up to you. Wait a minute. I'm looking for something. These two sisters are really interesting. One likes to be loud, the other likes to be quiet. Got a smelly sock from under the bed. Hand it over. Use this. Van. P.S. I've summarized the demon's abilities, and there are also related works. 3-4 I am also willing to be a mistress. Levels of the Demon Slayer Squad, A, B, C, D, E, G, Gang, Xin, Ren, Gui, from strong to weak. Night falls. The forest was shrouded in a mysterious silvery moonlight. Quick! Don't let her escape. I discovered this ghost first, none of you should try to rob it from me. Ha 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 ha, it's not up to you. Whoever cuts off her head will get the credit. If I kill this ghost, I will reach the gang level and be one step closer to becoming a pillar. Female Gu Yiying ran along a winding path, the leaves scattered under her feet flying as she rushed past. The voice of the ghost hunter behind me. Getting closer. Her heart was pounding as if it would burst out of her chest. But she didn't dare to slow down her steps at all. If a ghost falls into the hands of a ghost hunter, there is only one result, beheading. Thinking of this, her neck tightened and her pace quickened. However, because I was too nervous, her feet slipped and she fell to the ground. Female Gu Yiying glanced behind her, trying to make sure her pursuer was still there. That's when I discovered it. He was already deep in the forest. It was empty all around. A two-story thatched house stands in the open space. It exudes a weird atmosphere. The moonlight shines on the house through the gaps in the leaves, forming mottled shadows. The thatched house seemed to become like a monster that swallowed people. Sudden. She heard a sound, like something being stepped on. Ying thought the ghost hunter was catching up. Get up quickly. Severe pain soon came from below. The knee has been scraped. Can't leave anymore. Don't run away. If you want to become my family, I can save you. A little boy's voice came from the house. Female Gu Yiying raised her eyes. There was a little boy standing on the thatched hut, and Ying was sure he was a ghost at the first sight. But he is very different from himself. He was all white, from his skin to his curly hair. The clothes are pure white kimono. The aura he exuded actually made her feel like she wanted to worship him. It is said that ghosts have blood, a powerful ghost aura. It will make weak ghosts fear and worship. So there is no doubt that he is. This ghost is stronger than myself. After confirming this matter, no longer hesitate. She immediately knelt down. I do. As long as you can save me. Don't talk about family, I am also willing to be a mistress. Female Gu Yiying obviously misunderstood the meaning of spider lay. Spider tired tilted his head. Although he doesn't understand what a mistress is. But this female ghost promised to be my family, and nothing else mattered. Ha 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 ha, I finally caught up with this ghost. Female Gu Yiying was talking to Spider Lay for a while. 5 ghost hunters were already approaching with knives on their shoulders. Look here. One of the ghost hunters immediately discovered the grass roof and the spider tired under the moonlight. He's still a child. But it doesn't change the fact that he is a ghost. Then let me kill him together and receive 2 rewards. Hey, you have a big appetite. I'm afraid your Nichiren blades are not fast enough. Ha ha ha. Female Gu Yiying was already trembling with fear from the ghost hunter. It was as if Tired didn't hear it. Open your hands. 10 silver white spider threads flew out from his fingers. In a blink, this almost transparent spider thread streaked across the ghost hunter's body. Snap! The 5 ghost hunters were instantly torn apart. Distant Tokyo. In the exclusive villa where the Demon Slayer core rests. Lie on your side. Kocho Shinobu lay in bed unable to sleep. On the originally flat sheets, wrinkles appeared one after another, like the undulations of the sea surface blown by the wind. Some folds are tightly attached to each other. Some folds are sparse. Together with the folds, these marks outline the curves of the body while sleeping, as if they were the marks left by a hug. There must be something wrong. The girl was talking to herself. Recalling the experience of visiting Genkyujo these past few nights. I'll stay with you. Unnecessary. What about tonight? I'm busy, go back and sleep with you. I want it. Hold it. Unacceptable. It's really too much. Living this life is like being a widow. Due to the dual influence of servant and charm, she has less and less negative feelings towards Genkyujo. And gradually became obsessed with Genkyujo. Tonight, she couldn't stand it any longer. I want to use strength. Bang! The girl used her calf force to violently tear down the door. The next second, the situation in the room. Shocked. Her red face was pouting, and she was so angry. That's too much. Don't play with me. P.S. Everything has been changed and it can finally be updated normally. 3-5 Eat chicken morning and evening. In a dilapidated attic. There was a musty smell in the air. The moonlight shone faintly through the cracks in the window and sprinkled on the dusty wooden floor. Female Gu Yiying was half kneeling on the ground. There is a low table in the middle. Half kneeling opposite her was the little white-haired boy who saved her. On either side of him, there was one just like him. A girl whose skin and hair are all white. From the mutual introduction just now, she already knew their names. The little boy's name is Spider Lei. The girl's name is Spider Sakura, and she is Tired's older sister. But from the dialogue between the two parties, she always felt that this sister was a bit too polite to her brother. At this time, tired of doing things she couldn't understand, he cut his fingers with sharp spider silk. Tick-tock. Carefully drop a drop of blood into the bowl. The bright red blood was as bright as a gem, and looked particularly dazzling in the dim light. Tired of doing it all, Sister Spider Ying held the porcelain bowl in front of Ying. Drink it. Our whole family's abilities now come from being tired. Everyone was originally a weak ghost, and they all relied on Lei to share their strength with us. Because Lei is deeply appreciated by that adult, that's why she is allowed to behave like this now. With trepidation, Ying drank the water mixed with blood from the bowl. Clang! I haven't put down the bowl in my hand yet. Sudden! Ying felt her pupils dilate instantly. A feeling of suffocation followed. Her bones stretched and her muscles tightened, as if she could break free at any moment and emerge from her cocoon into a butterfly. She put her hands on the ground in pain. He lay down on his head. Painfully. As the world goes on, Ying's appearance changes. The originally childish face gradually became mature. There is a strange temperament between the eyebrows and eyes. The short black hair gradually turned into waist-length hair like snow, covering her back like a cloak. Drooped to the floor. Strands of white hair crossed his face. Against pale skin. The thin body was slender than before. The body is slim and plump. The changes are over. A tired voice sounded. Congratulations! This way you are my real family. From today on, your name is no longer Ying, your name is Spider Ying. Half a month. Zhen Quzhou is all used to increase his favorability with the Kocho sisters. Eat chicken during the day and eat chicken at night. It not only replenishes the body, but also develops proficiency to the extreme. Leave Kuai Chi. Just to save the Komatsu family. I originally planned to conquer Nation Spider Mountain. As a result, I met Kocho Shinobu halfway. An unexpected combination of circumstances happened. Absorb the souls of the girls killed by Doma. The goal was unexpectedly achieved ahead of schedule. It stands to reason that the current level 2 slave and self-healing can already allow Kuei Ji and the 4 children to fake their own death to deceive Muzan. But just to be on the safe side. At the same time, it is also to improve one's own strength. The trip to Nation Spider Mountain is already a confirmed plan. The first plan is to upgrade Servant to level 3. The third level slave will give the contractee a chance to be reborn and evolve into a demon. What it ultimately evolves into is random. It depends on which demonic characteristics the contractee possesses, which one he will evolve into. Then there is the third level of self-healing, the ability to regenerate a broken limb. He was not sure how much damage Muzan's blood would cause to the human body. But if self-healing reaches level 3, that's 100% no problem. Gwigwa. A crow sounded outside the house, frightening away the 2 birds that were studying the origin of life on the branches outside the villa. Kocho Kane, have you recovered? If you have recovered, please report back to the Demon Slayer squad as soon as possible. Kocho Shinobu, how long do you want to take leave? Butterfly House is very busy right now and I need you to go back as soon as possible. Yard. Kocho Shinobu and Kocho Kane's crows bring orders from the Demon Slayer Lord. I'm really convinced. I've only had a few days of rest. Just let me go back. I have to take care of the wounded in Butterfly House. It's so annoying. Xia Ren, don't complain too much. We have indeed rested for a long time. It is reasonable for the master to urge us. But I don't want to go back to the Demon Slayer Corps. Sister, you shouldn't want to either, right? Omega. The two girls' cheeks immediately glowed. Just right. Gen Kyujo came down from upstairs. You guys go back to the Demon Slayer squad. I have something to do and am ready to leave. P.S. There are roughly chapters in the front. Remember to set up and clear the cache so that they can be refreshed. 3-6 Be a good mother to me. You don't want us anymore, do you? Is this what Shinobu guessed, Xian? The sisters have different expressions. My sister's breasts are so fierce that people can't help but want to punish her. My sister is so pitiful and pitiful. Gen Kyujo. Women will indeed affect the speed at which I draw the knife. I left to improve my strength and let you return to the Demon Slayer Corps. I also wanted you to become my informant in the Demon Slayer Corps. Remember the plan I mentioned, right? Gen Kyujo mentioned it to the second daughter before. After they return to the Demon Slayer Corps, they must tell him if there is a mission for Zhu. If it was before, they will definitely consider whether Gen Kyujo will be harmful to the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. But now, who cares? Whatever Xian tells us to do, we will do it. Then how can I pass it on to you if I have news with Xia Ren? Gen Kyujo touched his chin and thought for a while. Call your crow back again. Soon. The two women's whistles called back the crows. The two women captured the crow one by one. Help! Help! Kocho Shinobu and Kana Megami became traitors. Guigua. Two crows struggled. However, there are no eggs. Kocho Shinobu and Kane, the two women knocked them unconscious with one punch. Then, Gen Kyujo sent the blood he had prepared long ago into the mouths of the two crows. The moment blood enters the body, the two crows woke up again. Gen Kyujo directly uses charm. Obedient. The two crows were honest. Slave, the contract was signed successfully. Two crows stared at Gen Kyujo loyally. That's enough, the contract is completed and they have become my servants. There is news, let them go to Nation Spider Mountain. The two women nodded. Then they looked at each other and smiled. From each other's eyes, they can see each other's thoughts. Crows are slaves too, so who are we? Nation Spider Mountain. In a dilapidated attic. It's meal time. Spider Mother, Spider Mother, Spider Ying, Spider Brother. A family of 6 sits together. One table per person. But the table in front of them was full of broken pots and bowls, and there were no side dishes on the dirty plates. Just looking at each other. It's like eating a hearty meal. Everyone is performing. Only Spider Lay sat in the corner and observed the family members. He didn't smile. But it can be seen in the eyes. He was satisfied. It's almost time. Dinner time is also over. Just when he thought so, he saw his mother. Mom has changed. She is no longer the plump and charming person who still has charm. Instead, she turned into a black-haired girl with double pineapple braids. He was angry. The night is dark. A bright moon hangs high in the sky, casting a cold light. The moonlight became colder and colder, as if it was also feeling sorry for what happened to the woman under the tree. Lei looked at her mother and said hoarsely, "Mom." His voice was small. No joy or anger can be seen. But in the eyes of Spider Mother, this is more frightening than shouting loudly, looking serious, and showing anger in his eyes. Sorry, tired. I will practice hard, please forgive me. I'm sorry, it's because I didn't do a good enough job, so sometimes it turns out to be the way it is. Mother Spider trembled, trying to hold back his crying. Kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness. Tired but indifferent to her explanation, the transparent spider silk strangled her neck. Spider mother, ah! Until the neck seeps into the neck and oozes bright red. Only when you are tired do you loosen your restraints. Stop making excuses, mother. Be a good mother to me. I know, I'm tired. Mother Spider returned to her plump and charming white-haired enchantress appearance. Attic window gap. Two eyes watched everything that happened. Spider Sakura looked away. Look at Spider Ying. Everyone is afraid of ghost hunters. They just want a partner. In fact, they don't want to be trapped here and play this kind of unexplained pretending to be a family drinking game. But don't respect those who ask or give orders. I've had enough of being cut into pieces, being completely stripped of my intelligence, being hung up and exposed to the Sunday. Ying listened to Ying's complaint. He retracted his squinting gaze and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and recommendation tickets. 3-7 Betrayal and Life-Saving Grace. In a dilapidated attic. There was a damp, musty smell in the air. Only the cool moonlight streaming in through the window and the flickering candle light brought some light to this dark environment. The candle light faintly illuminated everything around it. The corners of the eaves covered with cobwebs are faintly visible. On the floor, the old wooden boards have long lost their original color and become mottled. Deep ravines and holes tell the traces of age. In the center of the attic, Spider Ying's attention stayed outside the window. Spider Sakura sat across from her. Sakura, I will pretend that I didn't hear this and stop saying it. Ying, I think you are not an idiot. Ah. You're not like the others. Sakura stopped at the last sentence. In the attic, there was a brief moment of silence. Let's run away together. Sakura came up with this bold idea. Look away from the window. She smiled like a flower and looked at Ying tenderly with bright eyes. Because it's you, I said this. In this hypocritical home, I only regard you as my real sister. Tomorrow, I will be summoned by that adult. So it will definitely go down the mountain. We can escape then. The next day, the sun sets gradually. Dark night enveloped the woods. Ghosts cannot move under the sun. Therefore, for ghosts, the evening is the morning of the day. If you want to meet Muzan, your departure time must be at this time. Ying and Sakura's figures appeared deep in the woods. They held hands and ran quickly. However, the expressions of escape on their faces were completely different. Sakura's face was full of anxiety, her eyes were wide open and her mouth was slightly open, as if she was afraid that she would step into hell if she was too late. Ying, on the other hand, looked calm and relaxed. At the foot of the mountain, the two women's steps stopped. He stood there with cold eyes, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Ying suddenly let go of Sakura's hand. Quickly walked to Tired's side. Her eyes were contemptuous, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, revealing a proud smile. The betrayed Sakura froze in place. Her eyes changed from initial shock to regret. How could she still not understand now? The only girl he regarded as his sister and family had betrayed him. She gave up. The fate that follows is determined. Tiredness will not let itself go. Outside the attic. It's not yet dawn. Sakura was tied up in a big web made of spider silk. His body was dripping with blood. An expression of pain contorted her face. Her clothes were torn by spider silk, revealing deep blood stains. Tiredness did not take away her sanity. He wanted her to know the price to pay for betrayal. Let her die awake. Because the sun is about to rise. The ghosts of the spider family are hiding where the sun cannot find them. Watching all this with cold eyes. No sympathy at all. The white fish belly appeared on the horizon. The first rays of light in the morning dispersed the gloom in the woods. It's also roasting on Spider Sakura's body. Ah! Her body was smoking. His skin was red from the sun, his eyes were closed tightly, and he was struggling in pain. But just as her voice was losing more and more life, a man wearing a black trench coat fell from the sky. The man quickly put his windbreaker on the girl's body to help her block the scorching sun. There was a flash of light. Storage is activated, and you have an additional Nichiren blades in your hand. Easily cut through the tough spider silk. Nichiren blades were left by Gen Kyujo for Kane. As for what Kane will do without Nichiren blades, Gen Kyujo has already arranged an excuse for her. Due to this tragic battle, Nichiren blades was destroyed. It's fair to say that the knife forging village can recreate one. It's not that Gen Kyujo is greedy. In fact, he didn't have any weapons at all. I can only make do with this Nichiren blades, which are colored at first sight and are used by girls. When I have the opportunity in the future, I will cast one for myself. At the moment, this is not the time to think about this. He hugged Spider Sakura and planned to leave. Court death. A tired and cold voice came from the attic. The other ghosts of the spider family were also standing in the shadows where Gen Kyujo could see. Gen Kyujo made a face. Idiot, come here if you can. The ghosts of the spider family could only stare. This human being is so mean. Knowing that we can't pass when the sun comes out, he deliberately stimulates us. Vampire art, engraved prison. Suddenly, a dazzling light refracted over. When Gen Kyujo sees clearly, only to discover that it was a large spider web woven with transparent steel wire. Go enough to trap a person. In the original plot, this net was not used to trap people, but to dismember bodies. 3/8 the value of spider cherry. The spider web slowly enlarged in Gen Kyujo's pupils. Nervousness started from the neck and went straight to the heels. He didn't expect it. Tired spider silk can actually travel up to 50 meters away. Seeing that these spider threads were about to separate him, Gen Kyujo said nothing and used the newly rescued Sakura as a shield. Sakura. I couldn't play the role of sister well before. When I feel tired, I often punish myself by cutting my face with spider silk. Although hidden inside the black windbreaker. But she was all too familiar with the chilling and sharp aura of tired spider silk. Gen Kyujo has level 2 self-healing. Even with cuts, will also recover. But the pain is unavoidable. Unless upgraded to level 3 self-healing. I was afraid of pain, so I could only use the female ghost I had just rescued to block it. Anyway, she could recover even if she was a ghost, as long as she didn't cut off her head. Hiss. The weeds and soil beneath our feet were left with clear marks. The tired vampire technique is still because the distance is not enough. No one or a ghost was hurt. What the hell? Gen Kyujo sarcastically said. Take Spider Sakura out of here. As they gradually moved away from the sight of the spider family in the thatched house, Spider Tired's roar became fainter and fainter. Finally, the angry shout was drowned by the rustling of leaves blown by the wind and disappeared into the distance. Nation Spider Mountain. It was dim with only the faint light coming from the hole, illuminating the dust floating in the air. The walls of the cave were wet. Water drops dripped from the cave ceiling from time to time. Makes a crisp ticking sound. Spider Sakura slowly opened her eyes. First confused, then alert. She found her body lying on the cold ground, covered with a black trench coat, stained with her own blood. The scenes before she fell into coma appeared in her mind. That man saved me. What about others? Her eyes darted around, looking for the human who saved her. You're awake. A man's voice came from the darkness on the opposite side. Sakura clutched her clothes tightly and looked at the darkness warily. The human who rescued her sat there quietly. His black hair and eyes. His eyes were as deep as an abyss. The light of wisdom shone, as if he could see through her heart. His expression was serious, but with a hint of tenderness. Makes people feel respected. There seemed to be an invisible force surrounding him, making him appear extremely powerful. She had only seen this powerful feeling in tired body. But there are substantial differences between the two. Why should he save himself? Is he a ghost hunter? Then why not just chop off your own head to claim the reward, but wait until you wake up? Did he want to have sex before he died? It's not that Sakura wants to think wrong. But she felt that her own value was only this. Gen Kyujo saw the other party subconsciously tightening his clothes. He suddenly became unhappy. What do you mean? It's just an insult to me. You look like you're sticking to your chastity. Who are you looking down on? You have a sick mind, no wonder you were betrayed by that scheming bitch. How stupid. After Sakura was taught a lesson, the hand holding the clothes loosened. Yes, although I am no longer as ugly as an ordinary ghost because of the tired blood. This man is so good looking. There will be no shortage of beautiful women around. How could he fall in love with a ghost like himself? Then why did you save me? I'm also thinking about this now, why should I save a fool like you? Are you going to kill me then? I saw you have Nichiren blades. Are you a ghost hunter? I'm not a ghost hunter. Not a ghost hunter. Sakura felt a little more lucky. She looked at Gen Kyujo with a flattering smile. Thank you for saving my life. Will you let me go? Won't. Sakura's smile stopped abruptly. I'm not a ghost hunter, and I can't let you go. Since you were saved by me, I must contribute your value. Hey, who are you showing this miserable look to? You don't think I'm some bad guy who does good deeds without asking for anything in return? Sakura tightened her collar. The only value she could think of was this. Fuck. I told you, I have no such thoughts about you. Then what do you want from me? Be my slave? Sakura's movement of loosening the collar suddenly stopped. The next second, he started to undress himself. It still means the same thing. P.S. I slept from about 11 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday. I feel much better and my mind doesn't want to be buzzing yesterday. There will be more today. Asking for all kinds of support. 39 Don't be so insulting. In a dilapidated attic. The air smells of staleness. Spider Lay's eyes were cold, like winter frost. His gaze was like a knife. The spider father, spider mother, spider brother, and spider sister standing opposite felt an indescribable sense of oppression. That ant-like human being. How dare you take away my sister? Take away my family. What do you think we should do? The family standing opposite were trembling, with fear written on their faces. No one dared to answer. Of course I want to get my eldest sister back. Father Spider, Mother Spider, Brother Spider, and Sister Spider looked at Ying, who opened her mouth like a fool. Is this new woman stupid? Tired of being furious now, she still dared to speak. Aren't you afraid that tired anger will burn into her body? The reason why Ying is not afraid is naturally because she feels that she has made a contribution today and caught the traitor of the family for Lay. It definitely makes a good impression on myself. These people are so stupid. Tired is just like a child, just make him happy. You are so timid. They don't act like his family at all. He will certainly punish you. You deserve it, you bunch of idiots. Ying is not a fool like you. Third sister, what you said is very good. You are the only one in the family who has the ability to act during the day, so the task of catching the eldest sister and that man will be left to you. I have used all the spider webs in that field to block the way out, so he can't escape. Third sister, you are the one I look up to the most in this family. Don't let me down. Forward. Ying was careless, she felt like she had shot her own foot. Is there any problem? Lei asked. No problem. Then go. Ying had no choice but to bite the bullet and go out. Through the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the gloating smiles of Father Spider, Mother Spider, Brother Spider, and Sister Spider. Deep in the cave, the fruit body is Ying. Swaying soft waist. Slowly approached Zhen Quzhou with light steps. Her snow-like white hair fell down on her shoulders like a waterfall, forming a sharp contrast with her fair skin. Like a white lotus in full bloom. I definitely didn't mean this. Zhen Quzhou emphasized again. But you are bent over and can't stand up straight. Ying stopped and looked at Zhen Quzhou with an innocent look. I'm not a bully like you. I can understand that you want to maintain your image, but I'm also a dignified ghost. I haven't lived through it yet. If you continue to shame me like this, I won't live anymore. Why don't you just kill me? Ying's tears couldn't stop falling. Idiot, stop sitting on the floor and crying. I want to talk to you about business. Hear Zhen Quzhou's command. Sakura asked sincerely, do you want to wear these clothes? If you want to, I will have to take them off later. It will be very troublesome to put them on. Otherwise, I'd better kill you. No, 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 I was wrong, I'll wear it right now. Ying put on the clothes she had taken off one by one. The two clarities of fear and doubt are intertwined to form a complex expression. This human being. Isn't it possible? Naturally, Zhen Quzhou didn't know this conjecture. Otherwise, I will never let her go. Zhen Quzhou is not a sage, he is a devil. He couldn't deny that he had an idea just now. But soon he stopped. Why? Because the other party is still a ghost. He was mentally resistant. He looked away from the girl's naked body. Let's wait until slave reaches level 3. Level 3 slaves, all contracted persons will have a chance to be reborn and evolve into demons. Which kind of devil will he evolve into? It depends on which kind of devil the contracted person's body is more compatible with. Spider Lei's aesthetic is pretty good. The changes in body shape and appearance are all captured just right. When evolving a demon, be sure not to become crippled. Otherwise I will lose blood. I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 40. What do you like about her? Is this okay? Zhen Quzhou pulled out the finger that Sakura was sucking. From now on, you are my slave. If I die, you will be as distraught as me. Then I will protect you, don't worry. Shall I use you for protection? Sakura lowered her head humbly. In the end, I have become someone else's slave. But this new owner seems to be much better than tired. At least he's not perverted. Because he can't do it, dash. In reality, I dare not disobey Zhen Quzhou. She only dared to tease him in her heart. Sakura, tell me all about your subordinate's abilities in detail. He still remembers Tired's abilities very clearly. But he only had a general understanding of the minions under his command. Sakura has lived with them for so long, so she must know more details. Next. With his tiring personality, he would only take action in the end and let these men deal with him. The more detailed information, the more the better. Okay. Sakura replied while adjusting her clothes. In addition to being tired, there are 5 ghosts in the attic now. The Spider Father is extremely powerful and his body can shed its skin, so don't take it lightly when cutting off its head. He will probably kill you back. The Spider Mother's ability is to use spider silk to control living people and dead corpses. She can easily kill them at close range, so they are easier to deal with. Brother Spider's ability is to use a venom that turns people into spiders. The best way to deal with him is to kill him remotely. I originally played the role of the eldest sister in the Tired family, and the remaining two were the second and third sisters. The second sister's ability is spider sense. She can predict danger in advance. Third sister's ability is to turn spider silk into thread. The thread is tough and can secrete venom. Master, you must be especially careful about this woman. Although she is not very powerful, she is very scheming. You must not show mercy when dealing with her, and don't talk nonsense to her. She is very good at lying. You must use the most cruel method, kill her. Looking at Ying, she almost had the words public revenge and private revenge carved on her face. Zhen Quzhou didn't bother to expose it. I like this scheming bitch very much. Master, you have never met her, why do you like her? Also, what does scheming bitch mean? A scheming bitch generally refers to a woman who looks innocent on the surface, but is actually quite scheming and good at hiding her true intentions. In addition, she also likes to do things to sow discord and take advantage of others. It's amazing, Master. You are so amazing. That's what she is like. But who would like such a person? Master, you. What a weird hobby. Although her character is not very good, compared to you, I think she is more useful. Don't look aggrieved. Her ability to understand things with a brain is much better than a fool like you. Then shall I leave? Do you want to die? I'll just liven up the atmosphere. By the way, what is your ability? Hearing that Zhen Quzhou is finally curious about his abilities, Sakura was so happy. I have always been told that I am a waste, and now I can finally show my abilities. Ha 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 ha, I've been listening at the entrance of the cave for a long time. Human, you are very discerning. I am indeed much better than her. What kind of abilities can a waste like her have? He's just an idiot who was fooled around by me. Gilyalu. A white ball of thread wrapped in a spider web rolled to the entrance of the cave, blocking half of the sunlight at the entrance of the cave. Spider Ying's dissolute and arrogant voice. It's coming from the inside. Hiss. There was a tearing sound. The white thread made of spider silk tore a hole. Ying got out of the crack in the ball of thread. She was careful not to let herself get any sunlight. Her white hair is like the bright moonlight. Pours down, reaching to the ankles. The skin is as white as jade, shining with a soft luster. The bridge of the nose is straight and delicate, giving people a feeling of confidence and determination. The eyes are as deep as pools, shining with wisdom and mystery. Her lips are as delicate as cherries in spring, making people want to kiss them. Such a combination of facial features. It gives people a feeling of innocence and childishness. One can't help but want to protect her and take care of her. But Ying's Zhen Quzhou and Sakura will not be deceived by her protective shell at all. P.S. Please give me flowers, please recommend me tickets, and please give me monthly votes. For one master, which one do you like? In the cave. Because of Ying's arrival, the light was blocked by her spider silk threads. Darkness takes up most of the space. The smell of dampness hung in the air. It's like the freshness of rainwater seeping into the soil, and the smell of moss growing quietly in the dark. The sound of water droplets is like the pendulum of a clock, beating rhythmically on the stone walls of the cave. Let this endless darkness have some life. Master, give her to me and let me teach her a lesson. Zhen Quzhou said nothing. Automatically take 3 steps back. Seeing that the new owner acquiesced in his actions, Sakura glared at Ying. What the hell is this, called? Oh, scheming bitch. I just want to show my ability in front of the new master, so why don't you come and destroy me? And this was just after the master finished praising you. After mocking me. You have been hiding at the entrance of the cave and eavesdropping. Let's settle old and new grudges together. Vampire art turtle shell binding. When Sakura shouted the blood ghost technique, Zhen Quzhou and Ying were both shocked. The vampire technique is an ability that only the 12 Kizuki level can master. Lei shares his abilities with his family. But this ability is far from being a vampire. And Sakura actually knows the vampire technique. Gen Kyujo undying, did you underestimate her before? Su. Just when one person and one ghost were stunned, countless silver-white spider threads flew out of Sakura's sleeves. Very similar to tired. Cold sweat broke out on Ying's forehead. Thinking of tired threads that could separate flesh and blood, she felt instinctive fear. Swish swish. A large amount of spider silk gathered in front of her. One after another, adult-height balls of string blocked the way. Boom. The next second, Sakura's spider silk did not cut Ying's thread, it only made a tight sound. There was silence in the cave. Gen Kyujo holds his forehead. What? Although these silk threads are similar to the use of tired ones. But there is only toughness, not sharpness. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing so hard. My stupid sister, is this your vampire technique? I thought you were so awesome. The current situation. Sakura had expected this. The power of the two spider silk is almost the same. The competition is who can make better use of these spider silks. At this point, she is proud enough. Because she has created many moves. The scheming bitch opposite can only wind a ball of thread. Who has a disgusting sister like you? You deserve to be called sister. It's not over yet. Keep taking the fight. Tied with hands and hands. Bind your hands with your head. Handcuffs. Continuously handcuff. Backhand binding. Second master, small hand binding. Bind your hands behind your back. Tie up the rope. Stand upright and stay still. Huzi Uabeo. Ebi Lofu. Ni Hai Lao Fu. Stand up and hang. Hanging and binding by one foot. M-shaped open leg and tied. Ni Hai Lao Diao Bi. Spider silk attacks Spider Ying from all directions. And every time Sakura finished her words, a complex binding method will be formed and cast towards Ying. At first, Ying would still dodge and use her own lines to offset the opponents. Later she gradually gave up. It changes directly to what it was like when I first came in. Weaving a ball of thread with countless spider silks, he hid in the ball of thread. He, didn't you make a lot of noise just now? What's wrong? Are you scared? Something is coming out. Spider Ying made a small opening in the ball of thread. You can see the proud Sakura now. Cursed, dirty woman. Dirty moves. Gen Kyujo also agrees with this statement. Sensing Gen Kyujo's gaze. I am deeply afraid that the new owner will misunderstand me. You scheming bitch, stop slandering me. After refuting Spider Ying, she looked at Gen Kyujo with a sincere face. Master, I was just curious and read a few more magazines. Gen Kyujo didn't give a shit about her. Suddenly looked at Spider Ying and activated charm. Control. Voices and looks coupled with surprise. With such charm, the hit rate is very high. Really? Spider Ying was controlled. Unravel the ball of thread. Gen Kyujo gave the order directly. Ying did as she was told. The condensed threads of spider silk are peeling off layer by layer. Master, you are too powerful. Sakura praised from the side. It's up to me now. Master, which binding method do you prefer? P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and recommendation votes. 4 to 3 minutes is quite impressive. You are looking down on me too much. Just 3 breaths. Ying wakes up. His eyes are as bright as a torch. Master, what's going on? It's not working. Sakura looked at Gen Kyujo in confusion. Gen Kyujo stared at the ghost named Ying with some surprise. As expected of him, he was the penultimate person to die in the Anata Spider Mountain arc in the original plot. This kind of willpower is really not something that ordinary ghosts can achieve. He glanced at Sakura with disgust. For example, this one I just conquered. You are so powerful, two of you are bullying me, right? I won't play with you anymore, let me come over and deal with you. Say it. Ying got into the ball of thread angrily and planned to leave. Wait a moment. Human, who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Let's talk, without touching. Smart people like Ying generally like to wait and see, and don't want to miss any opportunities no matter what. So after some hesitation. Never mind. There's no harm in listening, since his controlling methods don't work on me anyway. See that the other party is willing to continue talking. Zhen Quzhou sat down. Ying was not polite and landed on a stone pier with her butt raised. I can give you a way to improve your strength. You will be stronger than Lei in a short time. This method is naturally the third-level slave. It's just that Zhen Quzhou naturally won't say it. Then I won't be lying to others. Ying was stunned when she heard this. Apparently he was touched by the first sentence of this conversation. His eyes met Zhen Quzhou's. Indicated to continue. I don't think you have much affection for Lei. You don't even pay much attention to his saving your life. You want to stay with him. Even if you betray someone who treats you sincerely, ghost. The real reason why you didn't hesitate either. It's just that you don't want to break away from this reliable tree. But now, I can give you the chance to become a big tree. It depends on whether you can grasp it. Judging from her expression, Ying was obviously moved. But she is not the kind of person who likes to write happiness on her face, ghost. The better things are, the more cautious she will be. Why should I trust you? Opportunities and risks coexist. I think even if we both lose in the fight, you won't lose anything. At most, this big tree is lost. You can just look for it again. But if you use such a big tree, you can get a chance to become that big tree. With such a high rate of return, can you bear to give up? Smart people, sometimes it's enough to explain the stakes clearly. She will do the rest to persuade herself. Tell me what to do. It's very simple. When you go back, tell me that I'm not easy to deal with and ask him to send more ghosts over. And you have to make sure to leave at least one ghost by your side. Why is this? Because of Yi Lei's character, as long as there is a ghost around him, he will not take action himself, but will let the ghosts under him go first. I have to promise not to deal with all the ghosts in your field Spider Mountain at the same time, or as long as if you don't unite all the ghosts to attack me, I won't be afraid. So that's it. Your analysis is right. Based on what I know about Lei in the past few days, he does have such a character. So, happy working together. Zhen Quzhou stood up. Come and extend a friendly hand. Ying's hips lifted away from the stone. Simply hold hands with the other person. I will do what you say, and I hope you can give me what I want when the time comes. Watch Ying go away. Sakura, who had been holding it in for a long time, finally couldn't bear it anymore. Master, why did you promise her so much? Why don't you just turn her into a slave like me? The successful signing of the slave contract is linked to loyalty and the strength of one's will. Her attempt is in vain unless she is beaten with a stick. Then we'll beat her until she's convinced. Don't you see? My charm is useless against her. You can't beat her, and neither can I. This is the only way to go. How dare you look at me with such contempt again? Don't bite your lips. Of course I can beat her, but that ability can only be used for 3 minutes. Once I defeat her, when Spider Tired comes over, we are all finished. I have to save it to deal with Tired. Think about it. Zhen Quzhou still doesn't want to be looked down upon by his subordinates. Oh, 3 minutes is quite impressive. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and recommendation votes. 4-3 The duplicitous Ying. In the cave. Sakura hesitated to speak. Otherwise, Master, we should find a way to escape, leave Nation Spider Mountain. Sakura was very careful about her words. I was deeply afraid that this eccentric master would be angry. Why are you leaving? I still want to occupy the mountain and become the king. But I think there is a high probability that Ying will betray him and join forces with Lei to deal with us. Do you think I won't be able to take into account the things you would guess? Then the master is not worried. What are you worried about? I'm just going to give her a try. If she rebels, her IQ will be just like that, and she'll be just a loser at best. If she listens to me, it means she still has some foresight. As for me, I'll let her take her place. Position, take charge of that field of Spider Mountain for me. Master, why don't you choose me? I am loyal. Being stared at by Genkyujo. Sakura lowered her head silently. Okay, I understand what the master means. I'm stupid, I'm not a leader. But master, you just said that you can defeat Tired's ability in only 3 minutes. Is 3 minutes enough? Genkyujo raised his eyebrows slightly. Did you underestimate me for 3 minutes? Is 3 minutes a long time? Genkyujo walked to the cave entrance. Look towards the west direction of Nation Spider Mountain. Sakura, what is the west side of Nation Spider Mountain usually used for? That's where food is stored. Food. Yes, even humans. They were all wrapped up in a ball of thread by Ying and fell on the tree. That's right. The reason why Genkyujo let Ying leave was not only to test her, but the most important thing was that he was sure that he could beat her even if he was tired. When he came to Nation Spider Mountain, he sensed a strong soul aura in the west. Devouring these souls can be transformed into a large amount of demonic power. When you can use these demonic powers to increase the level of demonic abilities. But Genkyujo doesn't have much hope for those souls either. Most of those hanging humans may have been dead for a long time. The soul slowly fades away over time. It is still unknown whether the transformed demonic power can upgrade existing demonic abilities. It really doesn't work. He can only use demon transformation to go on a killing spree. In the attic where the spider ghosts live. Father Spider, Mother Spider, Brother Spider, and Sister Spider looked at Ying unhappily, acting like she was being obedient. Isn't that just double dealing? If only we couldn't move during the day. We went out. Can also bring this news back. Such a good opportunity to claim credit was taken away from her. That's probably what happened. So tired, we must not be separated. The human said that if we go together, he can't beat us. Let's take him down and pry out from his mouth the method that can improve the secret. Ying thought about it carefully on her way back. It's exactly what the human said. Both sides suffered losses in the fight with him, and she didn't lose much. At most, she lost a big tree to rely on. But if you die from exhaustion, can that human being really hand over that ability honestly? Anyway, at that time, I was already dead from fatigue, and I couldn't beat him. He wants to default on his debt, but he has no choice. So, she simply came back and told everything to Tian. In this way, I am the main contributor here. At the same time, there is also a chance to get a way to improve your strength. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Ying, you did a great job this time. If that method to improve strength you mentioned is really available to humans, when I get it, I will dedicate it to that lord and say more good things about you in front of him. Maybe you can become the lower 6th string. Ying's eyes lit up. His legs shook and his head fell down. I knocked on one when I was tired. Thank you, Tired. I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. For the woman stands on the right. Nation Spider Mountain. West side. The trees are densely packed with intertwined branches and leaves, making it almost impossible for sunlight to penetrate. The wind passes through the forest, making a cool sound. There was a faint smell of decay in the air. It's obviously still noon. After entering this area, it seemed to be evening. Looked up. Huge threads made of white spider silk fell on the ancient tree in the sky. Genkyujo dropped Sakura, who was wrapped in a windbreaker in his hand, to the ground. We're here, come out, there's almost no sunshine here. Sakura's shrunken body slowly grew larger. Become what you are. When she smelled the smell in the air, she subconsciously licked her lips. Nausea. What can I do? This is the instinct of a ghost. If you don't eat, you may not be able to maintain your sanity. When I have the ability to make my slaves evolve, break through, I will give it to you first, so that you don't have to eat people. Sakura turned from sadness to joy. Really, Master? Thank you, Master, you are so kind. Sakura's face lit up with joy. Look up. Reacted. It's pretty much the same as I guessed before coming here. The souls here are almost scattered, and they are not as pure as the souls of the girls Doma slaughtered last time. Therefore, the demonic power these souls can transform is limited. The promise I just made to Sakura. It wasn't said casually. He had thought about it on the way here. These souls who join Zishan are only enough to advance to one level. In terms of his current demonic abilities, if you use it on charm and self-healing, you will definitely not be able to level up, storage breakthrough will be useless, then the only ones left are Servant, Demonization, and Element. Demonization and Element are both level 1, so it is not difficult to upgrade to level 2. Slave is already level 2. It stands to reason that moving from level 2 to level 3 is a qualitative leap. Zishan's soul power is not enough. But last time, when Doma picked up souls under his hands, he was anxious that Slave would not be able to level up, and Kane was really dead. So all the energy was spent on upgrading servants, so servants overflowed with a lot of experience points. Demonic power that upgrades demonic abilities to level 2 at a time. It's just about the same amount of demonic power needed to upgrade the current level 2 servant to level 3 servant. The duration of level 2 demonization is increased to 30 minutes. Level 2 element masters elemental attacks, with a range of 10 meters. No matter which of these two demon abilities is upgraded, Genkyujo's combat power will be greatly improved. But going from level 2 to level 3 is a qualitative leap. The third level slave naturally maximizes profits. It would be great to have Sakura evolve into a demon to fight. There are subordinates who don't need it, so why keep them? Don't want to take action. That's Genkyujo's true intention. Time passes minute by minute. Because the soul dissipates, Genkyujo needs to constantly change positions to absorb. If it weren't for the large quantity here, he didn't bother to come over and absorb it. After all, the smell here was really unpleasant. Although he is a devil. But this kind of bloody killing is frightening to watch, and only low-level demons like it. He is a high-level demon. Master, are you okay? My spider silk has sensed that something is approaching us. If there are more than 3 of them, that scheming bitching must have betrayed us. Sakura followed Genkyujo's chosen ass, anxiously hiding from the little feet. Seeing her hopeless look, Genkyujo was angry. Why are you panicking? It's better if everyone is here. It saves me a month to look for it. Master, is this done? The master just gave her some science knowledge. His ability comes from the soul and human desires, so meditation is sensing where there is soul power to absorb. The owner's actions now clearly indicate that he is no longer meditating. That's already done. Cha! Sudden. The sound of compact footsteps broke the original silence. As the footsteps approached, the leaves fell one after another. Several figures appeared in the air. They are agile and move quickly, like ghosts. The spider ghost family all came. Spider father, spider mother, spider sister, and Ying surrounded Gen Quzhou from 4 directions, southeast, northwest, and northwest. Only one head can still show human features, and the spider brother's body is like a big spider hanging in the air. Ja. He showed a sinister smile and weaved the escape route above into a large spider web as thick as a chopstick. Tired emerged from the gloom. He was just about to speak. Listen. You have me surrounded now. I'll give you a chance to put your head in your hands, kneel down and make a sneak attack. The men stand on the left and the women on the right. If a woman is disobedient, she will be served with a stick. If a man is disobedient, be prepared to die. Sakura, one of her own, was trembling with fear at Gen Quzhou's words. P.S. Please give me flowers, please recommend me tickets, and please give me monthly votes. 4-5 big loss. Ha 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 ha. The woods were empty. So Gen Quzhou's words echo in the forest for a long time. The confused spider ghosts. It was only at this moment that I realized what Gen Quzhou meant. Tired and unsmiling. The other spider ghosts did not hide the contempt in their laughter. The clothes behind him moved tremblingly. Gen Quzhou turned his head and looked. Only then did he realize that it was Sakura who pulled his clothes. The hand shook as frequently as a duster. Seeing her looking so worthless, Gen Quzhou's forehead suddenly turned black. What are you afraid of? I said harsh words to them. What do you mean by being so scared? Master. Human, haven't you realized what a useless servant you have acquired? It seemed that he was ridiculed by Ying and looked down upon by other spider ghosts. Sakura trembled on her legs and stood in front of Gen Quzhou. Staring at this group of spider ghosts who were once called family, the evil expressions on their faces were disgusting. A feeling of nausea. Although he had only known his master for just half a day, he also kept calling himself stupid. But she knew it in her heart. The master is much more reliable than these guys. Anyway, he has signed a slave contract with his master, and he can only die in front of his master. Then let me protect him. Pig, human, you go first, I will cut off your queen. Sakura's teeth were chattering as she spoke. Gen Quzhou didn't care about his pronunciation either. He was still very satisfied with this behavior of being able to swear allegiance to him. Pat her lightly on her thin shoulder. To show comfort. Don't be afraid. The words fell. Gen Quzhou meditates with eyes closed. In the final analysis, the control of slave is the connection between one's own blood and the blood of the contractor. After level 3, he only needs to activate the blood of the contractor through his thoughts. The evolution of the contracted person will begin automatically. Sakura. I grant you a higher bloodline opportunity. Awaken. Gen Quzhou's deep voice, like a call from the abyss, resounded through the quiet forest. Sakura's shoulders, which were shaking with fear, suddenly stopped at this moment. Her eyes flashed red. It seemed like it was going to burn everything in sight. A burst of dark energy spurted out from her body, like a blazing fire, wrapping her in endless darkness. Then, her body seemed to be dragged up by a mysterious force and slowly rose into the air. White hair is flying in the air. Boom! The sound of the bones in the body being torn apart was extremely clear. Ah! A tearing cry echoed through the forest. Sakura's body seemed to have exploded with countless cracks. It swells to the point of bursting. A mixture of chaos and pain. Sakura's aura became stronger and stronger. The momentum is like a rainbow. Like a god of war who is about to come to the world. Get ready to embark on a new journey. The spider ghosts on the ground were also stunned by this sudden evolution. Ying recovered from her stunned gaze. Look at the human. Is this the way he said he could improve his strength? He didn't lie to me. But... She looked at Tired sadly. Tiredness can defeat this person's tiredness. This time I bet a lot on myself, putting all my bets on tired. But you must not lose. After a series of psychological comforts, she did not feel at ease. Because she found that the aura emanating from Spider Ying actually made her feel a bit chilly. A chill on the back. Because Sakura's evolution has been completed. Exactly. Sakura evolved into a giant spider monster. Counting the 8 sharp dark golden spider legs, the spider spear is 20 meters high. This is a spider with a completely black body and a streamlined luster. Although the position of the head still retains half of Sakura's body and its original appearance. But her demeanor has completely changed. His eyes were sharp and glowing with red light. Chilling. The dangerous aura emanated from her body, causing the creatures around her to unconsciously want to avoid her. To be honest, Ying was so jealous. If you can master this powerful aura, you will no longer have to be afraid of ghost hunters. You can also feel like you are tired. Find a hilltop and make yourself king. I want this ability too. She looked greedily at Gen Kyujo. But he found Gen Kyujo looking disappointed. Why are you disappointed? Isn't this evolution a success? Did you also feel Sakura's powerful aura? Is there something fishy? Sakura felt her powerful strength and raised 2 sharp spider spears as if to show off. Wherever you go. Ancient trees as thick as a water tank all fell down. Asterisk. Yet. Master, that's great, I succeeded. He gave it a disgusted look. Gen Kyujo squatted. Holding one's head in regret. Damn it, what a shame, it evolved so ugly. Ying. It turns out that this is what he cares about. I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 46 Recognize Grandpa. Master, I can actually become my original self. That is my true body. Gen Kyujo looked up. You want to tell me? I don't know. Yes. The evolution brought about by the 3rd level slave can still maintain the original body and demon body after evolution. Similar to Gen Kyujo's demonization ability. Gen Kyujo's real disappointment. It was because he originally hoped to evolve into a demon similar to a succubus. But Gen Kyujo quickly recovered from disappointment. Found hope. In front of him, there are still 3 chances. Especially Spider Mom. The white kimono hugs the curves of the body and wraps the plump figure. Snow-white hair fell down on her bulging chest. Like a ripe and full fruit, it shows her looming charm. The plump and attractive buttocks still look very plump and round even if they are covered by pants. Mouth-watering. Sakura. Kill them for me, keep the women alive, and take care of the men by yourself. Swish. As Sakura moved, her spider spear emitted a harsh edge. Okay, master. In the silent forest. A cold light suddenly cut through the air, as dazzling as a shooting star. Sakura's spider spear shone with an icy light. With an irresistible murderous aura. Even if you are just getting familiar with this spider's body, Sakura has shown unrivaled fighting skills. The spider spear swings with clean and crisp movements. Like flowing clouds and flowing water. There was no hesitation. Wherever the spider spear passed, the trees fell down. Those originally tall ancient trees were cut off instantly like fragile straw under the power of the sword. Fallen leaves. It was divided into 2 halves as if time was forbidden. Go together. When Gen Kyujo comes back from peeing. Western Hills. It was already in a mess because of the fighting. In the lush forest, the broken branches and leaves of the trees were scattered all over the ground, as if they were witnesses of war. The blood on the spider spear has dried. Telling about the tragic battle that just happened. Spider Brother and Spider Dad were divided into several pieces and scattered in the forest. Spider Mother, Spider Sister, and Ying were interspersed on one of Ying's spider spears like a string of candied haws. Sakura, your master clearly said that the three of us should be left alive. What do you mean now? Ying, who was impaled on the spider spear, complained feebly. Although Spider Brother and Spider Dad were cut into pieces. But at least there is still breath. Just recover slowly. And the three ghosts were skewered by her spider spear. Every time she moved, the three ghosts would feel pain. Might as well be torn apart like Spider Brother and Spider Dad. That won't work. The master wants you by name. What if you take the opportunity to escape? Although the idea of escape is not yours, I still advise you not to have any plans to escape. The master is kind-hearted. From what he just said, it seems that he wants you to become like me. Brother Spider and Father Spider, because we have been together for so long, I have given them a break. Whether the owner is willing to accept them depends on their luck. So, I advise you all to listen to me now. You may have a chance to survive in a while. Spider Sister. Spider Mother. Ying. They could still hear the kindness in Sakura's words. But where is the kindness of that human being? You yourself have no status with him, right? I actually think he has a good heart. Are you stupid? That's right, fools are blessed. This body is really powerful now. Although Spider Mother, Spider Sister, and Ying are all women, they don't have much pursuit of beauty. Instead, he is more fascinated by powerful strength. Seeing the three spider ghosts strung on the spider spears, they became obedient. Sakura lowered her head. The person below was pressed to the ground by one of her spider spears. Only a piece of spider silk prevented the spider spear from penetrating his body. Spider silk that is usually sharp enough to cut through any object. At this moment, he collided with Sakura's spider spear. The friction produced a thorny flame. No one can do anything to anyone. But there is no doubt that Lei is at a clear disadvantage. I'm tired. You listen to your sister. You recognize the master as your grandfather, and we are still a family. In this way, you have achieved your wish and saved your life. You kill two birds with one stone. Yes, I'm tired, listen to mother. Tired, listen to the second sister. Tired, listen to third sister. I'm tired. I'm really tired of this group of women who act according to the circumstances, ghosts. P.S. Please give me flowers, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets. 47 King Spider Demon. Kill me. The stalemate lasted for a long time. Tired still chooses to die. Then you can't blame eldest sister. Sakura did not continue to persuade, and used the spider spear harder. She had held back to give him a chance before, but now that he insists on doing so, then there is no need for her to hold back. Wait a moment. At this time, Gen Kyujo comes over. Sakura stopped. Gen Kyujo squatted next to Tired. Are you worried about the curse in your body? Will you explode and die just like betrayal? I think you are going to die on both sides. It would be quicker to die this way than to die by exploding your body, so you would rather do this. But what if I tell you that after I give you abilities like Sakura, you can get rid of the curse, no longer need to eat people, and at the same time, you no longer need to be afraid of the sun like a ghost, but can move during the day. Lei looked at the human in front of him blankly. What he said was what he thought. Therefore, he chose to die without saying a word. Otherwise, you say a wrong word. It would be too shameful to die. The feeling of exploding to death was terrifying even for him as a ghost. The most important thing is... What did I just hear? Can get rid of the curse. No need to eat people anymore. And you can still walk in the sun? Tired of falling into hesitation. Sakura's voice. Dispelling Tired last worries. Yes, my body has become much bigger and taller after evolution, so the refracted sunlight will hit me from time to time, but I'm fine. I really don't have to be afraid of the sunlight. All the spider ghosts heard Sakura's words. First there was shock, and then there was only envy and desire. Grandfather! Tired shouted to Genkyujo. This sudden cry. It was quite uncomfortable to be treated by Genkyujo. Immediately afterwards, the style of painting took a turn for the worse. It directly turned into a large-scale family recognition scene for the spider ghosts. Grandfather! 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 Father! Father! Thatched loft where spider ghosts live. In the dilapidated hall. Dirty. Spider web seemed to be a normal thing in the attic in this house. Sakura could see Genkyujo's dislike. Use your own clothes to wipe out a clean low stool. Let Genkyujo sit down. After sitting down, look across. The 6 spider ghosts in Nation Spider Mountain formed a row. Sakura brought a bowl of water. There was a flash of light. Enter the vintage syringe. Beep. A drop of blood fell into the bowl. The spider ghosts took a sip each honestly. Bang. Tired of being the last to finish the drink, the bowl in his hand fell directly to the ground. The other spider ghosts had different expressions on their faces. All are the color of pain. Ah! Ooh, it hurts so much. The evolution of spider ghosts begins. Half an hour later, Genkyujo looked at the group of 6 with disgust. To be precise, there were only 3 that he disliked. He didn't care much about what Father Spider, Brother Spider, and Lei would evolve into. The key is why Spider Mother, Spider Sister, and Ying are all spider demons like Sakura. That expression of spending money to buy suffering. Don't make it too obvious on your face. The 6 spider ghosts on the opposite side were naturally at a loss. It was obvious that we all succeeded. Why is the owner unhappy? Do you think we haven't evolved powerful abilities? In their eyes, this is the only thing they can think of. Then, Grandpa, my spider ghost is more powerful than my brother, father, mother, and sisters. Look at my spider spear. Tired of partially demonizing the hand. The spider spear with its secret silver color exposed, and the snake spear with its dark golden lines exposed, indeed looked much more powerful than Sakura's. You are a king-level spider demon, so you are naturally more powerful than them. Genkyujo said neither salty nor lightly. Back off, go ahead and do whatever you have to do. I'm tired today, so I need to take a good rest. Today is really tiring. There was so much blood. Dispelled the demon servants. The servants all left happily. They became demon servants so they didn't have to be afraid of the sun. They can't wait to experience it. In the attic. In a relatively clean, airtight room. Sakura cleaned the room for Genkyujo. Master, everything is done. The old wooden floor, reflected by the cherry blossoms, seemed to turn into a warm orange color when the sunlight came in. There was a layer of quilt spread in the center of the room. Naturally, Genkyujo took it out through storage. Naturally, he didn't want to use anything in this old attic. Why are you so nervous? The first time is inevitable. Her pure white clothes fell to her ankles. The old attic windows were gradually covered with a layer of white mist. 4-8 send it to Spider Mom. Dad, do you have any objection? In the attic. The air seems to be endowed with a mysterious charm, full of ambiguity and tenderness. Dim light filtered through the window lattice. Sprinkled on the wall like a dream. Creates a blurry hue. Sakura lay gently in Genkyujo's arms. Her body was soft and warm. Like a spring water gently rippling in Genkyujo's arms. Genkyujo's hand gently stroked the woman's hair. The gentle movements were like the spring breeze blowing over the lake, causing ripples. Sakura slowly raised her head. Stare into Genkyujo's eyes. When each other's eyes met, sparks seemed to flicker. They moved closer to each other until the tips of their noses touched lightly, and each other's breaths intertwined as if they were becoming one. Gen Kyujo leaned down and kissed Sakura's lips gently. This kiss, like the drizzle of spring, nourished Sakura's heart and made her feel unprecedented happiness. Their kiss gradually deepened, and Gen Kyujo's hand gently held the back of Sakura's head, bringing her closer to him. Sakura responded to Gen Kyujo's kiss by wrapping her arms around his neck, as if she wanted to give herself completely to him. Master! Sakura murmured, her voice soft. Close your eyes, quickly. Gen Kyujo said softly, his voice low and magnetic. Sakura closed her eyes obediently. Soak up the warm and sweet atmosphere. It was as if the whole world had stopped. Only the two of them were left in this tender attic. The time in the attic seemed to be stretched out, and every moment was full of tenderness and honey. In this moment of tranquility, they relied on each other and enjoyed this rare warm time. Night. The demon servants are back. Probably because they are no longer ghosts and they don't like to move at night. The routine becomes sunrise, sunset, and rest. It was already dark by this time. There was a candle burning in one of the attic rooms. On the window, two figures, coming and going. Perhaps the attic was airtight, and the candle light flickered, distorting the two bonded figures. Some in the family understand it clearly, and some feel like they have discovered a new world. What are Sakura and Master doing? The second sister Spider Lin asked the family with a simple look. Brother Spider covered his mouth and said with a snicker, he, this is the Master rewarding Sakura. Spider Mother. Spider Lin. Ying. The three female demons looked at each other. What kind of reward is this? I heard Sakura scream miserably. It seems to be in pain. Spider Mother expressed her doubts. How can you only hear pain? Don't you hear a trace of satisfaction in it? Spider Dad said. Asterisk. That being said, it seems there is a bit of it. Well, that's right. Sometimes high, sometimes weak, sometimes joyful. The three female demons were deceived by the Spider Father. Yes, this is the Master rewarding Sakura. Hey, Chi, what on earth are you and Spider Dad talking about? I don't understand at all. Chi is the name of Spider's younger brother. As the oldest but most innocent person present, I really didn't understand it for a long time. What on earth are Chi and Spider's dad talking about? Chi glanced at the three female demons mysteriously. They were staring at the swaying figures on the attic with envy. I wish they were the ones in the attic. After finding that they were all attentive, Chi whispered in Lei's ear, using a voice that only Lei could hear, giving Lei a popular science guide starting from the origin of life. Tired? The innocent Shota face seemed to have matured a lot after listening to it. Since it is a gift from the Master, Sakura cannot take advantage of it alone. Tao, Lin, Ying, you go up to the Master now and say that you need to be like Sakura and get the Master's gift. He looked at Spider Dad. Dad, do you have any objection to me sending my mother out to ask for a gift from the Master? Spider Daddy, _ Does this have anything to do with me? She is not my wife, and we have never slept together. Is it necessary for me to stack a buff? I was complaining like this in my heart. But tiredness was the one who talked about it before. Even though he now follows his master, he still seems to be the strongest among them. At this point, when they just went out for a walk, each other had already tested their respective strengths. Tired is still the strongest among them. So his words still have authority. Dad Spider looked at the room on the second floor with admiration. The Master needs it, and it is her honor to dedicate her to the Master. Of course I am very happy. Tired nodded with satisfaction. Look at the three female demons. You guys go up. When the Master opens the door, do as I say. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door on the second floor. In fact, this is a formalism. Because this door is broken and opens with just one push. But out of respect for the owner, they still knocked on the door honestly. Who? Didn't you hear that we were doing business? Gen Kyujo's impatient voice came from the room. The three delicate female demons were immediately frightened. For a long time, only Ying had the courage to speak. Lei said, "Let us come over," he said. "I see, you are quite sensible when you are tired. P.S. Please give me flowers, please recommend me tickets, and please give me monthly votes. 49 Spider Mother, so good. Owner. 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 It's not over yet, Sakura, it's my turn. Scheming bitch, you're going to be last in line no matter what, right? Then baby girl, is it my turn? Then I'll be behind my mother." Moonlight shines through the window, sprinkles softly into the room, illuminating the figure hugging tightly. The moonlight shines on them. It was as if they were covered with a silvery glow. As the moonlight moves, their shadows overlapped in the moonlight. Like the bright stars in the night sky, they light up each other's lives and become the most precious memories in their hearts. A faint light shines from the windows on the second floor, adding a touch of warmth to the endless darkness. The branches of the tree trembled slightly. A few yellow leaves fell. Gwigwa. A crow flew up from the branch of a tree, breaking the tranquil night. Gen Kyujo climbed out of the soft land. Come to the first floor. Tired, Chi, and Spider Dad were sitting outside the attic, holding their hands back on the ground. There are no stars, what are you looking at? Master. X3. Seeing Gen Kyujo, they all stood up. Gen Kyujo waved his hand and motioned for them to sit down and not get up. Walking to the three of them, Gen Kyujo found a seat in the middle and sat down. Tired is on the left and Spider Dad is on the right. He put his right hand on Father Spider's shoulder. Mom Spider, that's great. Spider Dad. Master, don't be ridiculous. We ghosts don't have worldly desires. Mother Spider just wants to play house and find a match for me. I checked them all before they became my family. I don't like those messy and dirty guys to become my family. So they are all ZHI. Master, are you satisfied? Tired looked at Gen Kyujo expectantly. That's good. I don't like things that are messy and dirty. Take it and wait for later. If I find something new, I can bring it back to the owner. Hey, no. You really don't need it. I mean you shouldn't go out of your way to do it. I'm not that kind of womanizer. Oh, got it. Okay, now that you've said it, I'll assign you a task. Master, tell me. Chi and Spider's father also stole serious glances. The master's first mission must be completed well by each of them. The source of my power is the soul, so I need enough souls to increase my strength. This is easy to handle. Master, I will arrest you tomorrow. No. Why? Although washing my soul will improve my strength, only the soul that is extremely evil or extremely good will help me improve. An ultimate soul is equivalent to absorbing 100 ordinary souls. It is too slow to capture the souls of ordinary people and cannot achieve the speed I want. Moreover, large-scale killings will attract the attention of the Demon Slayer Squad and Musen. My current strength is not enough to compete with them. So, don't do this. Gen Kyujo explains. Tired also understands. Just like when he was a ghost before, after swallowing some rare bloodlines, his strength would increase more than if he swallowed 100 ordinary bloodlines. Then what should we do? Lei asked. The ultimate goodness generally appears in human beings. We cannot touch humans, so let's start with the ultimate evil. Master, do you mean ghost? That's right, and we need to find those ghosts who are stronger. Even if you are Musen's subordinate, you have some status. I believe it won't be difficult for you to call over some ghosts who are not as powerful as 12 Kizuki, right? There is no problem with this. There are many ghosts who want to curry favor with me, but speak directly if you have anything to say, don't hesitate. I have followed the master now. If Musen summons me, if I go to Infinite City, he may not be able to detect any abnormality in my body, but he may be able to detect all my thoughts. Every time he comes to find you, does he always teleport you directly to Infinite City? No, they all go there on fixed days. It seems that Musen is relatively calm now. In the original work, he died of exhaustion. Musen just convened the meeting without giving any notice. Second meeting. Also after Daki's death. So, the current situation is that Musen summons 12 Kizuki for a fixed period of time. When 12 Kizuki has not yet died, then everything will be easier to handle. You don't have to worry about that. You come to me before you go, and I'll put a charm on you so that what he finds out is all your sincerity. I'll just remove it for you when you come back. Tired and surprised, he looked at Gen Kyujo. This heart owner has so many abilities, I really have a big hug. I understand, Master. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and recommendation votes. 50 The Master is not a womanizer. Dark night. Nation Spider Mountain is surrounded by a cold atmosphere. The moon quietly climbed up into the sky, and its silver light passed through the treetops and fell on the ground, covering the forest with a silvery glow. Deep in the forest, there was silence, except for the rustle of leaves in the wind and the faint chirping of birds in the distance. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light and shadow on the forest floor. Hey, why are you inviting us over to Spider Mountain? We came all the way here and you didn't even prepare anything to eat for us. Is this the way of hospitality at Nation Spider Mountain? Under the tree, there is a strong evil ghost with 6 ghost drums inlaid on his body. Look towards the tree branch. On the branch of the tree stood Lei, Chi, and Spider Dad. The 3 demons looked down at the group of ghosts. They have developed the habit of sleeping at night these days. If it weren't for the dozen guys who came over below, they wouldn't be able to move during the day. Why would they come here at night to trick me? The ghost who had just shouted to them looked over with his pupils turned inside out. His right eye is engraved with the word Xylo in a cross-shaped scar. This ghost's name is KUI, and he is somewhat powerful. He was once the end of 12 Kizuki. Tired, what do you mean if you don't say anything? Hey, your stinky look makes people unhappy, doesn't it? Isn't it great to have the last 5? We came here just for the sake of that adult. If you don't have anything important to do, we can leave. A dozen ghosts below were chattering away, which made Tired very angry. Frowning, he said, you all have been nice to me. Now a dozen of you are surrounded by the 3 of us. Give you a chance to beg for mercy. The men stand on the left and the women on the right. If a woman disobeys, she will be served with a stick. If a man doesn't obey, be prepared to die. After a long talk, as their own people, Chi and Spider's father also looked at each other dumbfounded. This learning ability is too strong. Have you inherited the master's mantle so soon? The prestige I had before I was tired is still there. So some cowards have started doing it. Among them, KUI was the only one who didn't move. KUI, you are not going to obey? Le Muda asked emotionally. Obey? I obey your uncle, so why should I obey you? You are just a second string 5th, I used to be a second string 6th, and we are only 1 short of 1. If I didn't expect you to say a few nice words in front of Master Musen, let me back to 12 Kizuki, do you think I will come over? Very good, I hope that your mouth will be like this backbone in a while. 3 huge objects cast their shadows on me, covering the moon in the sky. 3 minutes later. I was wrong, please stop torturing me, please. KUI knelt on the ground, buttocks sticking up to the sky. Dragging his finally repaired body, he begged for mercy from the 3-headed spider demon opposite. When did you feel so tired? Aren't you very brave? I'm talking about drums. Look, I have so many drums. I'm talking about backbone. KUI pointed at the 6 drums on his chest and said flatteringly. Cut. Half an hour later. I have arranged everything. Among this group of ghosts, except for KUI, who is more powerful, the rest of them are not very strong. Female ghosts are not a good thing. Naturally, it cannot be contributed to the director. More than a dozen ghosts have all been wrapped into balls of spider silk by him. He only put paralyzing toxin into these spider silks. We can't let them die. According to the master's wishes. Every time there are 100 ghosts, he comes over to increase his strength at once. They have been stocking up these days. Today there are more than 80. There will be another batch tomorrow, and we will almost be able to deliver the work to the master. After the spider father finished counting, he said to Chi and Lei. Chi and Spider Dad smiled. Very satisfied with this result. But seeing Tired Face with a sad face, he couldn't help but feel doubtful. Tired, what's wrong with you? You look distressed. Didn't we complete the master's task very well? That's what you think. Thanks to you working under me for so long, you don't understand the thoughts of the superior at all. What do you mean? What do you think? Spider Dad was still naked and became curious at the same time. He gave the 2 demons a blank look. As expected, he is just meant to be a younger brother, and he doesn't even understand this. I feel disgusted in my heart. But now they are more like colleagues. Explain to them patiently. If you want to satisfy the superior, in addition to completing the orders he gives you meticulously, you must also give him a little surprise, so that you will be reused. It's relatively early for us to follow our master. If we don't stand out now, he will definitely forget about us in the future. Then what are we going to do? If the master wants to stock up on 100, call him. Let's stock up on 200. Spider Dad suggested. Tired of helping the forehead? Silly, 100 or 200, doesn't the meaning still be the same? Have you forgotten that I mentioned before that I wanted to find more women for my master? Dad Spider scratched his head, but didn't the master say that he is not a lecher? Tired. Red. This stupid guy, does he really believe it? P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and recommendation votes. 5-1 Find a grandma for grandpa. In the attic. Gen Kujo reminded, standing opposite Lei. Next, don't think about anything and don't resist. I'll use my charm on you. Let you be in a state of relaxation for a while, and when you get to Musen, all the thoughts in your heart will turn into loyalty to Musen. Have you understood? Lei nodded seriously. Gen Kujo said no more. Purple light flashed in his eyes. Charm activates. For a moment, he sat there with dull eyes. A few minutes passed. Call out. The tired body disappeared directly from the attic. Teleport to Infinite City. Infinite City. The pavilions seem to be twisted one after another, and the structure cannot be distinguished from top to bottom. When you look up, you may see the roof of the building, or you may see the corridor. Looking down, you can also see the roof and corridors below. Even looking to the left and right, we see the same scene. Dang clang! The sound of the piano fell. A woman's voice appears in Infinite City. My lord, all the 6 people on the lower string have arrived. Swish swish. Countless doors opened and closed. After a dizzy spell, a tall young man with skin as pale as paper and plum-red eyes appeared in the attic opposite. The 6 ghosts of the waning moon bowed respectfully to the man in front of them. No one dared to look up at the oppressive feeling he exuded. In Mu, your mission is. Guhuaniao, your mission is. Wakaraba, your mission is. Mukago, your mission is. Tired, your mission is to go to a small fishing village near you and capture the traitor Tamayo for me. She is still not weak. It is best to bring your family with you. Kamanu, your mission is… Muzin's cold voice echoed in Infinite City. Give each ghost a mission. Kotome, send them all back. Yes. Dang clang. Tired, wake up. When I opened my eyes in a daze, everything that just happened in Infinite City seemed like a dream. Where's the master? I looked around tiredly. He found that only Chi and Spider's father were with him. There is no explanation for the tacit understanding between Spider Dad and Chi. At the same time, he pointed upstairs. Ying, you have become more and more beautiful recently. It's all the master's credit. Tao, have you changed into new clothes? This one no longer fits you. It's heavy, even more burdensome than before. Does the master not like it anymore? Master, don't you have anything to praise me for? Sakura is very skilled. Master, Master. Lin also studied the moves on the poster carefully. Really? You are all too sensible. Downstairs. Omega. Since the master is resting, let's wait until we finish the good news before telling him. What's the good news? Spider Dad asked. Take a picture of Grandma's good news for Grandpa. Do you think it's good news? 3 black shadows quickly moved in the bushes. Soon we went down the mountain. He arrived at the location given to him by Muzin. The moonlight shines on the calm sea like a huge silver mirror, reflecting the stars in the sky. The houses in the fishing village are well proportioned, and the lights shine through the windows on the streets, like strings of pearls, dotting the quiet night. The air is filled with a faint smell of sea, and the breeze blows by, making people feel cool. The waves lap gently on the shore, making a rhythmic sound like a beautiful lullaby. As the night gets darker, people in the small fishing village gradually fall asleep. Occasionally, a few barks broke the quiet night. Village entrance. The 3 demons stopped. Tired, there are hundreds of households in this small fishing village. If you look for them one by one, you will inevitably alert them. Spider's father reminded. Don't worry, this news was reported to Muzin by a water ghost. There is the director's specific address. That'll be easy. Tired, Chi, and Spider Dad came to a wall. Tired rushed in without any hesitation. This is an illusion used by a man named Yushilang next to that woman. Without news from Muzin, they really wouldn't be able to find their way here. When Tired, Chi, and Spider's dad came in, the people in the room obviously sensed it. A noise was heard at the backyard window. Want to run? Chase. This grandma is a top performer, I must capture her for Grandpa. Asterisk. I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 5-2 de Mayo. Surprise for the owner. Field. The full moon hangs high. The silvery white moonlight filled the earth, covering the grass with a thin veil, making everything look hazy and mysterious. The breeze blew and the grass swayed gently. Crickets hum in the grass. The air is filled with the faint fragrance of flowers and the taste of blood. A beautiful woman and a young man were surrounded by 3 spider monsters. There was nothing on the young man's neck. But the strange thing is that the trembling in his chest shows that he is still alive. The 3 spider monsters are, of course, Tired, Chi and Spider Dad. The boy's name is Yoshiro, and he is a ghost. After being created by Tamayo, he has been following Tamayo. It is no surprise that the beautiful woman is Tamayo. At this moment, she was kneeling on the ground haggardly. The face is well defined and has smooth lines. Her long black hair was parted in the middle and combed into a large, low bun, which was held in place by a flower hairpin. The eyes are gentle, like lavender mist. The red lips contrast sharply with the pale face, giving people a delicate and charming feeling. She wears a dark purple kimono decorated with wavy lilac branches and red flowers. The slender waist is tied with a wide beige belt, which perfectly outlines the bulging of the chest and the fullness of the buttocks. Yoshiro, are you okay? Tamayo held Yoshiro's shoulders worriedly. Gradually, Yoshiro's mouth grew. Tamayo, sir, leave me alone and run. Tamayo raised his head desperately and looked at the three behemoths. Do not make jokes. There was no way she would leave Yushilang behind. Even if she can be cruel. How could she escape with this? Mrs. Tamayo, we mean no harm. I said it from the beginning. As long as you come with us, there's no need for everyone to make such a fuss. It was Father Spider who spoke. But Tamayo didn't look at him. Instead, he saw the number 5 in his tired pupils. No malice? On the 5th day of the second half, didn't Muzan send you here just to capture me and take me back to continue research on his behalf? Tamayo stared tiredly. He shook his head tiredly. It is indeed Muzan who asked us to come here, but we do not intend to hand you over to Muzan. I want to take you to see my master. Tamayo frowned. I feel like my brain is not in good shape now. No matter how you say it, it still means the same thing. Isn't your master Muzan? Tamayo didn't respond for a long time. Tired and impatient. He stabbed Yoshiro with the spider spear and threatened. You don't want anything to happen to Yoshiro, Mrs. Tamayo. If you don't come with us honestly, we will kill Yoshiro. The threat of tiredness is effective. Okay, I promise you, but you promise not to hurt Yoshiro. I promise. Tamayo stood up, while Yoshiro was wrapped in spider silk. Tired used the spider spear to drag Tamayo to his body. In the wild, calm has returned again. Master Tamayo, it was me who got you into trouble, otherwise you would rather die than give in to Muzan again. It's okay, Yoshiro, I don't blame you. Yoshiro was dropped on the big tree outside the attic. Tamayo stood under the tree, holding Yoshiro's regrown head and comforting him. Okay, don't mourn here anymore, the master will be back soon. Go and stay upstairs. I want to surprise the master. For a moment, no matter what happens, you are not allowed to say anything, otherwise Yoshiro's life will be lost. I hope you won't break your promise. After today, you will let Yoshiro go. Don't worry, I will definitely let him go. But if he wants to stay, it's up to him. Got tired assurance. Tamayo went upstairs. This was when the 4 girls Sakura, Tao, and Lin came over grumbling. Tired, what do you mean, why did you let this woman go to our room? That's right. Master will be unhappy if he doesn't see us when he comes back. Stop arguing, this woman is a surprise I prepared for the director. The master will come back in a while. You all hide from me and don't show up. Soon. Gen Kyujo, who absorbed souls in Zishan, is back. Lei, Chi, and Spider Dad greeted him at the door. The other 4 women are not here. This did not surprise Gen Kyujo much. After all, it's always like this. After simply saying hello to the 3 demons, he walked up the stairs cheerfully. I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 5-3 No need for role-playing at night. Attic 2nd floor. Go into the room. A familiar warm atmosphere came to me. The moonlight outside the window shines into the room through the curtains. The first thing that catches the eye is a huge 4-poster bed with exquisitely carved patterns on the bed frame. This is what Gen Kyujo requested. Just one request. That's big. Why is it just one person? Looking towards the bed. Gen Kyujo was confused. Just one. Then. His eyes fell on the familiar bed, and the convex curve of the quilt made him feel warm in his heart. Tamayo with his back to Gen Kyujo. Eyebrows trembling slightly. I was extremely panicked. She couldn't understand why Muzan captured her instead of letting her go to a laboratory for experiments. Instead, let her lie on the bed. Still not allowed to make a sound? As the footsteps of the man behind him approached step by step, she accepted her fate. All for Yoshiro. Gen Kyujo sat gently on the edge of the bed and reached out to stroke Tamayo's hair. She was soft and smooth to the touch. Like a black silk. He slowly climbed onto the bed and took her into his arms. He leaned down and kissed her gently on the forehead. Tamayo. He gently sniffed the scent of her hair. It was a light floral fragrance that made him feel extremely comfortable. Never smelled it. Unimportant. It smells good. Gen Kyujo's action continues. He wrapped his arms around her waist and held her close. Tamayo opened his eyes that had been closed. She was still lying in the man's arms. His arms went around her waist. Hold her tightly in your arms. She thought about speaking out and resisting. But when she thought of the words that the top 5 warned her before going upstairs, she could only grit her teeth and accept it all. Well, it's all over now. She pushed his arm away. Sit up. Find your own clothes and put them on. The loose neckline reveals her graceful collarbones. Her hair was messy and spread over her shoulders, complementing her soft face. The belt of her pajamas was gently tied around her waist, framing her slender waist just right. Although her pajamas were a bit old, it did not affect her charm at all. The woman's legs were slender, and the hem of her nightgown just covered her knees. When she gently crossed her legs, the hem of her pajamas slid with her movements, vaguely revealing a section of her white calves. Woo woo XX. Tamayo hugged his legs and sobbed. Even if you try your best to cover it up. But Gen Kyujo still heard the news. Hey, it's late at night, there's no need to play a role, go to sleep. Tamayo cried, suddenly blinded. What's going on with this one? Isn't this voice Muzan's? She boldly looked at the man. But saw. That handsome face under the moonlight made her want to move. God, what was I thinking? I cried like that just now. Although the eyes are closed. But Gen Kyujo still felt that someone was watching him. Open one's eyes. Just in time to meet Tamayo's eyes. The moonlight outlines the beautiful outline of the woman opposite him extremely clearly. He immediately became alert. The second level element is activated. He has gone to Zishan today to absorb 100 souls. The flame shot from the hand lit the candle. Gen Kyujo finally saw the woman opposite him clearly. Now. She half knelt on the ground and put her hands on her knees cautiously. Her fingers were slender and long. Her nails are trimmed neatly and roundly, revealing her pursuit of quality of life. Her facial features are exquisite, and her eyebrows are long and thick, which outlines a unique charm and makes her eyes appear deeper. The bridge of the nose is straight. It added a touch of dignity and nobility to her face. The lips are plump and full. With a natural blush. Like a ripe cherry. Gen Kyujo didn't recognize this woman, but she felt familiar because her appearance was somewhat similar to KUI. The two of them have completely different temperaments. The identity of a woman was ready to emerge in his mind. He subconsciously called out her name. Tamayo. The woman's eyelashes trembled. He looked blankly at the man in front of him. She doesn't know him. But why does he know himself? How do you know me? Tell me first, why are you here? I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 5 for no corporal punishment, kneeling numb. That's probably what happened. Yoshiro is still tied down by them. After listening to Tamayo's statement, Gen Kyujo understood what happened. I'm so sorry this guy did this without telling me. Fortunately, Tamayo is different from other ghosts. Other ghosts want to eat people, but Tamayo has been buying blood from the hospital and drinking a little every time he feels the urge to calm himself down. This actually made him feel no resistance. My subordinates are ignorant and have made you suffer. Come downstairs and I will teach them a lesson for you, and then put Yoshiro down. The two of them put on their clothes. First floor. Because they were no longer ghosts, they slept at night when they were tired. It's very quiet now when I go downstairs. Tired, get out of here. A roar from Gen Kyujo. There was movement in the attic towards my room. After a while, not only tired, but other demons also came out. They stood opposite Gen Kyujo. Seeing the owner angry, the woman behind her also glared at them. Probably already know. Tamayo must have told his master everything. You're all hiding this from me, right? Master, I don't blame them. It was all my idea. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Surprise, okay, it's all your attention, it has nothing to do with them, right? Master, ×2. Shut up, you two. This is all my attention. Master, if you want to punish me. Spider's father and Chi were loyal and wanted to share the burden with Lele, but Lele immediately stopped him. Okay, it was your idea alone, right? Yes, Master, please punish me. Okay, as you wish. Gen Kyujo's big hand was raised high, accumulating strength. The other demons turned their faces away. Tamayo's pretty face flashed with joy. That's how it should be. Who let you guys bully me? Well done. Tamayo felt his ears buzzing. This wasn't in the canyon either, but these three words kept echoing in her ears. Dry. Of. Good. What was I thinking just now? I actually thought that man would punish his men. Gen Kyujo put his hand on his tired shoulder. A look of respect on his face. Joke. Such a good subordinate. How could he be willing to fight? Thank you for the compliment, Master. Gen Kyujo nodded slightly. Turning to look at Tamayo, Madam, you see I have taught them a lesson, are you satisfied? Satisfy? She almost said these words through gritted teeth. Don't want to refute? Of course I do. But if you fall out now, is there any way to survive? He will only become a prisoner. Since all the humiliation just now has been endured, what does it matter now? Then Yoshiro, can you put it down? Tamayo looked at Gen Kyujo calmly. Seeing the other party's calm and unhurried appearance, Gen Kyujo was filled with admiration. So tolerable. No wonder there was no sound at all just now. I'm tired, let Yoshiro go. Yes. Tamayo-sama, are you okay? I saw that you just walked over and seemed to be unsteady on your feet. Did they punish you corporally? Yoshiro untying Tamayo's thread. Tamayo helped him stand up. Even though he is weak, he is still concerned about Tamayo-sama's condition. I was not punished corporally, my knees were just numb from kneeling. Tamayo answered unnaturally, making Yoshiro's eyes look even more worried. Master Tamayo must have suffered a lot. Can we go? Tamayo looked at Gen Kyujo. Without his affirmative answer, the two of them would never be able to leave. Can? Gen Kyujo said without any concern. Then he hugged the four female goblins and returned to the room. Go halfway. Don't overdo it. Tired eyes were indeed waiting for him. There is no reason for a duck to fly away when it reaches its mouth. But it's impossible to do that kind of forced thing. It is even more impossible to retain him through export, as it would damage his image. Therefore, everything has to be left to Tired. Tired is a smart subordinate. He will definitely do it. In the quiet night, the stars are dotted, reflecting the deep mountain forest. In the deep darkness, there were 3 figures standing on the trees, overlooking the entire valley. Nation Spider Mountain. The intersection going down the mountain. Tamayo and Yoshiro were not familiar with the mountain road of Nada Spider Mountain, so naturally they did not come down. Tired, Chi, Spider Dad has been waiting for a long time. Tired, the master just said to let them go, and we are here to take them back again. Isn't it appropriate? That's right. Spider Dad echoed. Lele glanced at the 2 of them with disgust. What a brain you have. Also, don't take credit from me next time. Spider Dad, credit? When did we take the credit from you? Of course, when the master asked who was responsible for kidnapping Tamayo, why are you 2 taking my credit? Spider Dad, you are so thoughtful. At that time, we were afraid that you would suffer alone. If we come to you, we will take your credit. Chi, we don't know the master's thoughts, it's so difficult to guess. Tired, you just don't use your brain, right? I'm going to tell you 2 clearly right now, the master is reluctant to let this woman go. It's you, what should you do now? I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 5-5 Tamayo, I am loyal. Needless to say, of course I will catch Yoshiro and continue to threaten that woman to make her go back honestly. Yes, that's right. Dad Spider agrees with Kai's idea. Haha, it's really a waste of time. Spider Dad, tired, what do you want to say? Chi, this is 100% the way to catch that woman back. Otherwise, what are you going to do? I'll be able to make her come back with me voluntarily without using force. Do not believe. Me too. Are you guys bullying others too much? Or is it that your master does one thing on the outside and another behind the scenes? You said you would let us go, and now you are asking you to come and take us back. Tired, Chi, and Spider Dad chatted for a while. Tamayo has already helped Yoshiro to the foot of the mountain. As a result, I looked up. I saw these 3 disaster stars standing tiredly on the branch of a tree. Arrogant. Who do you think you are, worthy of our master's concern? I'm just here to remind you, don't miss some opportunities. Tired General Gen Kyujo can use the method to improve the strength of the ghost. He told Tamayo everything about improving his strength, not having to eat people anymore after his body changed, and not being afraid of the sun anymore. Having said all that, tiredness didn't stop. Then he planned to leave. That's it for now, farewell. Chi and Spider's father were puzzled and followed Lei away. Tamayo-sama, you don't really believe what that ghost said, do you? Yoshiro hasn't spoken since just now. It was true that his body was too weak from those 3 guys, and he was in urgent need of blood to recover. Saying more than one sentence requires a lot of effort. It's not like we haven't seen Zixian's ghost before. If what he said is false, how can we explain the sudden increase in strength of these 3 guys? But Tamayo-sama, it's really too risky to go back. The human in the attic, I can feel that he is very strong. Maybe he has a way to defeat Muzan. What's the point of taking risks as long as you can defeat Muzan? Attic. 2nd floor. The windows were tightly closed to prevent the Tamayo in front of him from being exposed to the sun. Ying, Tao, and Lin all went downstairs. At this time, only Tamayo and Gen Kyujo were left in the room. Compared to yesterday, Tamayo looked even more haggard. She knelt before Gen Kyujo. Keep your head down. Her black hair fell down on her bulging chest, and her plump and attractive buttocks still looked very plump and round even under the cover of thick pants. Have you considered? Just downstairs. Tamayo has witnessed them being tired of activities in the sun. This was undoubtedly something he had always envied. And after she and Yoshiro returned to the attic, they were tired and ignored the two of them. Even if he took the initiative to talk to me, he would be treated coldly. She had no choice but to go upstairs alone to find Gen Kyujo. She said her attitude was controlled with extreme humility. Let's talk about what's good and bad. The other party finally agreed. Then can we start now? Tamayo looked at Gen Kyujo with longing eyes. Not yet, ma'am. My contract requires the contractee to be absolutely loyal to me. We have only been together for a short time. Where does loyalty come from? Then, how could we all be disloyal yesterday? Oh, is it so? Gen Kyujo pressed her chin, forcing Tamayo to look at him. A low and magnetic voice. With an elusive sense of oppression. His fingers lightly traced the woman's cheek. With an inexplicable temptation. Gently caressing the woman's lips. Then it slowly slid down, finally stopping on the woman's collarbone. He smiled slightly and continued, Madam, do you know? You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Tamayo's body trembled violently. Even if you bite your lip. The confusion in his eyes could not be controlled. Gen Kyujo-sama. She knows. He has now completely fallen into this man's trap. There was no chance of resistance anymore. I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 5-6 Daki on the upper string. Guide to Yukio. Shien, Yoshiro is a master. If you give him some time, the contract will be successful. Spacious bed. Tamayo's soft body lay gently on Gen Kyujo's body, her long hair spread over her shoulders, gently brushing Gen Kyujo's face. Beg for mercy for Yoshiro. That guy, let him be. You are enough. He reached out his hand and gently lifted Tamayo's chin. The corners of Tamayo's lips were slightly raised, outlining a charming arc. She slowly approached Gen Kyujo. Mysterious. The two people's breaths seemed to merge together at this moment. Recently, I've already asked that guy Yoshiro to sign a slave contract several times. None were successful. But Gen Kyujo's blood was not wasted. Except for the first time a drop of blood fell into the water bowl. Every once in a while, he would take a sip and try it. But maybe it was because he took away his Tamayo-sama, so he always had resentment. Tamayo just persuaded. He was also worried that Gen Kyujo would have objections to him. But obviously this worry is unnecessary. It doesn't matter if there is one more Yoshiro or one less. The key is that I have Tamayo. After the contract was successful that day, Tamayo awakened the demon blood. Or a rare succubus. Unlike the spider demon, the succubus still looks like a human, but her figure becomes hotter and sexier. On its head is a succubus horn unique to succubi. But Gen Kyujo was so excited. Shien, you must be careful during your trip to Guo. Although Daki is only the 6th one on the string, he should not be underestimated. Don't worry, my strength has also improved during this period. I have a certain degree of confidence in dealing with him. I am not the kind of person who does things that I am not sure of. Okay. Tamayo buried his head gently. While enjoying. Gen Kyujo is also making detailed plans for this trip to Guo. A week ago, it swallowed 100 extremely evil souls, and it will be swallowed again today. The demonic power transformed by more than 200 extremely evil souls greatly enhanced his strength. Current demonic abilities. Self-healing. Level 1, normal people recover 10 times faster. Level 2, recovery speed is 20 times that of ordinary people. Level 3, rebirth of severed limbs. Charm. Level 1, make eye contact and briefly control others. Shortcoming. The stronger the will of the person being manipulated, the more likely he is to resist success. Level 2, eye contact makes people fall into a dream of desire. Me. It makes up for the shortcomings of the first level, it is irresistible, but the strength is strong and weak. Determine the length of immersion time. Level 3, on the basis of Level 1 and Level 2. By voice. Ability to manipulate others. Servant. Level 1, control the life and death of the contractee. Thin in wool. It is easier for a contract to succeed when it is weak. Level 2, % of all abilities of the sharing contractor. 50. Level 3, awakening the demon blood of the contracted person. Storage. Level 1, 1 cubic meter of independent space. Level 2, 10 cubic meters of space. Demonization. Level 1, transform into demon form for 3 minutes. All attributes 10 times improved. Level 2, transform into demon form for 30 minutes. All attributes are increased tenfold. Element. Level 1, full attribute element control, no lethality. Level 2, small elemental attack, with a range of 10 meters. Self-healing, demonization, and element all breakthrough. The amount of demonic power required to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 is too great. According to Gen Kyujo's estimate, at least 1,000 extremely evil or extremely good souls are needed to level up. This is obviously difficult for them. Most of the ghosts nearby were tricked by them. As a result, there are fewer and fewer ghosts around. Therefore, I want to continue to improve my strength. The only option is to go to other places to explore. The 6th string was no longer a challenge for him. The only place where you can find the specific address in Shangliaxian is in Yukuo. Daki and her brother from the 6th string are hidden there. Whether he kills them or turns them into slaves, it is another great improvement for himself. If you don't kill the slave contract as powerful as Shangliaxian was successful. It can also upgrade servant to level 4. The ability of the 4th level slave is to feed back, which means that it can absorb the power of all slaves for its own use. And it is infinitely superimposed, so the more slaves you have, the stronger you will be. If killed, the soul of Shangliaxian is enough to at least upgrade his level 3 demon ability to level 4. The level 2 to level 3 demon abilities are a qualitative leap. Not to mention a level 4 demonic ability. Improve one's own strength. I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 5-7 Meeting a beautiful girl on the street. With a low humming sound. The ancient train slowly entered the platform. The roar of the steam engine and the sound of the whistle are intertwined. The old coal stove train has a unique look. The black coal stove and the red carriage form a sharp contrast. The huge chimney continuously spits out white steam, giving people a majestic feeling. People on the platform were eagerly waiting, their eyes closely following the approaching figure of the train. As the train slowly stopped on the platform. Sorry, I have a lot of luggage and bumped into you. It doesn't matter. Uncle, can you help me get my luggage up there? Sure. Selling newspapers and selling newspapers. Sir, you are so handsome, you must have a lover. Buy more flowers for your lover. Okay, how much is one flower? Coming out of the platform, Gen Kyujo was holding a pink flower he bought from the flower seller. It's a pity to throw it away. So I was looking for someone to give to on the street. This is Azabuku, Tokyo Prefecture. There are no trains operating in Yukuo yet. So Gen Kyujo needs to find transportation from here to go to Yukuo. It was noon when we set off. It was already dusk. The bustling Azabu district is brightly lit and bustling with traffic. Colorful neon lights illuminate the streets like a dream city. The air is filled with the aroma of various delicacies. Mouth-watering. Street performers showcase their talents to the fullest, adding endless vitality to this city that never sleeps. But underneath this lively appearance, there is always some loneliness and sadness hidden in the corners of the city. The dim street lamp illuminates a corner of the alley. A young girl squatted in the corner and sobbed. Her eyes were full of sadness and helplessness, which made people feel pity. "Beautiful girl, this bouquet of flowers is for you." The girl raised her head. Seeing Gen Kyujo in front of her. The man is wearing a neat shirt, holding a bouquet of delicate roses in her hands. The tenderness in her eyes seemed to want to soothe the sadness in her heart. The girl was a little surprised that a boy like herself would be willing to comfort her. "That's right, the way I look now is indeed the way boys like me. My hair has been dyed black by me, and I didn't show any strange power in front of him. He doesn't know my secret, otherwise he would hate me." The girl did not refuse the other party's kindness. She took the bouquet of roses and said gratefully, "Thank you, sir." The rose was taken away from the hand. Gen Kyujo discovered this. "The face of the girl in front of me is so stunning. Her eyes were like a pool of spring water, clear and bright, but with a touch of sadness. The bridge of her nose is straight. The lips are slightly upturned, exuding a gentle yet firm temperament. The face presents a perfect oval shape with smooth lines, giving people a gentle and elegant feeling. Under the snow-white kimono, her bulging figure was covered tightly. The plump and attractive buttocks still look very plump and round even if they are covered by thick pants. Slightly shorter hem. 2 sections of white thighs appeared and disappeared. With such a young girl's face and young woman's figure, no one will be confused after looking at it. Damn it! I am willing to make such a girl cry. Sir, thank you for your flowers. I don't know if you have time. I would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude." The girl wiped the tears from her eyes. The invitation was extended somewhat cautiously. "Should we hesitate about this kind of thing? Any hesitation for even a second would be a blasphemy against this beautiful encounter, right?" The two soon came to an izakaya. "Sir, you can do whatever you want. I'm treating you today. Gen Kyujo results menu. Put a few ticks on it." Then handed it to the girl opposite. "I've finished ordering, it's your turn." "So The girl suddenly became cautious, blushing and pinching the corners of his clothes. "Are you okay, miss?" "Ah, it's okay." The girl came back to her senses, casually drew a few items on the menu, and then threw it to the clerk. "That's all, please." A proper guest. Gen Kyujo didn't understand why. "But I don't know where to start. By the way, girl, I don't know your name yet. My name is Gen Kyujo." Gen Kyujo extended his hand. The girl held his hand. He said timidly, "Hello Mr. Gen Kyujo, my name is Kenroji Mitsurai. I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 5-8 Do you have a partner?" The bustling street outside the window. The hustle and bustle of people coming and going formed a sharp contrast with the tranquility inside the house. The steam inside the izakaya brings a touch of warmth to this cold winter day. Gen Kyujo sits by the window. His eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something. Opposite him, Kenroji Mitsurai put his hands on his knees and waited quietly for Gen Kyujo's response. The girl really couldn't understand. Obviously he just gave his name. Why did the gentleman opposite have such a big reaction? "I have been absent-minded for a while. But it's impolite to interrupt other people's thinking. Is your name really Kenroji Mitsurai?" "Yes, Mr. Gen Kyujo. It seems that this is not a simple encounter. This is God's arrangement." Gen Kyujo sighed in his heart. Kenroji Mitsurai. one of the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer squad in the future. Born in Azabu Ward into a family of 5 siblings, she is the eldest sister among the 5. Mitsurai was born with jet black hair, but after eating 170 sakura cakes for 8 consecutive months, her hair color magically changed to a sakura pink-green gradient. This transformation not only made her hair color more attractive, but also gave her an unusual physique. Her muscle density is up to 8 times that of ordinary humans. Despite her slender appearance, she possesses unimaginable strength. When she was 1 year and 2 months old, she could lift a 15-kilogram pickle stone effortlessly, surprising even her mother, who was always known for her boldness. Not only that, Mitsurai's appetite is also amazing. Her appetite is almost equivalent to that of 3 sumo wrestlers combined. When she was 17 years old, Mitsurai was flatly rejected by the other party on a blind date because of her special hair color and strong body. This blow left her deeply depressed and she began to realize that she should hide the true situation. So she used dye to dye her hair black again and made up a series of lies in an attempt to appear frail and sickly. Surprisingly, this disguise actually led to her success on the next blind date. However, Mitsurai gradually realized that the happiness obtained through lies was not what she really wanted. Despite her huge appetite, strong body, and unique hair color, that's who she really is. As a result, her last blind date ended in vain. In order to find a partner who can accept her true self, Mitsurai decided to join the Demon Slayer Corps. She hopes to find a partner in the team who is stronger than herself and can protect her. With that said, everything makes sense. The current point in time. Mitsurai has not yet joined the Demon Slayer Corps. During the day, Mitsurai must have been crying about the blind date. He must have met another guy with bad eyesight. These men still really don't have the eyes to discover beauty. Miss Kanroji Mitsurai, I see you didn't order too much. Isn't it enough? No need, I have a small appetite. Kanroji Mitsurai felt warm in his heart. My previous blind date would feel like I had eaten too much even if I ordered a small amount. Later, I would just take a small bite and then stop eating. They see their stocky bodies. Not satisfied again. I feel like my current figure is like this after eating a small bite. In the future, my figure will definitely be out of shape and I will become a fat woman. This caused her great appearance anxiety. Recently I have started to control my diet. Kanroji Mitsurai said so. Even if he knows the girl's secrets, it's hard to tell clearly. Ken only nod. By the way, Miss Kanroji Mitsurai, why were you crying in the alley just now? Was it because something happened? The girl's eyes were averted. Realizing the other party's resistance, Gen Kyujo quickly made amends for himself. Is it inconvenient? That's right, after all, we just met. I was the one who was abrupt. After all, a beautiful girl like Miss Kanroji Mitsurai is crying on the street. I really can't help but care. Omega? Beautiful girl. Hear these words. The girl's eyelashes trembled slightly. She lowered her head. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. His fingers kept stroking the hem of his clothes. The sound of her heartbeat echoed in her chest, seeming to express her shyness and excitement. Her lips were slightly open, as if she wanted to say something, but couldn't. Miss Kanroji Mitsurai, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Mr. Gen Kyujo, do you really think I look good? Certainly. Then do you have a partner you like? I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 5-9 Are you willing to accompany me home? At 7 o'clock, the izakaya was already bustling with activity. People flock in at this moment, looking for their own corner to enjoy good food and wine. Everyone's face is filled with happy smiles. It gradually became a place full of laughter and hustle and bustle. Although a bit noisy, Gen Kyujo still heard clearly what the girl had just asked. He looked at the girl. Kenroji Mitsurai lowered his head. Fingers clasped together. Kenroji Mitsurai suddenly realized that he had asked a too personal question. Her cheeks couldn't help but blush. The clothes on her chest were heavy, making the clothes on her chest bulge. The trembling at this moment showed the girl's inner uneasiness. Mr. Gen Kyujo, I'm sorry, I'm just curious. Gen Kyujo looked away. Then he responded with a gentle smile and responded softly in his deep voice, this question is nothing. It doesn't matter if I tell you, I don't have a partner yet. Really? The girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Really, because I already have a wife. Kenroji Mitsurai's expression suddenly froze. What the hell? Is there a difference between a partner and a wife? Ha 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 ha, you really believed it just now, I was kidding you. Got scammed once. Kenroji Mitsurai became cautious. The way I managed my expression just now was really rude. Mr. Gen Kyujo, let me go to the bathroom. The girl stood up. Bent slightly towards Gen Kyujo. No waiting for Gen Kyujo to agree. Turn around and walk to the bathroom. Gen Kyujo stared at her back. The clothes on the girl's lower body are also of a tight type, outlining the perfect slender legs that can make countless men's blood rush. Coupled with the pert buttocks, it is enough to drive men crazy. It won't take a while. Kenroji Mitsurai returned to his seat. He was obviously much calmer than before he left. But because of the teasing just now, Ganluyi Mili didn't dare to say any more. The atmosphere is obviously not right. The relationship between the two seems to be separated by the girl. This resulted in the Gen Kyujo table being quiet and out of place with the other tables. Kenroji Mitsurai became autistic. This is also a long time coming. The psychological shadow caused by various horrible blind dates on her. Things are not looking good right now. But Gen Kyujo had already thought of a way to break the ice when Kenroji Mitsurai went to the bathroom. Hello sir, the cherry cakes you bought for us have arrived. There are 50 in total. The clerk just came over with a brown paper bag. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Gen Kyujo took the cherry cake. The clerk leaves. The aroma of sakura cake coming out of the bag has always attracted Kenroji Mitsurai's eyes when he walked past the store clerk. My stomach also reacted. Miss Ganluyi Mili, this is prepared for you. The girl raised her arms and pointed at herself in surprise. Yes, I smelled the aroma of sakura cakes on Miss Kenroji Mitsurai, so I took it upon myself to buy these for you. I noticed that my joke just now made you a little unhappy. Consider this an apology. Thank you, Mr. Gen Kyujo. The girl's beautiful cheeks raised a gentle smile. The dark clouds just now were swept away. It seems that I misunderstood Mr. Gen Kyujo. I thought he, like other men, would tease me if he didn't like me. She had been treated unfairly with words before. So when Gen Kyujo said something like that just now, she didn't want to say any more. But, Mr. Gen Kyujo, you just said you smelled the smell of sakura cake on me, right? Yeah, that's right. But, I haven't eaten sakura cake recently. There's none. No. There's only one explanation. What explanation? If you like someone, you will smell her scent. I am sure that I smelled this scent on Miss Mitsurai of Kenroji Temple. Is there such a thing as this? The girl's heart was pounding wildly. Because she feels that Mr. Gen Kyujo's words are very credible. Others don't know. She knows best. She has loved eating sakura cakes since she was a child, so the smell of sakura cakes lingering on her body is not surprising at all. And this smell probably comes from my hair, which was dyed cherry color after eating too many sakura cakes. The smell is so weak that only you can smell it and no one else can. That being said, Does Mr. Gen Kyujo like himself? This feeling. She had just experienced a setback. I mustered up my courage again. Mr. Gen Kyujo. Hey? I'm here. Would you like to accompany me home? I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 60 Miss Mealy, you are very strong. The lighting in the izakaya is soft and warm, and the air is filled with the aroma of food and a faint aroma of wine. What can you do when you go home with a young girl? Gen Kyujo had to admit. His DNA moved. Let's go home together and meet our parents. There is the second half of the sentence. It seems that I didn't think too much and thought too much. The little girl can say this. He obviously mustered up a lot of courage. Now. He held the cup in front of him tightly with both hands. On the snow-white kimono, the heavy fruits began to tremble again. Under the table. The round and slender legs are tightly together. Seeing this scene, Gen Kyujo licked his lips unconsciously, feeling his throat dry inexplicably. Girl meaning. Obvious enough? That really shouldn't be too obvious. If Gen Kyujo agrees now, he can be with the girl in front of him. But I still have to go see my parents. Wouldn't that take too much time? Miss Kanroji Mitsurai, I think you misunderstood. The girl's eyes dimmed. After all, am I overthinking it? She lowered her head in despair, biting her lips tightly to prevent the tears of disappointment from falling. She was very embarrassed now. Do something. I had to do something to cover up my current embarrassment. She looked at the cherry cake bought by the man across from her on the table. He quickly took one and put it in his mouth. Sakura cake still tastes the same as before. Only, it doesn't seem to taste good at all. A wicked smile appeared on Gen Kyujo's lips. Yet, that's how it should be. What you don't get is always in turmoil. Some things come too easily, and many people think they are destined by God. Miss Kanroji Mitsurai, did I go too far? No. The cherry cake in her mouth had not yet been swallowed, which made her voice sound strange. She just wanted to end this meal quickly. Leave quickly. But the legs are not up to par. Due to the emotional impact, her entire body was now numb. Once you get up, you will definitely make a fool of yourself. Miss Kanroji Mitsurai. Gen Kyujo shouted. The girl lowered her head. Why? Why? Why are you still calling me? Don't you think you've teased me enough? I've been deceived by you like a fool. Certainly. It's also my fault for being sentimental. The tears in the girl's eyes could no longer stop. Tears fell like broken pearls. She held her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking slightly, and she was obviously immersed in deep sadness. At this time, she found that there was an extra person on the stool next to her. Approach quietly, quietly. She couldn't be more familiar with this person. Why is he sitting here? His hand fell gently on her shoulder. Miss Kanroji Mitsurai, please stop crying. It makes me uncomfortable to see you cry. Why are you upset? You've been playing tricks on me. The girl pushed the hand on her shoulder away. But found. Can't push? How can this be? With his own strength, even a grown man cannot resist the power of one of his fingers. He actually can? Miss Kanroji Mitsurai, you are very strong. What a powerful girl. Heard Gen Kyujo's praise. The girl was sure that the man in front of her was really stronger than herself. Rather than your own illusion. There is a saying that goes well. If you can't resist, just accept it. Kanroji Mitsurai let Gen Kyujo's hand rest on his shoulder. It feels quite safe to put it on top. What's so great about being strong? Don't you men all like those weaker than you? Kanroji Mitsurai continued the topic. That depends on how strong this man is. If a weak man feels that he is inferior to a woman and despises her, it only shows that the man's vanity is at work. Such a hypocritical man is not worthy of a powerful woman. I have to say these words of Gen Kyujo. He said it again and entered the girl's heart. The views he unintentionally expressed actually filled the scars in my heart. But you just said you don't like me. When did I ever say that? I just asked you to go back with me to see your parents, but you clearly said that I was overthinking it. Fool! Gen Kyujo pretended to be angry and knocked on the girl's forehead. Then, he naturally stretched out his arms and hugged the girl's petite body into his arms. The girl blinked and a blush appeared on her cheeks. There was no resisting his embrace. I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 6-1 Don't leave me. The girl leaned against Gen Kyujo's warm chest meekly. Her hair brushed the tip of his nose, exuding a fresh fragrance. She raised her head and met his eyes, their eyes full of tenderness and love. This moment, as if time had frozen, their hearts were tightly connected. Although there are many people in the izakaya, but it's not strange for a young couple to hug each other in love. Miss Kanroji Mitsurai, you really misunderstood me. Girls take boys home to meet their parents. This is naturally the greatest affirmation for boys. Then I said you misunderstood. Actually, I want to say that we should take it slow. We are not children anymore. We can get to know each other deeply first. Finally, I'll go see my parents when it's appropriate. After Gen Kyujo's patient and detailed explanation, the girl finally understood what happened. A look of shame appeared on her face, and she lowered her head involuntarily. So that's what I meant. I thought you thought I was being sentimental. How could it be? Miss Kanroji Mitsurai is so charming. Except for being a little silly. Humph, I was stupid to begin with, but it's too late for you to regret it now. Gen Kyujo teased the tip of Kanroji Mitsurai's nose. I said you were cute because you were stupid, but I didn't really think you were stupid. That's pretty much it. Under Gen Kyujo's comfort, the girl gradually calmed down and showed a sweet smile. The body pressed closer, full of squeezing feeling. Then what should we do next? You said you need to understand slowly. Where do we start? Of course it starts with being your truest self. My truest self? The girl was panicked. Is your current self your true self? The girl looked at her hair subconsciously. And his own belly. It has been cooing for a long time. My hair, big eater, and strange strength are what other boys dislike the most. Mr. Wei Li Gen Kyujo already knows. He didn't dislike it. Should Mr. Gen Kyujo know about the hair and big eater? Come on, be your truest self. You must be very hungry. Eat quickly. Gen Kyujo took out a cherry cake from the brown paper. Put it on the girl's lips. Mr. Gen Kyujo, how did you find out? My hearing is very keen. Your stomach has growled several times. Of course I know it. The girl shyly put her hands on her belly. Can Mr. Gen Kyujo hear such a weak sound? I might as well just confess. Even if I eat 10 cherry cakes, my stomach will still growl. By then the big eater's secret will no longer be hidden. Taking the cherry cake from Gen Kyujo, Kanroji Mitsurai tasted it. At the same time, he said to Gen Kyujo, Mr. Gen Kyujo. Wait a moment. Gen Kyujo interrupted what the girl suddenly had the courage to say. What's wrong? Stop calling me Mr. Gen Kyujo all the time. Just call me General, that's it. Keeping calling me Sir makes us look more important. Okay, Xian. Then don't call me Miss Kanroji Mitsurai. Just call me Mitsurai. Okay, Mitsuri. Omega, //. Okay, let's continue with the topic you just wanted to talk about. I just interrupted you. I'm really sorry. It doesn't matter. I want to tell you that I have 3 secrets that I have never wanted to share with others. It was you who told me that I needed to understand them deeply and be my truest self, so I mustered up the courage to tell you. 3. There are so many. Yeah, but actually you have already found one. Your strange power. That's right. Then what are the other 2? Then you have to promise, I told you, and you are not allowed to leave me because of these 2 things. I don't dare to do this. You don't even want to lie to me. I lied to you in my last sentence. Underscore. Oh, you are so bad, you always look like this. After realizing the implication of Gen Kyujo's words, the girl reacted quickly, a hint of shyness flashed across her face. She twisted her body slightly and fluttered in the man's broad arms like a coquettish girl. The girl's gentle movements are like a cute kitten, bringing endless tenderness and comfort to people. Every move she makes shows the girl's charm and cuteness, which makes people feel pity for her. A swaying sensation followed. Asterisk. I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 6-2. Is it okay if there is no one? Gen Kyujo looked down at the girl in his arms. His eyes were full of adoration. He held the girl tightly in his arms to prevent her from flopping any more. The girl gradually stopped struggling. Head up. Staring at Gen Kyujo with her big watery eyes. Xian, it's great to meet you. Gen Kyujo heard this. I couldn't help but pinch the girl's pink cheeks gently, and responded with a smile, I'm lucky to meet such a cute girl like you, Mi Li. The eyes of the 2 gradually became blurred, and the love in their eyes seemed to be about to break out of the cocoon. Gen Kyujo lowered his head instinctively. A blush appeared on Mitsuri's cheeks. The lips that were about to get closer seemed to be able to feel each other's breath. Gen Kyujo closed his eyes nervously, feeling the girl's warmth. At this critical moment, the girl suddenly pressed the man's chest. Prevented the next charming. Don't, there are too many people here. The girl looked around. However, the customers of the izakaya seemed to care more about their own wine. Didn't look towards them. There are a lot of people here. Is it okay if we get a call with less people at that moment? Gen Kyujo has no intention of letting this girl go. You need to listen to my 2 secrets first. Is that okay for a while? Gen Kyujo was more concerned about this. Listen first. Can you please? Listen first. So is it okay? This bug has been stuck for a long time. The girl did not relent, and her attitude was very serious. All in all, this is the logic she expressed. Xian said that to be my true self, I have to let Xian know who I really am. Then like me. This will do. This makes Gen Kyujo feel like he shot himself in the foot. But that's exactly how cute she is. On the contrary, Gen Kyujo likes it even more. Okay, I listen to you. Now tell me your other 2 secrets. The girl touched her belly and said, actually, I am a big eater and I can eat a lot. Harm, what do I think it is? What's wrong with this? What's wrong with girls eating too much? They're so cute, just like you are now. Okay, if there is no problem with this Xian, I will tell you the last secret. Actually, my hair is not black, I dyed it black. Gen Kyujo pretends to be very inexperienced. So smart. You actually think it's awesome. The girl pointed to the braids hanging down from her bulging chest. It was cherry pink before. Xian, don't you feel like a monster? Everyone said that when I was a kid. When I grow up, my blind dates all say the same thing. Li lowered her head in despair. Gen Kyujo's eyes stayed on the girl. The snow-white kimono wrapped around her peach-like figure, and the clothes on her chest were bulging. Because now my head is down. Showing off the plump curves on her back, her seductive buttocks looked very plump and round. How could it not look good if paired with cherry pink hair? Gen Kyujo shook the girl in his arms. Okay, Mitsurai, cherry pink hair is okay, I can accept it. Is this real? The girl's eyes were covered with mist. Now all three of his secrets have been made public. And it's the point where I feel most inferior. She has been verbally attacked by many people because of this. But Mitsurai is a strong girl. Even if mom and dad say they can't find anyone to marry, they just stay at home. But she still believed that she could find the point where she could fully accept all her inferiority complexes. And a man stronger than himself. And now, this man is right in front of him. Wow wow! The girl sobbed. A swaying touch slapped Gen Kyujo's arm. Such a loud sound. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the izakaya guests. They all turned their gazes here and looked at the scene in front of them curiously. Gen Kyujo felt the eyes of people around him. He could only give an apologetic smile helplessly. Okay, Mitsurai, don't cry, you will be laughed at. Gen Kyujo comforted softly. Wow 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 wow. However, his comfort didn't seem to have any effect, and the girl's crying became louder. The people in the izakaya couldn't help but shake their heads and smile. The relationship between Gen Kyujo and Mitsurai is one that everyone would regard as a couple. Perhaps in Gen Kyujo and Mitsurai, they saw a certain time point in their youth, an unforgettable moment. I beg all readers to send me some flowers. As long as there are flowers, rewards, evaluation votes, and monthly votes, I am willing to update 10 or 20 times a day. Please believe in my hand. Quick, thank you to the author here. 6-3 The hotel only has one room, please book first. In front of the izakaya, Kenroji Mitsurai came out feeling full. That's what she meant. Although Gen Kyujo knew her 3 secrets, he had never really seen them. Therefore, she strongly requested to show her power as a big eater in front of Gen Kyujo. Gen Kyujo also saw it. 3 servings. All the dishes on the menu were served in 3 portions. And she also ate all the 50 cherry cakes Gen Kyujo bought for her. This made the two of them the focus of the izakaya for a time. Only. This honor is conferred by Kenroji Mitsurai. Xian, do you really not think I eat too much? Don't worry, I can afford it. Yet. Then the next step is to show you the original color of my hair. How do you see this? You must have contracted it. You shouldn't be able to see it in a short time. No, I dyed this with a special hair dye. It can be washed away with hot water. That's it. What are you looking for? I saw a girl looking around in the noisy street. Gen Kyujo followed her gaze for a long time. I didn't understand what she was looking at. He directly asked the doubts in his heart. It's so late, let's find a hotel to stay in. I came here by carriage today for a blind date. It's so late now, it's not safe to go back. Find a hotel with hot water and wash the color out of your hair. Let Xian see the original color of my hair. Gen Kyujo understands this. Whether you look at the color of your hair or not, it doesn't matter to him. He had bigger concerns on his mind. That means how many rooms the hotel can open. In the old hotel lobby, an ancient chandelier hangs from the ceiling, emitting dim light and adding a sense of warmth to the entire hall. There were several comfortable sofas and armchairs, some of which were showing signs of wear. The owner of the hotel is an elderly woman with silver hair neatly combed behind her head. The years have left a deep mark on her face. She was sitting on an old chair, holding a handful of melon seeds in her hand and eating them leisurely. Kenroji Mitsurai was standing opposite the old woman at this moment, stamping his feet anxiously. Why is there only one room left? It's not the peak season recently. The old woman smiled and explained patiently, little girl, don't you know that there is a fireworks season in Azabu district recently? Every hotel is probably full now. You are lucky, there is still one room with hot water. If you go out and look for other hotels at this time, you may not be able to find one when you come back. Kanroji Mitsurai frowned, feeling hesitant. She looked at Gen Kyujo beside her and then at the old woman, not knowing what to do for a moment. The old woman seemed to notice Kanroji Mitsurai's confusion, and said with a smile, I think the gentleman next to you is gentle, and he is an upright person at first glance. It's okay if you spend the night with her. After hearing the old woman's advice, Kanroji Mitsurai became even more confused. She bit her lip. How could she accept living in the same room with the boy she just met on the first day? Why don't I just find a place to deal with you all night long? You can stay well at the hotel, Mitsurai. Don't want? Kanroji Mitsurai heard Gen Kyujo's words and hurriedly took his hand. Shaking Gen Kyujo's arm, he said, it's so cold outside and all the hotels in Azabu district are full now. Where can you go? If you don't mind. Let's sleep together tonight. Okay, Meili, you can't stop snoring at night. The book is finally hitting the shelves. This is my first time trying this type. I have also seen many shortcomings. In the days before it was released, I went through a lot of things, some supportive and some slanderous. Thanks to the strong support of some powerful people, I persisted. I have to rely on you all in the days to come. Please place an initial order so that I can achieve good results and I will give back to everyone with more updates. List of all demon abilities before release. Self-healing. Level 1, normal people recover 10 times faster. Level 2, recovery speed is 20 times that of ordinary people. Level 3, rebirth of severed limbs. Charm. Level 1, make eye contact and briefly control others. Shortcoming. The stronger the will of the person being manipulated, the more likely he is to resist success. Level 2, eye contact makes people fall into a dream of desire. Me. It makes up for the shortcomings of the first level, it is irresistible, but the strength is strong and weak. Determine the length of immersion time. Level 3, on the basis of Level 1 and Level 2. By voice. Ability to manipulate others. Servant. Level 1, control the life and death of the contractee. Thin in will. It is easier for a contract to succeed when it is weak. Level 2, % of all abilities of the sharing contractor. 50. Level 3, awakening the demon blood of the contracted person. Storage. Level 1, 1 cubic meter of independent space. Level 2, 10 cubic meters of space. Demonization. Level 1, transform into demon form for 3 minutes. All attributes 10 times improved. Level 2, transform into demon form for 30 minutes. All attributes are increased tenfold. Element. Level 1, full attribute element control, no lethality. Level 2, small elemental attack, with a range of 10 meters. 6 for a woman who cannot bear the heavy burden. That's all. Under the arrangement of the old woman, Kanroji Mitsurai and Gen Kyujo moved into the same room. The second floor of the hotel. In a long and narrow corridor. The old wooden floors make a creaking sound when stepped on. Some ancient paintings hang on both sides of the corridor, depicting landscapes and portraits from the past. These paintings have faded, but you can still feel the artistic atmosphere of the time. Walking along the corridor, you will see old doors. These doors have brass doorknobs with room numbers engraved on them. The paint on the door has peeled off, revealing the original texture of the wood. Gen Kyujo takes Kanroji Mitsurai through the numbers on the key. The house number belonging to the two of them was found, 520. The door was quickly opened and then quickly closed again. Go into the room. An old oil painting hangs on the wall, depicting a romantic landscape. The floor is a soft carpet, and there is almost no sound when walking on it. There is a comfortable small bed in the corner of the room, and the sheets and quilts on the bed exude fresh fragrance. The width of the bed may require 2 people to be right next to each other to avoid falling off. This bed is so small. Kenroji Mitsurai said shyly. Because she was nervous, her little face was flushed. She carefully sat on the edge of the bed and put her hands on her knees, looking very nervous. The round and slender legs are tightly together. The snow-white kimono made the girl's chest bulge, the heavy fruits held up her neckline, and her plump and attractive buttocks still looked very plump and round even under the cover of pants. Such an alluring figure made Gen Kyujo lick his lips unconsciously, and his throat felt a little dry for no reason. Although Kenroji Mitsurai complained that the bed was too small, her heart was full of expectations. The bed is so small. They definitely have to sleep next to each other at night. Then close contact will definitely be indispensable. Yeah, it's really a bit small, and it's also very unstable. Gen Kyujo sat down next to Kenroji Mitsurai. He twisted his hips, trying to find a comfortable position. However, as he moved, the bed made a creaking sound. Kenroji Mitsurai couldn't help laughing. The beds in small hotels are like this. In the past, families always stayed in small hotels when traveling. I stayed in a small hotel when I was traveling before. Some people slept at night. I don't know whether it was due to insomnia or heavy movements after falling asleep. The creaking sound of the bed could be heard all night long. Meili only heard the sound of the bed, didn't she hear other sounds? Gen Kyujo asked curiously. The only sound is snoring, just like mom and dad. Does Mitsurai sleep with her parents? No, I sleep with my brothers and sisters, and my parents sleep in the same room. Oh, that. Gen Kyujo nodded, showing an expression of enlightenment. So pure. The two of them chatted one after another. Kenroji Mitsurai told almost all the interesting things from his childhood, but they were all with his family. She has been ostracized by her peers since she was a child because of her 3 secrets, pink hair, big eater, and strange strength, so she basically has no friends. Therefore, I only talked about my family and finished the topic quickly. It's getting late now. It's time to rest. So Gen Kyujo stood up and said to Kenroji Mitsurai, Mitsurai, let me go to the bathroom first to see if there is hot water. Okay. Kenroji Mitsurai nodded and followed Gen Kyujo's figure with his eyes. Go into the bathroom. The layout inside is very simple, with white tiled walls and floors looking clean and tidy. There is a wooden bucket in the corner of the bathroom, and a shower facility next to it. Light blue curtains hang on the bathroom windows, which can protect guests' privacy very well. Gen Kyujo glanced at the wooden barrel in the bathroom a few more times. The barrel is made of pure wood, with a smooth surface and smooth lines, which shows the maker's care and craftsmanship. I reached out and touched the barrel. It felt comfortable and not irritating at all. Its height is about 1 meter and its diameter is about 1.5 meters. With such a large barrel, even if 2 people sit inside, there is still a lot of open space. No more research on barrels. He didn't forget business. Gen Kyujo turned the faucet and hot water slowly flowed out. He tried the water temperature and it felt pretty good. Kenroji Mitsurai turned to face the room and shouted, Mijiri, the hot water is fine, do you want to come over and take a shower first? Okay, okay. Kenroji Mitsurai blushed, nodded, and responded softly. She took a deep breath and walked towards the bathroom. Gen Kyujo consciously withdrew. Then, gently closing the bathroom door leaving Kenroji Mitsurai 10 private spaces. In the bathroom, Kenroji Mitsurai was in no hurry to take a bath. Instead, take off the outermost kimono. Then look at your figure in the mirror. Because the clothes were too tight, the heavy fruit on my chest seemed ready to come out at any time. Because the waist of the clothes is narrowed, Kanroji Mitsurai always feels like his hips are being pinched. He posed slightly. The woman in the mirror is full of curves, especially her waist is tight and narrow, and her buttocks are very straight. I don't know what kind of figure Xian likes. Put away your thoughts. Kanroji Mitsurai took off his clothes, revealing his slender and beautiful body hidden underneath, and slowly stepped into the barrel. The warmth of the hot water made her feel relaxed. She leaned on the edge of the barrel, helplessly pushed down the disobedient dumpling, and then helped him up. He sighed softly and simply gave up. 737. Are you sleepy? Gen Kyujo asked softly. Kanroji Mitsurai shook his head, his voice trembling slightly. I'm okay, just a little nervous. Gen Kyujo smiled and said, don't be nervous, I will protect you. But you haven't bought a ticket yet. I always get on the bus first and pay for the ticket later. I'll just write it here, I keep changing it and I still can't get out of the house. It's much better after deleting it, but it still doesn't work. You can only write a summary chapter to end it, otherwise you won't be able to pass the review even if you don't have the word count. I'm really sorry. The following story is probably that Kanroji Mitsurai's blind date discovered that the woman he had just rejected actually found a new wife. This makes the date very angry. The target of the blind date was the son of a prince, and he had great hands and eyes. He hired a ninja, and yes, the ninjas he found were Yanzhu and his 3 wives.